Morning, morning, morning. I think I'm hearable. So his chapter's gonna be out soon. Look, the biggest thing I want is that I want you guys to please be kinder, please be nicer. Like today, when Reiji posts on Twitter, if any of you have Twitter, you don't have to get one, but if any of you have Twitter, just please go and say nice comments, please. I think people have been very, very cruel. I've been seeing a lot of cruelty online. It's getting a little much, you know. So I want you guys to like when you can, please go and say nice things to Reiji. That's it. I'm not telling you to go like fucking kneel at his knees or some shit. I'm just saying like please just be nicer. That's all. Okay? It's not a hard concept. It's not like it's insanely bad. It's just like every time I see him post anything, there's always a bombardment of negative comments and there's no doubt it gets to him to some degree, right? There's no way it doesn't get to him a little bit. He's fine. He's probably fine. But I just want to, you know, I just want to counterbalance that. Have some positivity instead of negativity. Anyways, new chapter should be out. My girlfriend and the drawing and drawing the line. Hmm. Boundaries. Okay. As a man, it okay. 90% success rate. Highly recommend the surprising success of car dates. As a man, it gives the opportunity to be alone to get to know each other. Plus, the easy, relaxing atmosphere it creates is great. For a girl, it actually exciting to spend the day in a private space, and the man driving starts to look kind of cool. Oh, futsal. Okay. She was called to play sports, so no earrings. Um, Moon-shaped buttons show a finer eye for details. An outfit that avoids drawing unwanted attention in the jealous-ridden world of show business. A shirt and a black one-piece price. A shirt and a black one-piece press to have a serious conversation. Okay. Her bag keeps everything together while staying light. However, it has a soft feminine charm conveyed through knitting and thick yarn. Bone sandals that don't come off as trying to act too cute or innocent. Chizuru Mizuharu's outfit for the day. She has a very clear message she wants to convey. Apparently, confessing your love has a 90% success rate. I highly recommend it. I'm starting to feel really good about this. Oh, Kazuya. A car date. That's a pretty good idea if I do say so myself. If we can make it far away location if I drive, probably been in many places of the city. It's good against rain and inside the car is essentially a date in a private room. We can talk freely. I bet it'll feel new for Mizuhara since she's been limited to rental girlfriend rules. This will make it feel like even more of a private date. We spend a whole day getting closer. The beautiful night series surrounded us as we head home, and we're alone inside the car on a dimly lit night. I'm reliving the moment. Okay. Gave him a little. That's funny. No, it's nothing like that. I'm not doing it for anything perverted. It's just because it's a new experience. It's easy to ask her out. No, that's not quite it. Mizohara has changed. If she says yes when I confess my feelings, then it's possible such a thing could happen on the way home. Isn't that right, Mizuhara? I know I'm right. I'm ready. Let's do this. Time to look up driving schools. It's pretty expensive. Okay. Damn it. He just won't stop. I see. Oh, that's cute. He tossed it to the girl. This is Chizuru's friend in the play. Wow, Chicha. Her name is Chia-chan? Chia-chan, nice shot. Also, hot trick Chia-chan is thanks to you, Ken. Wow, Nakana-kun is so cool. He's on another level. Oh, Chizuru-chan. Umi-kun. Sorry for getting here late. I'm just glad you're here. We've been saying that you wanted to come. Yeah, I like moving my body. Chi-chan, it's good to see you. You're so late. Long time no see. I'm at my limit. Chi-chan, take my place. Oh, okay. Chia-chan, are you okay? Chizuru-chan, coming in. I'll do my best. Girls get 2 points per goal. I won't let you guess past me again. It's like when you were on the basketball team. What? Getting between my legs isn't fair. How is that fair? Chizuru-chan, how's your chance? Sorry, I kicked high. Oh, damn. What? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Chizuru is pretty athletic. Oh, nice shot. She's good at trapping the ball. What was that? Chi-chan's amazing. Let's make it only 1 point per goal for her. Ha ha ha. You're just too good. It worked out. Do you do any warm-up exercise? You could be a soccer player. Damn. Okay, I gotta say something fucking hilarious. Umi looks so different every time. Umi looks so different every time. It's kind of funny. He looks like a completely different character. Damn. There's something really interesting about seeing Chizuru smile like this. I feel like we haven't seen her smile in a little bit. Thanks for playing. That was a good workout. Sakamichi's supposed to come too. Wait, good. What again? He lied last time. He said he's serious this time. Oh, this must be Uday. Oh, Umi-kun. Can we talk for a sec? Very serious look. Thanks for inviting me today. It was fun. Well, we talked about it before. I thought this could be a good timing. Still, I'm surprised you're good at soccer. Do you have experience? Just lessons from high school. They say heaven doesn't give more than one gift, but that's a lie. I count at least 3 or 4. So, Umi-kun, in a way, that's why seeing you makes me happy. You're gifted at everything, and yet you never stop trying to do your best every day. I bet God smiles on people like that. It doesn't seem like you're skipping any acting classes either. I guess it just really admires those things about you. I asked if we could talk because and it ends. Are you shitting me? And it ends. Are you shitting me? Oh, fuck me. Okay, so next time is the reveal. Next time is the reveal. Oh boy. Okay, so next time is the reveal. Next time is the reveal. It has to be. It has to be. So reading this, it felt like Umi was trying to put off the inevitable. But there's something Chizuru wants to talk about. It sounds like we may finally get what happened at Dakanyama revealed. Yeah, I also want you to notice how she consistently maintains a single sense of boundary with him. And interestingly, this spot does remind me a lot. The girlfriend in Drawing the Line. Yeah, she's drawing a line. That's interesting. She's literally drawing a line. He didn't pay attention to her trying to talk to him until she spoke up. Like, what the fuck is going on? Umi looks sad or disappointed. Yeah. I think I kind of get okay. I think I get what's going on. I think we think it's Chizuru maybe rejecting him. I think maybe Chizuru's trying to maybe not be friends with him just because of Kazuya, maybe. He doesn't seem like a good guy at all. I, I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of it. Something feels weird. Something feels really weird. Okay, for now, let's see what the teaser for next time is. There's no episode this time. The anime's over. There's no episode. So I'm just gonna I can't wait for the whole week of Doomer's Theory on Reddit. Yeah, this was quite different from what I expected, to be honest. This was quite different from what I expected. Um yeah, especially this shot. This shot was really interesting to me. And Umi's I think the interesting thing I keep seeing in every single Umi shot is that he seemingly has like one bang covered. Um, he has one bang covered the entire time, and I think that's really interesting. Okay, let me take these pictures. Yeah, something is weird. Something. It doesn't add up. Something's off. Maybe like what the way I interpret it is maybe Chizuru's trying to set some sort of boundaries. Because drawing the line or something, I don't know. Okay, I sent the images to Crumpy. He should translate them shortly. It's the girlfriend, not my. There's no possessive. I think Umi recommended her for the upcoming play, so she wants to draw a line that it needs to be professional, not private. That's an interesting. Yeah, that's perfect. That makes sense. Drawing the line should obviously represent a new boundary being established. That makes sense. I think that's an interesting theory. Umi possibly recommended her for the play. So Chizuru wants to draw a clear boundary that what they have is just fucking professional. Next time, I want to face it with all my might. Whoa. I want to face it with all of my might. What the hell? Wait, there is some hidden symbolism in this chapter. Last time in Chizuru's first play, this girl right here, Shiori, she's the one who Umi helped, literally like he's helping her right now, and she is the one who ended up getting that role. And then Umi, literally look at her. Umi holds her hand, right? Umi helped her succeed. And then what happens? Chizuru substitutes for Shiori, right? Chizuru literally substitutes for Shiori. Umi tosses her the ball, and he messed up, right? This is Umi's thing. Umi tries to help. Umi tries to give them a chance. He tries to lift people up, and he messes up. Chizuru, however, handles it like a pro. She's able to catch the ball as well as score. And in that sense, Chizuru is now the one stepping up. She's superior to Shiori. And I think this is what I'm seeing is that Umi is not dating Shiori, but he literally holds her hand. Look at this. He literally holds her hand. He doesn't have proper sense of boundaries, right? He's very very friendly with her. This is very physical and friendly, in a way that's kind of maybe unacceptable, if you're in a relationship, right? Like this is totally normal for him. He didn't mess up. Yeah, but look at how he passed it to Shiori. It's very like tap tap tap, very light, right? The way he tosses it to Shiori is very light. When he tosses it to Chizuru, he clearly messed up, right? He clearly messed up. It's clearly a mistake, which is very fitting because this is what he does to Chizuru. If you go back throughout the series, Umi regularly does this. He tries to help Chizuru. He tries to maybe give her a chance. He tries to lift her up, and he ends up kind of getting in her way. But Chizuru is good, so she knows how to fucking recover, right? Chizuru's good at this shit, so she knows how to fucking recover. This is something I've said before about Umi's character, is that, like, yeah, I do have, like, this theory that Umi is, like, a friend, but at the same time, I feel like there's something else going on, and it's clear that whatever that will be addressed next chapter, and I think a part of it is Umi's boundaries. Umi kind of has no good sense of boundaries. And that makes sense as a contrast to Kazuya's character, who maybe also doesn't have good boundaries. Because what are we seeing with Kazuya? With Minnie, right? What are we seeing with Kazuya and Minnie? Minnie is like literally all over him, right? Minnie is literally all over Kazuya. There's no set of boundaries. So it really does. It feels like this is something Chizuru. It feels like she has to do, because Umi isn't like addressing this well. But that's really fascinating to me, right? That's really fascinating to me. It's like what is going on with Chizuru and Umi, and it feels like it's not like anything crazy, but it's pretty much, I think, what we heard about next chapter is like, it's gonna be this reveal that's not a huge deal, but it is, and you're like, oh no. So I think that's what Reiji is building up to. The sidebar in the last page is, even if I interrupt your compliments, there's something I need to say. Right. It's more important to her. She doesn't want to just get complimented. At this point, Umi doesn't have any boundaries, and Kazuya has too much boundaries. Could be. Well, what's wrong with Shiori being there? She's just a kid. She's literally she's just having fun. And there's other girls there too, right? There's other girls there too. It just happens to have Shiori too. Okay, let's analyze this chapter a little bit while we wait. I feel like there's some details we're missing here. So we have Kazuya. This is relevant. I can't believe I didn't miss this. This is totally relevant. Oh, this is totally relevant. Okay. It gives the opportunity to be alone to get to know each other. Plus, the easy, relaxing atmosphere it creates is great. Right? Creating an atmosphere alone together. How does the chapter end? Right? We have alone together with an atmosphere. Right? For a girl, it's actually exciting to spend a day in a private space, and the man driving starts to look kind of cool. Okay. Confessing your love is a 90% success rate. I'm starting to feel really good about this. Okay. A car date, that's a pretty good idea if I do say so myself. We can make it to faraway locations if I drive. It's good against rain, and inside the car is essentially a date in a private room. We can talk freely. I bet it'll feel new for Mizuhara since she's been limited to rental girlfriend rules. That'll make it feel a private date. And again, we have a kiss that's being shown. Right? We have a kiss that's being shown. So from what I'm getting, it feels like something did happen with Umi at Dekinyama, which is the tiger's den. And it feels like a part of it was Umi not being clear about his boundaries. This also kind of matches how Umi shows up to Chizuru's house. When Umi shows up to Chizuru's house, because when Umi shows up at Chizuru's house, he just kind of shows up, and he clearly wasn't invited. Right. So the big difference between Sumi and Umi is that Sumi was clearly invited. Sumi was clearly invited to Chizuru's house. Umi wasn't. He just kind of wanted to do this. And we see in other instances where Umi is seemingly pretty bad at like drawing the line and being very clear about his intent, even though he's not really dating. That's something that we're kind of seeing that's really fascinating. I think it's meant to parallel Kazuya. I think Umi kind of is meant to parallel Kazuya in that sense, because Kazuya is kind of his reverse. Kazuya has like too many boundaries, but then he doesn't draw boundaries with like other women. Umi doesn't draw boundaries at all with other women in general, like even though he's not dating. And I think that's kind of maybe what Reiji's kind of going for, is like maybe Umi isn't really drawing good boundaries, because when we see him in chapter 282, he's giving a girl a gift for White Day, which is pretty much like it's a guy's version of Valentine's Day, and he's giving her a gift. What if he wasn't he's not dating her clearly, but he wasn't drawing a clear line? When he shows up to Chizuru's house, even though he does he goes there for those private reasons, he clearly enforces some uncomfortable stuff while not meaning to. So I think Umi's biggest thing is that he's a little too involved, which is meant to contrast Minnie. Whereas Minnie is too involved and Kazuya doesn't set boundaries with her. Umi is too involved and Chizuru's trying to set boundaries with him. And I think that could be what's going on here. Oh my god, Kazuya's shirt says kiss? Okay, this is meant to scare you, right? He keeps showing kiss, 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 kiss. And then you have Chizuru going to meet Umi. And then what does she think about? She thinks about the kiss. Like, right? Like, seriously. Isn't this like scaring you? Isn't this like literally scaring you? It feels like it's meant to scare you, right? You have literally Chizuru changing in this changing room, and she thinks about the kiss and she takes off her stuff. She's getting changed, and then she changes into these clothes, right? Thinking about Kazuya while undressing is crazy. Yeah, it is, and I think we got to know what the fuck is the deal with this kiss. We don't know what the fuck is the deal with this kiss. And it feels like there's a relevance to Umi somehow. I also find it fascinating that Umi's wearing all black, right? You'll notice a repeating motif of Umi is that he's constantly wearing all black, whereas the other characters, notice how they're dressed. They're not dressed the same. He really stands out, right? Umi is literally like the centerpiece. He constantly stands out, and I think that's really fascinating. Like, yeah, notice how Umi, oh my god, yeah, he literally is, and it says S right here, right? He's literally constantly wearing all black. Even when they go out, he's wearing all black. Right. It feels like right here Umi did something and he feels bad about it. It feels like right here Umi did something and he feels bad about it. Right? I think maybe he overstepped his boundaries again. And I think a part of Umi maybe knows that like he keeps overstepping his boundaries with Chizuru without meaning to, and he's bothering her. So I think that's an interesting thing that I think Umi is kind of maybe doing. Right? He clearly wants to see her happy. He clearly wants to see her happy. And oh my god, he is such a fucking femboy. He's such a what's the no not femboy. What's the other word? What's the other word? Um, what's the word where it's like they're like very feminine men, but they're very hot. What's the word for that? What's the word for that? Twink. Yeah, he kind of feels like a twink, doesn't he? But then you go to the last page. You go to the last page, and then here he doesn't really look like that anymore. He looks kind of more handsome. And again, Umi's wearing like all black the way he's dressed. This shot kind of reminds me of Maison Ikoku. When what's their names? Mitaka and Kyoko are like talking at a similar spot as this. At a similar spot as this. And yeah, this is like, is this like a river area or like an ocean area? Right? This doesn't this area look kind of familiar? Right? This area seems kind of familiar. It seems quite similar to what it looked to the area where Kazuya and Chizuru were at. But there's a fascinating visual Reiji draws here. There's literally a line. There's literally a line right here that Reiji draws. Right? They're walking on a very straight road. Right? There's no curves or anything. They're literally walking on a very straight road. There's the water on this end, and then there's the ground where they're standing on this end. Right? And then Chizuru also wears a similar kind of black, but there's a formality to Chizuru's clothing. It's literally like she's trying to maybe try to end their relationship somehow. When Umi starts complimenting Chizuru, like, yeah, she's just like, come on, don't fucking do this, man. Right? It's clear Chizuru, like, literally, look at this. It's clear Chizuru's bothered. It's clear Chizuru is bothered. There's something that's worrying her. This is a serious thing she's trying to discuss and deal with. She's trying to draw a very clear line, right? When Umi starts going, yeah, it's just like the ending of the date, kind of. It kind of looks like the ending of the date, kind of. Yes, exactly what I was going for. It kind of does feel like the end of the date, where it's in a pretty similar situation. The way Chizuru stops Umi from talking is very similar to how Kazuya is not talking, right? So this is kind of the reverse of the date, right? This is kind of the reverse of the date, where in the date, Kazuya wasn't really talking. He was just kind of walking with Chizuru, and Chizuru has to stop him from walking. Here, Umi keeps talking. It's the opposite. One is walking, one is talking. Chizuru needs to stop Umi from talking so she can say what she wants to say. Literally, like, Umi's not letting her say what she wants to say. Whereas with Kazuya, it's the opposite. She needed to say something. So maybe this is supposed to be like, this is not how this is supposed to play out. Maybe that's the inclination of this, is like literally just like how in the date, that ending was not how it was supposed to play out. Maybe this is also not how it's supposed to play out. In that sense, we could see like an intentional parallel Reiji is striking here, right? Whereas like Umi thinks like something is going a certain way, right? Maybe Chizuru's trying to force the issue, right? Whatever Chizuru's trying to do, maybe she's trying to force the issue. And I think that's fascinating. Now, I'm pretty sure we're being led to believe that this is going to be some sort of rejection, right? We're definitely being led to believe this is some sort of rejection, but I think it's something else. She was called to play sports, so no earrings, okay? Her bag keeps everything together while staying light, okay? Moon-shaped buttons showing a finer eye for detail. Oh my god, the buttons are moon-shaped? Bro, the buttons are moon-shaped again. We've had an entire moon motif lately. Fucking Umitsuki. Literally, Umitsuki. Jesus Christ. They're literally out in the night in the moon right now. They're literally talking in the night. Okay. A shirt and black one-piece dress to have a serious conversation. Okay, so we got that. It's a serious conversation. However, has a soft feminine charm conveyed through knitting and thick yarn. Okay. Bone sandals that don't come off as trying to act too cute or innocent. Okay, so she's not. This isn't cute. This isn't innocent. This is a very serious adult topic. Okay. So this is a very serious adult topic. An outfit that avoids drawing unwanted attention in the jealous-ridden world of show business. So she doesn't want eyes. People might get jealous. Oh dear. And Umi clearly shows a lot of favoritism to Chizuru. Umi under the moonlight. Umitsuki. Yeah, I know. Well, no. Umitsuki is literally Ocean Moon. That's just it. Right? But, okay, so there's something that other people would fucking get jealous about. There's clearly something other people would get fucking jealous about. And Chizuru is trying to deal with that. Damn. I hate that it just fucking ended there. Damn it. I hate that it just fucking ended there. It feels like such a TV show episode where you get left with this fucking cliffhanger. He wrote this like such a good TV show episode. I will completely give Reggie that. I love the way he did it. It feels like a TV show episode, right? Drawing the line part 1. So there's a part 2. Okay, so maybe people's theory that that Umi was the reason she got the play in the first place is possible. Because we never heard what the deal was with the play, right? We never heard what the deal was with the play, why that even showed up in the first place, right? So it's totally possible that Umi was the one who got her that play because in the past, that's what's happened. And this also feels very fitting because in chapter 99, so let's go back to that really quick. In chapter 99, this is when we first hear about this manager, right? This is when we first hear about this manager. That come on, load. Right, Chizuru was trying to get into a play, or a film or something. I don't remember, right? And she was trying to show her grandmother. And then Umi, here, let's just pull it up. So Kazuya goes on the rental date with Sumi, right? So this is important. This is kind of important. Kazuya goes on the rental date with Sumi to figure out the film thing. And the spot Sumi and Kazuya go to at the very end of this is literally the same spot that Kazuya and Chizuru go to at the very end of their date. It's literally the same exact spot, right? So here we have, Sumi leaving. Kazuya sees the film. He knows what he needs to do. Chizuru is working on her film. Again, we see Umi, right? And Chizuru leaves. Shiori says this stuff, and then Umi looks, right? Right, Umi's looking here. He wanted to help in some way. Okay. Chizuru does rental, goes check her grandma. She says, I knew from the moment I heard that, like, this is how it's going to end. She gets a text from her manager. This is the same exact manager from that chapter. And she doesn't get the role. You failed. Then you go to, she puts the phone down. She goes to her grandpa. What happens after? Right? What happens after this? We have the entire flashback to Chizuru's backstory. And then who shows up? Kazuya shows up, rings the doorbell, and he helps her make helps her make the film. If we go by this same exact logic and just simply flip it, Umi got her a role in that big play. Umi literally got her a role in that big play, and he literally just like how Chizuru swaps out with Sayuri, who couldn't handle Shiori, sorry, right? Shiori clearly couldn't handle it. Chizuru swaps out with her, right? Because she's exhausted, and Chizuru got this new role because Umi literally passed it to her, right? But then Chizuru picks up the role and handles it. right? It feels like Umi gave her the play. Umi got her the role. When someone couldn't make it, he recommended her. That's clearly what happened. Okay, and Chizuru is trying to draw some clear lines, right? It's like, okay, you said you loved me, you won't let me reject you, and now you get me this line, right? Right, you give me this role. So it clearly bothers Chizuru. He keeps throwing compliments her way. It's you see what the issue is. Remember in the Princess Harem play, Chizuru was also a replacement. Was she also a replacement? I know Umi was the one who got her that role. But I don't know. Umi was clearly jealous of Kazuya making her a film, and he wanted to match up somehow. See, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. I think the the thing I'm saying personally is that Umi's clearly always wanted to help. It's very clear Umi always wanted to help. And he's always admired Chizuru. And you can see this in how he's complimenting her. He's always seemingly admired Chizuru's acting. He's always seemingly admired her as a person. He literally tells her, you're gifted, you're a gift from God. And he says all these things and like, oh my God, God give you a whole bunch of gifts. You're so amazing. He keeps saying this stuff. And I think that's kind of the point, is that like Umi just throws these compliments around. And he doesn't realize how maybe that could maybe make someone feel uncomfortable, but it's not that Chizuru doesn't want to be friends. It's fascinating, right? And again, a lot of people are probably like, oh, Chizuru's gonna cheat, and just like, bro, this is the girl who like literally knows exactly how to fucking draw boundaries. because she works a rental job. She knows how to draw fucking boundaries, right? But that's the thing, is like, I think what happened is that Umi is the reason she got the play in the first place. And that could be the big reveal, right? That could be the big reveal. And maybe there's a kiss in the fucking play. Oh, people might have been right. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe there's a kiss in the fucking play and it's Umi. And Umi before was interested in her, but they're actually just friends. Oh, was my initial theory correct? Is that Umi and Chizuru are the kissing dolls? Oh. Okay, so maybe Umi and Chizuru are just friends. Umi is not good at drawing boundaries, and there's gonna be a kiss in the play. And Chizuru needs to set boundaries very clear and just not have that be a thing. Okay, it makes sense. And then hence the kiss thing with cheating she talked about before. There would be a kiss in the play. Okay. Kiss scene just to add drama and rage. It's not just to add drama and rage. It's literally Kazuya. Like, literally Kazuya has trust issues with Chizuru. That's so fucking clear. It's literally... Johan, that was my theory, even though you're saying it was the price of the tag. You denied it, lol. Hey, fine. Maybe that was your theory. Okay, it was your theory, sure. I think I just don't like your attitude. There, I said it. I'm gonna be mean as fuck. I just don't like how y'all's attitude functions. It's like you always want to look in the worst in the manga instead of just like if you presented it differently, I might have actually just listened to you. But I think it's just the attitude. That's my issue. It's kind of the attitude. I think a lot of people just kind of have a fucking attitude when they walk in here, so that's why I get a little defensive. But sure, you were right. You were right, and I was wrong. There we go. Said it. But I just get fucking irritated with how people approach it. Right? Especially because Wes, you're very doomy. You really, really want to fucking doom, dude. And it gets frustrating. I can't stand it. I have like a visceral reaction to doomers. I genuinely just have a visceral fucking reaction to doomers. I get really fucking bothered. It bugs the shit out of me. So like naturally, I'm just gonna react. That's why she set the day after the play to be with Kazuya. Mind blown. She's hiding a kiss. Oh, so she doesn't want to date him and then kiss someone else. And she's stuck in this terrible dilemma. Ah. Because she actually wants to do the play, but she's keeping that a secret. And that's why she doesn't tell him about the play, because usually Chizuru would tell him about the play. But she thinks Kazuya would be bothered by it. Right? That makes sense. Because what did Kazuya say? Oh my god, what did Kazuya tell her? Oh no, what did Kazuya tell her on the date? Do you guys remember what Kazuya told her on the date? When she asked about cheating? Fuck me. Oh no, what did Kazuya tell her on the date when it was about cheating? What was his answer? Oh no. When Chizuru asks, kissing. Oh no, Kazuya, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, yeah, he said he was thinking about it later. It doesn't change the fact that his first answer was kissing. So she doesn't want him to get the wrong idea, and she actually does want to act in this play. Dude. And yeah, there's probably a kiss scene with Umi in the play. Ay. And that's why Chizuru is worried about jealousy. That's why she's keeping that a secret from Kazuya. That's why Reiji keeps showing kissing. That's why Reiji keeps showing kissing. Right? That's why we keep seeing kissing. That's why we keep seeing Chizuru think about the kiss. That's why it's coming back. Yeah, I think that's the chapter Reiji's worried about. Yeah, it makes sense. But Reiji did say it's something that like would be dealt with. Like it's not something irresolvable. So there you go. Also, weirdest thing, notice how big Kazuya's earlobes are here. Like he has no big earlobes, but here he has big earlobes. Right? So Kazuya is like so focused on like getting his license and improving, and that's not the fucking issue. That's not the fucking issue. Right? And again, you see these elements of boundaries here with Shiori, where he literally fucking clasps her hand. I'm like, Jesus, dude. Right? And then Umi again is literally carrying Shiori. Having talked to each other. I think Chizuru feels the need to hide it because of how Kazuya has seemingly reacted to this stuff in the past. Damn, couldn't they just talk to communicate with each other? I think Chizuru's afraid, dude. Kazuya has seemingly done certain things in certain ways that's made Chizuru afraid to talk to him, and he doesn't realize he's kind of done this to her. Right? I think Chizuru has felt kind of afraid to talk about this stuff with Kazuya because of how Kazuya has seemingly handled some of these things. And Chizuru, considering Kazuya's insecurities, kissing scenes will destroy him. Chizuru needs to do something. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing. That's the thing. I think the biggest thing that could be a kind of tell of this. Did you notice how Chizuru never told Kazuya or Minnie when the play is? She told them the play is in a month and a half. She didn't tell him what play it was. She didn't give him a ticket. She didn't tell him to come. Right? She literally did not tell them to come to this play. That's not a thing she did. And I think Chizuru feels the need to hide this. I think Chizuru feels the need to hide this for some reason. She's afraid of like how Kazuya might react to this, right? Because the kiss was such a oh. After she kissed him, Minnie shows up and I'm at my limit. Chi-chun, take my place. Yeah, again, she's a replacement. Literally, and remember when Umi invited Chizuru out after his ex-girlfriend, Nana, right? She was just a replacement. Remember when Umi invited her out? She was just a replacement. What attitude Reiji is rage baiting us? We're supposed to swallow it with a smile. Fuck off, dude. Did he? Why are you assuming how Reiji feels and what he's trying to do to you? Why are you assuming he's trying to hurt you and tell you swallow it with a smile? Right? Why are you assuming so much about how he feels and what he's trying to show you? No, genuinely. Like, what the fuck's your attitude? Why are you assuming so much about what Reiji's trying to write? Huh? Why are you walking in here and pretending like, oh, Reiji's rage baiting us and blah, blah, blah? No, this is a natural progression for Chizuru's character, and this is something Kazuya will have to deal with eventually. Right? You want to be in a fucking relationship, get ready to fucking deal with this. Right? Do you trust her or not? Like, seriously, it's quite simple. Does Kazuya trust Chizuru or not? Does he think she'll have a fucking change of heart if she kisses Umi on a fucking play? Really? You think that's all it would fucking take? That's it. That's all it would fucking take. Chizuru will have a change of heart. Here. During when chapter what was it? When chapter 289 came out, Reiji posted this thing. I'm gonna pull it up on my Twitter. Reishi at the very end of the volume when Umi was going to show up next chapter. Listen to what Reishi says. We'll see more on the next volume, and Umikun's return will strike at the very heart of the story. Okay, remember that, the very heart of the story. The wording is quite intentional. At least I believe. After Kazuya sees Umi and Chizuru, listen to what Kazuya says. He's a ridiculously looking good guy. If a guy like that keeps saying he loves her, there's no guarantee she won't have a sudden change of heart and go with him. Interesting. Right? Kazuya was the first one to start saying this stuff. We thought it was Minnie, it was Kazuya. Kazuya was the one who was constantly saying, oh, she's going to have a sudden change of heart. She's going to have a sudden change of heart. Right? All that stuff. And Chizuru does not want to be like her mom, and she doesn't want to do this stuff where she doesn't set clear boundaries with people. Right? She doesn't want to have a bunch of fucking partners. She doesn't want to do this fucking crap. Right? And Kazuya overheard the whole confession thing. I would add up to Umi kisses her at the party. See the rumor she's kissed Kazuya early as CPRs because it will be her first kiss, so her first image will not be tarnished. Why? Okay, but there's a slight problem with this. Why would Umi kiss her? And how would that be acceptable? Right? Like touching hands being physically close to someone, that's not good boundaries, right? But fucking kissing a person, that's just outright breaking boundaries. That's different. Umi seemingly kissing Chizuru at that time would just be breaking all sorts of fucking boundaries, right? I think that's like crossing some crazy. That's crossing a line, and it's actually assault. Like, YouTube might demonetize me for this, but no. Yeah, what makes the kiss worse is that it's somebody she knows likes her. Yeah, that's a fucking problem. Yeah, that would be a fucking problem. So the issue is, the fucking issue is that, you know, Chizuru wants to set very clear boundaries. Umi's seemingly not establishing boundaries, and he's literally not letting her. And whatever the kiss thing is gonna get resolved by chapter 400, right? I think it's gonna get resolved by chapter 400, and everybody's gonna be like, "Oh my god, the worst thing ever." I'm just like, okay, just, you know, there's no feelings there. It is what it is. I keep telling you that Umi is Chizuru's Ruka. I've been saying that. I've said that for a very long time. I've said that since the fucking movie arc. The fuck you mean? Isn't 400 relations with death because number 4? Yeah, but it's also Chizuru's number, so there you go. But, you know, with death comes rebirth, so there's that. Oh, I don't think this is the chapter. It's next chapter, right? I keep guesstimating when the chapter is gonna be, but considering this chapter is just kind of mild, I'm like, this isn't that serious. And then you get to the next chapter, you're like, oh, there's the problem. Right. So I think it's next chapter. I think Umi would drop out of the play the last second to one last thing for Chizuru. I mean, that would be, at least Umi's not as annoying as Ruka. Yeah, like Ruka's like constantly present. Umi is seemingly not present. Yeah. And it clearly really bothers her. And these guys don't know what's going on. Okay. Thanks for inviting me today. It was fun. Well, we talked about it before. I thought this would be good timing. Yeah. So this is a reference to chapter 31. Like all the way back then. This is how many, like nearly 300 plus chapters ago. Still, I'm surprised you're that good at soccer. Do you have an experience? Just lessons from high school. They say heaven doesn't give more than one gift, but that's a lie. I count at least 3 or 4. Keeps going. In a way, that's why seeing you makes me so happy, Chizuru-chan. You're gifted at everything, and you never stop trying to do your best every day. I bet God smiles on people like that. That's pretty ironic, because what does Chizuru say? Really? You think Chizuru and Umi are similar? You think Chizuru and Umi are similar, and that her feelings will magically just fucking change, and she'll just be attracted to Umi? That you think so? You think that's all it would take, huh? Bro, you don't know anything about men or women or fucking love or any of that shit. If that's genuinely how you feel, that's pretty fucking sad, right? It doesn't seem like you're skipping any acting classes either. I guess I just really admire these things about you. I asked if we could talk because... Now, Johan, do you believe Kazuya will be drawing the line with mommy? If it mirrors this, she might confess to him. I don't know. I don't know. Umi's just buttering up Chizuru. That's all Umi does. It never fucking works. It's just cheap compliments. Right? Chizuru clearly doesn't fucking care. Chizuru doesn't care about all the compliments he just keeps tossing. Remember what she said to Kazuya? Right? Do you guys like at all remember what she said to Kazuya when they were living together? Like, bro, do you not remember what she fucking said to Kazuya? Minnie sets Kazuya up perfectly to butter Chizuru up. What does Chizuru say? Enough. I don't need any of this at this point. It just sounds like you're trying to butter me up. You're cute. You're the cutest. Don't do that. Throwing words around like that only cheapens their meaning, and I know you're not the type to say that kind of stuff. Ah. Yeah, Umi loves to auraform. Yeah, Umi loves to auraform, but it doesn't do shit. Right? All these women are seemingly attracted to him, but he can never actually get what he wants because he's constantly auraforming. He doesn't actually, like, form a real relationship. I think Umi knows about rental. Pretty sure. There's a reason there are counselors for kissing scenes in movies, and Zendaya and Tom Holland literally fell in love because of a kiss. Really? I don't think so. That sounds really superficial considering how deep their relationship seems. No, that doesn't seem right. Zendaya and Tom Holland didn't just fall in love because of a kiss. There's clearly so much more there. No. No. Zendaya and Tom Holland have a full relationship. Like they worked through shit together. They have been through a lot together. Zendaya has literally kissed other men in other shows, and Tom Holland takes it like a fucking champ and doesn't give a shit. There are scenes where Tom Holland have kissed other women, and Zendaya takes it like a fucking champ. No, it's not just because they fucking kissed. They didn't just fall in love because of a kiss. They probably had a lot in common, and they really connected. And their relationship is still fucking going, even though Zendaya is in shows where she kisses other people. So no, that seems extremely super fucking official. Superficial. I'm just gonna say it straight. He stuck with her through the tennis movies where she got double teamed. Tennis movie was crazy. I don't know that. I actually don't know the tennis movie. I just know about Euphoria. That's the thing I know about. Chizuru doesn't love Umi. Welcome, new person who knows nothing. No. She's setting boundaries. It's literally called drawing lines. Next chapter, maybe we can see Mami-chan and Kazuya. See, that's going to be weird. It's like, how is Kazuya going to take driving school when he's like doing that stuff? I also found it interesting. Kazuya says something kind of fascinating here real quick. He says, wow, it's pretty expensive. Now you're just being biased. How am I being biased? I'm literally using facts and logic to counter your stupid argument. Your argument is literally idiotic. I'm just countering it. I literally used actual facts and logic. Like, what the fuck? y'all are so goofy. Y'all are so fucking goofy. Oh, you don't agree with my stance. You're biased. No, Chizuru doesn't love Umi. Also learn how to fucking spell, Jesus Christ. Okay, you ask me that question one more time, I will ban you. I just told you no. If you ask me that question one more time, I will ban you. Final warning. Ask me one more time. I dare you. Okay. So the text right here reads, While learning from a couple channel successful experiences, the date plan to the date plan top choice is going to be a car date. Okay. Right here. A casual wear is the uniform, combat uniform of love. Ooh. She's wearing her combat uniform. These do kind of look like fucking. They look like fucking Amazon shoes, bro. Fucking Spartan over here. There's some things that I need to say, even if it means to interrupt your compliments, your approach. Next time, to confront an issue with with the best of my ability. Yeah, okay, so it seems like that's the right next chapter is that thing. Next chapter is that thing, right? It's literally Reiji's like, there's been a problem. The problem has been going, like, if you read carefully, you would pay attention to it. Right? You could have picked up on it. So that seems to be the thing to address. Where would you would have heard a chopper if there was a fucking chopper? I'm sorry, if you genuinely believe the rational IQ, the average realistic woman would pick Umi over Kazuya, that okay, you're getting banned for being so fucking sad and pathetic that the only thing you believe women want is to have an attractive man like Umi who doesn't know how to set boundaries with other women and so won't value you the same way you wish to be valued by others. Cool. Fuck off. Unbelievable. Surrounded by idiots. Literally, the most pathetic men show up here. The most pathetic fucking men have no value for love or relationships. All they care about is money, beauty, and the person who throws away shallow fucking compliments at you that don't fucking mean anything. That's all you fucking care about. Unbelievable. You guys are these people are some of the most superficial motherfuckers I have ever fucking seen. It is genuinely so sad. That this is what we believe all people want. Oh, we just want an attractive woman, and that's it, right? Who will just throw away shallow compliments at me. We just want an attractive man who will be successful and who will pay for everything for me, and then he'll just throw compliments at me. That's all I fucking care about. Fucking idiots. Yeah, at least see that's the thing. That's the thing. Kazuya in the date is making stupid fucking choices, but at least he's making real fucking choices, right? The problem is by the end of the date, he stops making choices. He stops really kind of making choices, and that's why things didn't work out in the very end. He stops making choices, right? And then in the very end, he makes a real choice. That's the thing. Just make a real choice, not fictional choices, right? You got to make a real fucking choice. That's all it is. And Umi, unfortunately, doesn't make real choices. Right? Umi, unfortunately, doesn't know how to set boundaries. Umi doesn't know how to make real commitments and choices. Right? He has his life together. He's super successful. He's got these dudes running around him. They can't fucking handle his shit. He's so fucking cool. Ooh. And then he doesn't know how to fucking set boundaries with the women around him. Right? It's literally like I said. I literally said this on my Twitter. This chapter will look like adultery. What we're going to get into now is going to look like adultery, right? We've been focusing so much on the kiss, the repeating motif of the kiss constantly over and over and over and over. There's going to be a kiss in a play. Oh, no. Oh, no. Right? When that's not really what's going on. The reason why Umi and Chizuru don't work is because they're actors with Kazuya, Chizuru drops the act. That's a good way of putting it, right? Umi never stops. Umi doesn't really drop the act. Yeah, right? Umi doesn't really drop the act. Reddit will be enraged with a kiss. When aren't they, man? Wow, nice shot. She's good at trapping the ball. What was that? Chichun, you're amazing. Let's make it only 1 point per goal for her. Ha 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 ha. You're just too good. It worked out. You could be a soccer player. Did you want to do any warm-up exercises? Wait, isn't this supposed to be futsal? Did they just translate it as soccer? Isn't it supposed to be futsal? That's weird. Gonna try not to do what I did last chapter, Fate. What? Come up to me and be like, oh, I read the spoilers and I can't tell you. I read the spoilers and I can't tell you. Yeah, even oh my god. Even Japanese fans are saying the same shit as me. This week's Umi-kun. That's what it writes. And it's literally just like, don't do that shit. Don't just fucking toss around compliments. Fucking get serious. Literally what I was saying. Just straight up. I love it. That's so funny. That's genuinely so fucking funny. Umi-kun, your hair looks like it's poking your eyes. That must hurt, lol. That's funny. That was great. Yeah, that must be why Chizuru never told us about the actors in the play. That must be why there all that stuff was going on. None of that was really discussed. Yeah, this is gonna be a nod back to that. Remember what Kazuya had to deal with in chapter 296. Remember Kazuya's exact words at the end of chapter 296. She even said that she had a great time despite me dragging all into it. Seriously, could she be any more of an angel? What am I so nervous about? Whatever Mizuhara decides to do, are my feelings for her going to change? No, they won't. I said I'd wait 10 or even 20 years. That's how much I love her. My feelings won't change that easily. Like Umi-kun said, her living with me is a risk in of itself, but her going out with me today is proof that she's following through with her research. What good am I if I can't have faith in the person that I love? I trust you, Mizuhara. Maybe I only felt calm because I saw her in that apron, but on that day, I took another step into adulthood. That means there will be more. That means we will come back to this. What in the fucking hell? Whoa, 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 kills. Oh my god. Wow. $100. Okay. I wasn't ready for that. What? What? Hello, Johan. Just wanted to say I appreciate your view and stuff. You have explained amazing. I never would have realized some things in the manga without you. Thank you for streaming, man. You're welcome. Thank you. What the fuck? Holy crap. Hey, you wanna... I don't know. You want me to talk about something in particular? I feel bad now. Fucking $100 goat over here, man. Jesus, kills just going. Oh my god. Whoa. My god. Good god. Oh my god. I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that. What the fuck? I'm just over here talking about the manga and just Akil's just over here just slaps you with $100 fucking bill across the face. I don't think that's possible, but yeah, you could. Anyways, okay then. Yeah, so this feels like another challenge to Kazuya to kind of get ready for like that element of adulthood, right? You know, have to deal with this. Umi giving a perfect pass to every girl and then shows him hand holding seems like a metaphor. Girl was leading in a play and he might have been the result of Umi's actions, then replaced for Chizuru who got a bad pass. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. That's you kind of I pretty much explained this, but you laid it out a little better than me. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Umi literally gave her a terrible pass, and she handled it like a fucking pro, right? Literally, Umi sent her a terrible pass at the worst fucking time. Like she literally was not ready for it, and she still handled it like a pro. Pretty much what's going on. That's the exact metaphor. That's perfectly well said. Umi did this at the worst fucking time, and that's why it all happened. The issue is, I think the main core conflict is simply that Kazuya needs to know, and Kazuya needs to be okay with it, and he needs to convey to Chizuru that he doesn't view kissing as the problem. And I think that's specifically why Chizuru says the words to Minnie, "I won't have a boyfriend until then." That's the specific choice of words why Chizuru says that. Now we know. That's why Chizuru says that to Minnie. That's why we know that now. Chizuru specifically says that to Minnie because she doesn't want Kazuya to get the wrong fucking impression just in case something does come out, right? That's why it aligns with chapter 386 with the theme of adultery, contrasted by something that's real and genuine, right? That's why, yes, it turns out the dolls in chapter 386 were meant to represent that, right? The dolls in chapter 386 in the opening cover page were meant to represent that, right? There's a kiss, right? And you're buying these dolls for 500 yen, right? But then you have this adultery thing. You have this thing was present when Umi was talking. You have the green light here, and then you have a couple, right? He ran into a couple. He was learning Brazilian jiu-jitsu and some shit, and the dude was no match for me. But I'm pretty sure Umi is like actually more fit than Kazuya at this point, which is pretty ironic, right? Umi's more fit than Kazuya at this point, which is pretty fucking ironic. So you're already seeing how the scenes are kind of reversed, right? This isn't the actual thing, but that's the thing. Like the dude says, it was 20 years ago. Oh. But that's the thing. It's like we don't know the exact details of the kissing dolls thing. Like I acknowledge the theory, sure. But that's the thing. It's innocent. And I think that's the importance of it, is that it's meant to be innocent. It's literally two cute dolls kissing, and it's meant to be innocent. It's not meant to be real. And Chizuru's kiss to Kazuya was innocent, in contrast to Ruka's kiss, which was adult. I talked about this too. The Chizuru and Ruka's kiss were supposed to parallel each other. Ruka's kiss was Ruka losing her innocence to become more adult. Chizuru's kiss was Chizuru maintaining her innocence, right? Chizuru maintaining a part of who she is. And the kiss itself is innocent. In contrast to Kazuya's very like adult mind, right? But Chizuru is literally maintaining her innocence despite the world that she lives in. She doesn't want, she refuses to let that world take that away from her, right? And then I think it's very fitting, right, that this is why Chizuru feels bad about the kiss, right? This is why Chizuru feels bad about the kiss. She's like, oh no, what if I did this at the wrong time? What if I made a mistake? She's fucking beating herself up, right? Hopped on late, heard mentions of kissing. When did the kissing come up? Did we think Umi is in the play, and then Umi is some kingmaker for the play who decides her fate in the play? No. Umi. So okay, what Umi does, and what he's done since the very beginning of the series, is he gets people into the plays. He gets people into plays, usually by recommending them to directors. We saw this in chapter 31. Right, we literally saw this in chapter 31. Umi recommended Chizuru into the play, and that's how Chizuru got her role in that first play that we see her in. Umi has also helped other women get into plays, and that's what he did. So symbolically, when Umi passes this to Shiori here, right, and then she kicks the ball in and she scores. The whole point was that he tries to do the same for Chizuru, right? But he passes the ball at a terrible fucking time, and Chizuru handles it like a pro, right? And Umi thinks, oh, wow, I made her happy by passing the ball to her, right? I made her happy by passing the ball to her. Literally like how Kazuya was the one who helped her initially with the film, right? Kazuya was the one who made the film initially. Now Umi helped her get into a place she wanted to get into, right? Maybe Chizuru wasn't lying there. She was just keeping something secret, and that secret was the kiss that might be in the play. Isn't innocence lost over time? Both the MCs of innocence that the real world will destroy that innocence. No, the idea of this story and the thing that it teaches us and the thing that is shown in chapter 296 is that you must always maintain a part of your kid, the kid on the inside. You have to keep them alive. You have to keep dreaming. You have to keep believing. You can't let the world destroy your innocence. It doesn't get to take that away from you. Literally, like I still have a sense of innocence to myself, I believe. That despite how terrible and cruel the world is around me, I still choose to believe and hope in good people, even if those people constantly show me they don't fucking deserve it. Right? I still choose to see the best in other people, even regardless of that. And that's the point of the nursery visit. The nursery visit is about maintaining that innocence and not losing who you are in the face of that adversity. It's the same. It's the whole point of why Chizuru complements Kazuya's skills with kids, right? It's the fact that he has that innocence in him that lets him be an adult while also being a kid who can relate to other kids. That's why she complements his skill in that arc. I'm gonna just read you what Harumi said to Chizuru. I think it perfectly encapsulates it. You could mistake him for one of the children, huh? Shocking, isn't it? He's normally so lazy, but he's like a different person when it comes to playing with children. Oh wait, went the wrong way. Chizuru's son, do you like children? Yes. I really do think they're adorable, and their constant excitement gives me strength, gives me energy too. But sometimes I feel like I'm not very good with them. I find myself overthinking things. Those feelings come with being an adult. We often overlook how perceptive children can be, but at times their innocence makes it feel like they can see right through us. When we try our hardest to look after them, we have to be very careful about what we say. On the other hand, they still need to learn before they are ready to live on their own. We see ourselves in them and wonder if we're truly doing a good job as adults. Children are the literal reflections of us. But seeing Kazuya like this makes me think. Maybe what children need isn't the guidance of an adult, but an adult who can relate to them instead. He can just be himself and play with them so openly and with such enthusiasm that having someone like him around is a great reassurance to the children. This is the same little girl who felt isolated and alone. Right? And Chizuru was empathizing with her because her parents were getting into a fight and she was like she was at fault. Okay? I don't know if playing with children is something you'd call a talent, but he's always been better than me when it comes to putting a smile on their faces. Though I don't know if that makes him a good adult, but I do think he can be a good dad. And then you see the little children right here. Chizuru and Kazuya as little kids. The whole point is that you have to maintain your innocence. And Chizuru has. Chizuru literally works a really adult... She works 2 different adult jobs and keeps who she is alive. Right? She doesn't give up on who she is. She never sacrifices who she is in this adult world. She doesn't let this adult world dictate how she is and how she acts. Right? She doesn't... Notice how she presents herself. Right? Notice how she presents herself. She refuses to lose that part of herself, that innocence of who she is. She refuses to sacrifice that for anything else or for what other people want. That's the reason Miho, the girl from her acting, does not like her. Right? That's the reason Miho, her acting friend, the acting girl doesn't like her, because Chizuru maintains that part of herself, while Miho felt the need to sacrifice that part of herself constantly. Chizuru just genuinely loves acting. Chizuru just genuinely loves acting, and she just wants to act. But that's the thing. The acting world will try to constantly beat you down, and that was what Sayuri was afraid of. But Chizuru has kept going regardless. Chizuru refuses to let the acting world beat her down. Miho steals the role from Chizuru. How? How? Literally how? That's just conjecture. We have no basis for any of this. Like your theory about the thing you were talking about had more basis than this. Chizuru also trusts Kazuya to help Sumi. Exactly. Right? Sumi's a very innocent character. Chizuru trusts Kazuya. Where can I read the new chapter? Dude, just go to fucking Reddit or go to K-Manga. Stop asking me. Get the fuck out. Unbelievable. Jesus Christ, you have a brain, use it. Miho can still plot something for the play. Probably, but... Bro, answer my question. What's your question? Is there a deeper meaning behind the name used to rent a girlfriend, or was it just a fun rebrand? What? What are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about how it's called Rent a Girlfriend in English? Because the name is just Rental Girlfriend. Kanojo Okarishimasu. It's just Rental Girlfriend. They just changed it to Rent a Girlfriend because, of course. Anime? What do you... Okay, please write what you want to ask me in a very clear, concise sentence so I can fucking understand. I'm gonna check Twitter real quick. They changed it to used to rent a girlfriend. What? Rent a GIF? Nobody what? IShowSpeed rented a girlfriend when he went to Japan. Yeah, I actually saw that video. It was a little weird. The girl was taking it like a champ. But the way IShowSpeed was acting made me feel a little uncomfortable. It made me feel a little uncomfortable, the way he was acting. Because I know it's an act. I know it's an act. But the way he was doing things, the questions he was asking were just kind of a little uncomfortable. Like, and again, the girl was just handling it like an absolute fucking champ. But the way IShowSpeed was talking, I'm just gonna call him Speed. The way Speed was talking was just like, made me a little uncomfortable. The girl didn't seem to mind. She knew how to like set boundaries with him, and she knew how to handle the situation well. And she seemed pretty under control. She was like kind of messing with him a little bit too. But yeah, the way Speed was doing it was kind of weird. And that's the thing with Speed is, he's always kind of done this. Oh, you're gonna call me a moron in my own thing. Get the fuck out, garbage. Comes to my stream and calls me a moron? Unbelievable. Deep breath. The way Speed was like handling stuff was like a little frustrating to me. And I think it's something that like Speed has always kind of had an issue with. The way Speed has like always interacted with women has always been kind of a little uncomfortable and kind of weird. And he's also said things in the past that were uncomfortable and weird. I think he's trying to improve. I'm not going to say like he's a terrible person. I'm just saying like how he handled that particular situation was a little weird for me. I didn't watch the whole stream, so I'm not going to pretend like I saw everything. But there were parts of it that I did watch that I was like, bro, can we not? I'm not going to say Speed is a bad person or anything. I think there are things I very much agree with when in terms of how Speed handles stuff and talks about things. And then there's stuff where I'm just like, whatever. Anywho. Let's see what other people have said. Apparently kids at his school say he was fairly inclusive. Yeah, reclusive? Reclusive. Huh. You guys are just accepting the worst because you love that too much for your own good. Chizuru loses her waifu status if she kisses while Kazuya gets his license. How does she... I'm sorry, that's really fucking sad. That, like, oh, a girl is gonna kiss another guy. She loses her waifu status. She's not pure anymore. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I think more than anything, it would be interesting if like Umi and Chizuru's characters in the play are dating. That would be interesting. That would be an interesting direction to go. Like in the play, the characters are dating. Let's see. What else have people said? Huh, yeah, I just noticed something interesting. Kazuya thinks of the kiss, Chizuru thinks of the kiss, but they have two different perspectives. Kazuya is in light, right? He's very straightforward and innocent. Chizuru is in shadow, as she's literally undressing. How fitting. Also, what's on Chizuru's clothes? What flowers are those? Hmm. I can't tell. Seems like a pawnee. I could be wrong. I like that Reggie draws Kazuya's outline with his member. Lol. Yeah. Yeah, I mean this. Yeah. It's kind of funny, actually. Mizuhara has changed. Damn, dude. That line is such a problem. Mizuhara has changed. Like she's becoming a different fucking person. Jesus Christ. Kazuya, please. Kazuya, please. My bro, why are you like this? Let's see. Trying to see what other people have said. We can go to Reddit in a little bit. Oh. Someone was making this comparison. Come on, hit it. Yeah, there we go. Chizuru smiles after the play. Chizuru smiles. Yeah. That's a valid comparison. Uh so I here, let me read you the next time as my friend wrote it. There's some missing details from how you're saying it. It's um where is it? Next time, to confront an issue with the best of my ability. Not just my full might. Not with all my might, the best of my ability. He looks like he fucking broke his leg here. I'm sorry. This shit's so funny. This shit's so funny. It looks like he fucking broke his leg here. This shit's actually kind of funny. It was translated like that in chapter 268, so it makes sense to use the same wording. Wait, what? Those were Chizuru's exact words in that scene? Really? But wait. Chapter 268 has like two different translations. No. It has a whole bunch of different translations. Let's not like pretend like that's 100% accurate. Remember, there's a lot of interpretations, and then this also has like subtle wordings in between, right? So I don't fully agree with that, but yes, it does seem to be coming back to this scene, right? Sumi asks her, "Do you like him?" Someone else asked me that question once. They said that I said that I won't say I like them, but I don't not like them either. Thinking back on it, I've been very unfair. In particular, in Japanese, here she says, "I've been a very unfair woman." I used the K manga translation, but remember, those aren't always accurate. I had a friend help me translate those, and they weren't. There's like 3 different versions. They're not always accurate. These feelings that I have for him, I feel like I need to confront them. To no matter what I decide, I can't run away. So that feels right. It's about confronting Kazuya's feelings, not Umi's feelings. But it's supposed to be similar, as those scenes are connected. I wasn't around Reddit during chapter 19, but I have a feeling that the vibes on there will be similar if there's a kiss in play. Well, that's if the kiss is like shown. That's if like the kiss is shown, but I don't think a kiss will be shown. Didn't she say that a kiss when a participant has emotions is equivalent to cheating? Doesn't matter who has the emotions. Well, no. She says if you have emotions, if there are emotions there. If Umi has emotions, it's problem, but Chizuru's standards, if I remember right. I mean, yes, theoretically, since if Umi has emotions, it could be a problem. And I think that's why Chizuru wants to set the line straight. That, so Umi doesn't get the fucking wrong impression. I thought originally she wanted to talk about Kazuya. Now I'm thinking it's about addressing the aspect of the play. Also, is it weird that Chizuru was super late and that it's suddenly gotten dark? What do you mean? Sorry for getting here late. She was busy. It's not really weird. She was busy. And I think when she got there, it was already getting dark, most likely. So it makes sense. The teaser uses the same wording in Japanese as Chizuru did in chapter 268. Does it? You think that Chizuru will admit she loves Kazuya to Umi to establish that boundary? Could. But she could just tell him, I don't have feelings for you. Chizuru asking, I already said this. It is supposed to mirror the Joypola state. Yes, it's meant to mirror the Joypola state. That's the whole idea. Yes, that's literally the whole idea. It's meant to mirror the Joypola state. Isn't the line about facing stuff with all your might something that's been said since like chapter 4? No. That's more so the idea that like, you're not wrong, but it's a little different. So you're not wrong. It's just a little different. In particular, as Chizuru like at the time when she says that stuff, it's like when you want something, chase it with everything that you got. Like you got to toss everything else aside. It just seemed like it suddenly got dark outside. I can't figure out the one eye Umi look as if suggesting he's been two-faced. It's more like it's showing he's hiding something. Right? Usually when you cover an eye like that, it's like you're hiding something. There's something being hidden. Right? And that never really changes. There's only a few shots where, right? Like here, Umi's eye actually peeks out when he messes up the shot because this is genuine. The Umi actually fucked up here. He knows he fucked up here. So this is actually genuine. When you first see Umi here, you don't see his eyes at all, right? He's completely hidden, right? He's a complete mystery, right? Even here, when he holds this girl's hand, complete mystery. Then you see a piece of his face, right? When he sees Chizuru, a piece of his face peeks out, right? And then he tosses the ball to Chizuru again. Now you see his second eye. This is genuine. How fuck I fucked up. Chizuru catches it, tosses it, and then here again he smiles, but there's something. His eye's hiding, right? His eye is hidden here, right? You're not seeing the full picture, right? You're seeing half the picture. And then here, right, again, eyes are hidden. Suddenly you see this other eye, right? You see this other eye when he's complimenting her, right? His other eye appears when he's complimenting her, right? And again, you see this eye here. And again, it feels so shallow. The way he's talking, the way he like draws his fucking chin. He's talking like this. He's talking like this. And then finally, yet again, you see him with his eyes. Have a good rest of the week, everyone. I'll see you all again next time. Oh, take care, dude. Thanks again for the 100. It was really nice. Have a nice day. But yeah, it's literally the whole point is that you're not seeing the full picture. There's something being hidden. In contrast with Chizuru, you're constantly seeing her eyes. Right. In contrast to Chizuru, you're constantly seeing her eyes. Didn't Racy say the divisive chapter will flip people's perception about the story? No. So I read the words carefully. You have to read the words very carefully. He says it could. It theoretically could. He doesn't say it will. He says it could. But then he also says it's not a big deal. But then it isn't. But it could be perceived as a big deal. Right? That's what he says. It could be perceived as a huge deal. It could be just something small to some other people. And that's the point. So I think the idea is that it's not as massive as we think it is. He also says it's a problem that will be resolved in a few chapters. So don't think we're going to go down some just horrible fucking route. Oh, no, it's not that. I think that Umi stole a kiss from her. They wouldn't be friends anymore. They literally would not be friends anymore if he did. Chizuru may forgive him, but she would never trust him again, let alone let him into her house. So, no. I very much doubt Umi stole a kiss. He has to know some level of boundaries to not fucking kiss a person. Like, Umi probably touches and is around women regularly, but I think he has enough fucking common sense to not fucking kiss someone for stupid reasons. No, it's gonna get resolved in a few chapters. But there's gonna be a problem that will be presented. And that problem is next chapter. I think he could have tried, but she stopped him and got upset. That's why they left. And that's the thing, too. That's the thing. I talked about this on Twitter. Chizuru has defense mechanisms where whenever someone like touches her or does something, she reacts almost immediately if she sees it coming. She literally has defense mechanisms. She's literally she practiced self-defense. So like when Kazuya and Chizuru fall on top of each other and Kazuya's about to accidentally kiss her, she immediately blocks it. Right? When Kazuya accidentally touches her chest, slaps him. Right? So no, I kind of doubt it. I think Umi isn't a villain. I think Umi is like the unintentional villain. I think Umi is like the unintentional villain of his own story, whereas Mami's actually the fucking villain. And she's trying not to be a villain anymore. Umi's like the unintentional villain. How long ago did Reiji say that? Well, Reiji is way ahead. Reiji is like a good 6 chapters ahead. Okay? So he said this like around chapter 389. That's when he said this. Around chapter 389, maybe a little bit before. That's around where Reiji said it. So I think the entire cohabitation arc is a physical intimacy. Now I think Chizuru has taken that step forward. I think Chizuru wants her feedback from Kazuya himself. Well, yeah, but there's a little more to it, I think. It's that, like, there's a little more to it, I think. It's not just about physical intimacy. There's a lot of layers. Physical intimacy is kind of the center point, but it's also about, like, that connection. So seeing it in the next one makes more sense. Yeah, I thought it was last chapter. I thought it was this chapter. Sounds like it's like he blatantly tells you in the teaser. It's like, oh, it's next chapter. Yeah, there you go, buddy. It's in the next chapter. Yeah, she did in the dream date. She accidentally slapped Kazuya. Yeah. He most likely got some feedback on the chapter he was thinking about, which led to him talking about it. No, he's the one who brought it up. Reishi was the one who brought it up. I don't think it makes sense for Umi to try and kiss Chizuru at the Tiger's Den. I agree. That's weird. Right before talking to her alone, asking Kazuya about not like him thing. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't add up. I think that really just doesn't add up. And I'm still kind of somewhat sticking with the theory that Umi is Umi a friend. I'm still somewhat sticking to the theory that Umi is a friend. But he's bad at setting boundaries. Because he constantly compliments people and constantly physically interacts with them. And he walks into Chizuru's home. But I still think he's actually a friend in secret. I'm genuinely kind of still sticking with this, that Umi is a friend in secret. And that's why, I think that's why Chizuru feels the need to do this, to set very clear boundaries. But maybe there's more. Chizuru gives Umi her answer rejection. But she's accepting the role, right? She's accepting the kiss in that role, but she's not accepting him. She's setting boundaries. Next chapter sets up for Chizuru's rejection or declaring feelings for Kazuya. It's too obvious. Reishi would never be that obvious. Showing other actresses playing soccer, being touchy was by design. Yeah, I'm telling you. He keeps showing a kiss. He keeps showing touchy-feely shit. It's by design. Unless he's a snake in the grass like Mommy, what I want to believe he can't. He just can't take a hint. Yeah, I don't think that's it. Like, I've explored this in detail. The reason Mommy can do so much of what she can do is because she literally doesn't have a fucking life. Whereas with Umi, we don't see him actually interact with Chizuru all that much. He's seemingly not really around, right? He's not really all that much around. He works in the background for much of the series. Umi's literally just kind of working in the background for much of the series. So it's not like, him actually doing shit. He's literally not in Chizuru's life all that much. Like, why would it be anything else, Around chapter 385, I was thinking they'll be together by chapter 400, but now it seems like he still has some chapters to go before they'll have a big fight and know what the other's thinking and be together. Maybe they will get together by chapter 400. Like, I think we're genuinely underestimating this. Like, maybe Chizuru at this moment thinks she can't be together because of that kiss. But what if she finds out that was never an issue? Right? What if she finds out that was never an issue? Right? She hid that kiss when she didn't need to. And that was the only reason Chizuru felt the need to do the July 11th thing. But clearly not, because that's like the way Chizuru and Umi interacting here just doesn't feel like natural. Right? Chizuru and Umi have probably interacted somewhat off screen. Verika said that Chizuru says blah, blah, blah. In chapter 268, the teaser, however, is blank, blank, blank. The word shifting from blank, I want to try to face it, to I want to face it. It's as if she's no longer just going to try, but has resolved to do it. Yeah, I mean, that's something that matches with what I said about chapter 390, is there seems to be a real sense of resolve to Chizuru's choices in chapter 390. She's going to face something that's uncomfortable to her. Right? But that's something Kazuya also, I think, has to see, is that there's an uncomfortable truth he's not addressing either, which is mommy. So it seems like both Kazuya, Chizuru has something she needs to face, and that she thinks, she was not equipped to before, but she clearly is. And then maybe Kazuya has something he needs to face, and realize has been there the entire time, but he's willfully ignored. And that's why, like, I think that's where we are right now. Yeah, no, that he'll definitely keep making. Dude, he was literally saying, like, if they get together, it would actually be good for the series. So it's not a fucking issue. It'll be resolved. They'll be officially together either before or after, or on the day of Kazuya's birthday. That'd be cool. If you think about it, if Chizuru kisses Umi during the play, then it would be quite telling if Chizuru then later tells Kazuya that she didn't cheat. It means she didn't love Umi even a little bit. Yeah. If the kiss is happening, how will Kazuya see if Chizuru doesn't invite him? Well, I think I don't know. Kazuya is going to have to find out at some point. He might run into her somehow. But it seems like something Kazuya has to find out about eventually. Kazuya still needs to solve things with Ruka before they start dating. Not necessarily, no. Like, yes and no. Yes and no. It's not fair to Ruka, and I do think Kazuya has treated Ruka poorly, especially, like, recently. But at the same time, I do kind of agree, but I also kind of don't. I, like, agree and I don't. Right? Because Kazuya has made his feelings clear to Ruka. Maybe Chizuru feels like she hasn't made her feelings clear to Umi. I mean, the fact that this series is still going and still successful, despite like being this long, is telling. But that's the thing, you don't actually know anything about Umi. Right? You don't actually know anything about Umi, so we don't know. Like, maybe the kiss won't happen. Right? Maybe the kiss won't happen. Maybe Kazuya will be chill with the kiss, and he'll be supportive. If Umi is a villain, it will be revealed that he pulled strings with casting. If he casted Chizuru to get a kiss, it would be betrayal because it would be ignoring Chizuru's talent that Kazuya respects. But that doesn't feel like Umi. That really doesn't feel like Umi. Like, I get it, but it doesn't feel like Umi. He's seemingly hiding the this isn't good on her part, but it's normal for her to be acting to protect Kazuya's feelings. That's the thing, is like, there are people who omit details, which makes everything that they say a lie, you know? Chizuru is the kind of person where her lies represent her truth. Because when she's lying about something, she's doing it to protect someone. And yeah, that isn't necessarily fair. Maybe that person didn't necessarily ask to be protected. But those lies represent her truth. They represent the truth she wishes to protect. So it's the reverse with Chizuru. Her lies are happy ones. They try to help people, even if they aren't necessarily true, and she'll even make them true if she needs to, in order to help someone that she deeply cares about. And that's why I think Chizuru omits and hides certain things. It doesn't make everything she's saying a lie. It's just, why did she lie about that particular thing, you know? And if she's hiding the play, will she totally not contact Kazuya on his birthday? If they meet, Kazuya will surely ask about the play and he won't miss it to the world. Yeah. And I think that's why Chizuru has not told him anything about the play. The series is successful because there are people who like it. If you genuinely believe the only reason people interact with this is rage, you have only interacted with YouTube, Reddit, and Twitter. And you're a fool. If you genuinely believe this, you're a fucking fool. Because it would not be selling. It's selling. They're making money. They're actually making money off of this. It's successful. It is still going. If you genuinely believe it's purely rage, you are living in delusion. Like, I'm sorry. If you actually believe this, you're fucking delusional. You don't know anything about the entertainment industry if you think rage is the only thing that sells this kind of stuff. Because rage fades. Your frustrations and anger eventually fade. There's a huge portion in this series that felt like filler to a lot of people, and yet it was selling perfectly fine. Right? The entire cohabitation, a lot of people love to call it filler. It was selling fine. It was still successful. The surveys did not drop. When Kazuya was scouting for 30 fucking chapters with Minnie, it was still doing fine. Someone posted on Reddit that the manga has sold 14 million copies, and the comments were full of doomers when we should have been happy about it selling so well. Yeah, that's just kind of sad. Of course drama sells, but this isn't just drama. If you genuinely think this series is just pure drama, I'm sorry, you're blind. This is a story about love, and it explores love through different facets. It does have drama, sure. I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't. It clearly fucking does. But it's not just pure drama. Like, Reiji actually knows how to fucking write. There's a reason you're still interacting with this series at all. Yes, I'm buying the merchandise related to this series out of pure hatred. I funded a crowdfunding that was insanely successful out of pure hatred. I went there for free out of pure hatred. Right? Rom dramedy. So like a drama romantic comedy. No, Kazuya. No, I think this is supposed to parallel the beginning of the series where Kazuya first went to see Chizuru's play, and she didn't tell him no. She didn't tell him he couldn't go. But here, maybe she's afraid. She's afraid of inviting him. It's crazy for people to think that Rag isn't popular. Are you saying Rage is popular? Rage does not sell. People who don't like it will use pirate sites or leaks. I'm confused if you're like comparing Rent a Girlfriend to Rage, whatever. One thing I love about this series is that it's not a one-way trip to the end with little to no conflicts like romance series. Yeah, a lot of romance series don't really like have conflicts. You know, they just confess and then the other person confesses and then they get together and whoop-de-fucking-do. What are the opinions of Japanese fans about this chapter? They seem pretty chill. You know, they're just like, oh, Umi's saying fake shit. Umi's being a fucking faker. There hasn't been much. Like I saw a few posts. I can some people are like rolling their eyes. Some are just like, Umi's a fucking faker. What else we got? Oh, you might like this one. Various things have progressed, but this is it. The princess has the best butt. There you go. Chizuru has the best booty. Let me. I mean, there's gonna be people dooming. It doesn't matter what culture you're in. People will doom. People love to like single out Japanese culture and be like, oh, how are the Japanese people reacting? It's like, oh, it's gonna be normal. Like, they're gonna react like you would react. Latest. Doesn't she seem super annoyed at his compliments? She doesn't look. She doesn't look annoyed. He's just saying stuff and she doesn't care. She doesn't look super annoyed. She's just like, yeah, whatever. Like, she can tell he's avoiding the topic. Right? She can just tell he's avoiding the fucking topic. And she wants to talk about it. Right? Umi keeps putting it off. She wants to talk about it. Let's see. Here's this one. Sexy shorts, or more like winning underwear type. Is this, what the heck is the Kizama thing? If she dumps him, I'm expecting Umi to turn into Mami-chan or something like a bit, like become a wolf. And then just in the nick of time, Kazuya comes to rescue her or something. As if that had happened. Lol. There you go. Oh no, she's gonna dump him and Umi's gonna become dangerous. Dangerous. I did. Oh, this is cool. Actually, this person points out something I did want to talk about. Most normal people will probably get excited over the changing scene, but in my case, the trap gets me super excited. Being able to pull off a divine trap just in class weight is insane. Seriously, a genius. This is bad, lol. The sucker weighs too much, lol. So that got me thinking. Chizuru is able to trap the ball, even though the ball got thrown at her. Huh. She's good at trapping the ball. Wonder what that could mean. Chizuru's good at trapping the ball. Right, so it doesn't escape. Literally like how right now, can we not call Chizuru Chorozu? I fucking hate that. Please and thank you. Sorry, Faison. I'm not sure how you say your name. I'm an adamant hater of the Chorozo meme, specifically because Hispanic fans made it specifically to insult Chizuru. So I fucking hate it with a burning passion. Kazuya is the ball, blue bowling. No. I think a better way to look at it is that Chizuru is able to catch this problem that's coming her way and control it. She's able to trap the ball between her legs so she can control the issue, right? She's good at trapping it so it doesn't get out of hand, right? Because literally, if you can't control the ball, it gets out of hand and you lose control. Chizuru needs to maintain control of this situation so that the ball doesn't fly out and she loses control of what's happening. That's the whole point, right? She can handle a complicated pass. Also, thank you, Faison, for the donation for the $2. Sorry, I was too busy yelling at you. I yelled at you first. Anyways, the whole point is that she's good at trapping the ball. She's catching Umi's feelings and redirecting it. That's a good way of putting it, right? Not just that, but it's also catching the situation, right? She's able to catch the situation and misdirect it. She doesn't let it just hit her, right? She's able to control the environment that she is in, right? It was coming at her chest, right? It could have been a problem. She's able to control the environment, and then literally toss that back in. Johan actually guessed right on many small things, returning the keychain, Minnie's actions. Yeah, I'm kind of good at that. I'm kind of good at like picking up like small things. It's just my predictions tend to sometimes get out of hand, right? I do think some of my predictions do tend to get out of hand. But I do think there are things like that are she's controlling the ball with the outside of her feet, peak technique lol. Yeah, pretty much. Right? She's very skilled. And she's not letting Umi dictate her pace, she controls the pace. Glitch, do you have a problem? You've been very antagonistic. Like, I'm going to time you out if you're going to keep being antagonistic. Like, you've been very aggressively being antagonistic towards chat, towards me. If you have a fucking problem, just fucking say it. Like, and if you're going to keep going, I will just, like, temporarily ban you. I'm not going to permanently ban you because you've been around for a while. But if you have a fucking problem, like, talk about it. Otherwise, like, I might just like give you a small ban or temporary ban. Okay. The people from the future might definitely like manga, but in present people can't wait for them to progress like a regression, like the kiss. Many people don't know the real intent behind it. Yeah, and we've said the kiss could have a lot of different meanings. I think the kiss is actually quite innocent. I think the kiss personally is actually quite innocent. And it was simply that. It was as innocent as it appeared, whereas Kazuya is looking at it in a very adult and twisted way. The kiss itself, in my opinion, is actually quite innocent. It's as simple as you only kiss someone you love, right? And if you only kiss someone you love, but then there's a kiss in a film, see the problem? That's why it's an issue for Chizuru. The predictions about the kiss pissed me off. Okay, cool, that's a you problem. Don't take it out on me and don't take it out on chat. You're welcome to be upset. Don't take it out on me and don't take it out on chat. Control your fucking emotions, dude. Feels like this moment has finally arrived, huh? If Umi-kun clearly suspecting something and trying to change the subject. Also, Chizuru Hime appearance was the best. Won't say what, lol. Looking forward to next week. Cute. Horny, but cute. Okay. Thank God I'm scrolling on Twitter over here because there's some stuff I should not be showing. Yeah, the chapter's only been out for 2 hours, so anything past that would be good. So there isn't too much right now on the Japanese Twitter, unfortunately. Been surprisingly kind of quiet. Let's go see what Mute has to say. Being able to binge the series, you get to experience it differently than people who did it while it was releasing. Yeah, and especially if you're reading it weekly, you tend to forget stuff very quickly. Whereas when you binge it, it's actually much more like easy to digest. took the soccer thing less about being in control and more about making the best of a bad situation and how it contrasts to the lead actress. Everything soccer was a contrast of two actresses. Well, yes. But that's the thing. That's the thing. You're right. Don't get me wrong. You're right. But Chizuru is literally able to misdirect a bad situation into a good one, which requires good control, especially control of yourself. It's literally Chizuru able to control herself and her actions and do what she needs to, right? It's about autonomy and agency. Autonomy and agency are a massive factor here because what is Kazuya doing? Kazuya gives up a lot of his autonomy. Kazuya, literally, what were we reading in chapter 389, right? What were we reading for a huge chunk of this? Minnie's doing everything for Kazuya, right? Minnie's literally doing everything for Kazuya. Kazuya isn't doing it himself. Right? Minnie went to Chizuru. Minnie talked to Chizuru. Kazuya didn't talk to Chizuru. Kazuya was looking at fucking AI. He was sitting down. He essentially took the blue pill. Right? He essentially took the blue pill in the Matrix. Right? That's basically what Kazuya is kind of doing. In contrast, Chizuru is controlling. She's taking control back of her environment. She's not letting her environment control her. So she got invited to this thing that she never went to with Umi. Right? She got invited to this thing she never went to with Umi. And even though she went, and even though she was new to this, she still took control of the situation and made do with what she needed to do. In that, it's literally the same as when she went cosplaying with Minnie. Minnie dragged her into it, but Chizuru controlled the environment and her situation, and she didn't let herself be warped by the environment she is in. That's the complete opposite of Kazuya, who's letting the environment constantly tell him how to act and what to do. Right? They contrast each other. And that's kind of the point. Chizuru is not letting this environment shape her. She's not letting what happened shape her. She's trying to take control back. And that's why, like literally, just like the soccer ball, Umi's talking, Umi's throwing all these words at her, and she misdirects it all back, and she comes back to the topic they need to discuss. Right? This chapter is very much about agency and control. That's kind of pretty much the chapter. It's about agency and control. I think that's kind of the overlying motif. It's about boundaries, about agency and control, right? Kazuya wants to drive. He wants to lead, right? He wants to lead and control the situation, right? Literally just like that. Kazuya is trying to see how he can manufacture a situation he can control so he can get what he wants, right? And that's supposed to kind of mirror Umi in that sense, right? Umi is in some ways manufacturing situations to get what he wants, and Kazuya is kind of mirroring him without realizing. A part of the reason Kazuya is seemingly rejected in the date itself is because a part of him is Umi. He's acting like Umi, just in a different way. He's acting like Umi in that he's not really there. And he is setting the wrong boundaries. He's like a reverse of Umi, where he doesn't really touch Chizuru when he should, right? A part of Kazuya's mistake in the day is that he doesn't touch Chizuru. He doesn't physically engage with her, which makes her feel like she's not loved, in contrast to Umi, who constantly touches everybody, right? Umi literally fucking holds a girl's hand like it's fucking normal. And that's the issue with Umi's character, is that Kazuya and him are like complete opposites. Is that Umi is seemingly not around, but he what is it? He just constantly touches the women around him. But he's I don't know if I would say he doesn't give up. I feel like Umi's already given up. So Umi gives up, Kazuya doesn't give up. They literally contrast each other. Everything about Umi and Kazuya are supposed to be the reverse of each other. That's kind of the entire point. And then Kazuya starts making actual choices in the end. Kazuya starts making actual choices in the end. And when he starts making actual choices, he starts actually contrasting Umi. Starts actually becoming his real self again. But now Kazuya is trapped in the Umi mentality again, right? He's trapped in that mentality of trying to be like Umi in a sense, trying to manufacture a situation that would get him the result he wants, much like how Umi invites Chizuru to this thing and does all this stuff, but it doesn't fucking work, right? Because Chizuru refuses to fucking bend the knee. Much like how when Minnie tries to control Chizuru and tries to force her to do things, Chizuru refuses to bend the fucking knee. She's like, no, I'm not going to just do what you fucking tell me to. Right? Literally, what does Chizuru do when Minnie comes up to her and tells her to go talk to Kazuya and stuff? Minnie pushed Chizuru into a corner here. She doesn't realize she did. She pushed Chizuru into a corner here, and she doesn't realize she did. So Chizuru refuses to bend the knee and tries to stick with this path that she created when she didn't necessarily need to. If Kazuya had not relied on Minnie, this would not have happened. Right? All of this would not have happened if Kazuya didn't just simply rely on Minnie. Kazuya could have talked to her, so Chizuru didn't have to feel the need to stick to this path alone. And she does. She feels the need to stick to this path alone. That's what I think is going on. She feels the need to address and deal with Umi alone. And Chizuru is very, very good at setting boundaries, right? And she doesn't explain certain things to Minnie. She doesn't talk about the kiss, right? She avoids the kiss for that particular reason, right? Because it's something she wants to talk about with Kazuya. But there's a reason she doesn't bring up a kiss, for the simple fact that there might be a kiss in the play. There's a reason she says, I won't have a boyfriend because until I'm done with it, because there might be something that could make it look like she has a boyfriend when she doesn't. See what I mean? The side shot kiss mirrored the one with her grandpa in the photo. What do you mean? This? I don't know. Or is it just me, or does Chizuru's outfit kind of remind me of Sumi's a bit? Actually, the outfit Chizuru wears reminds me of the Cheer Update a little bit. Let me pull it up. It's not the same, but I think the main dress is the same. First chapter of the Cheer Update. Oh, it's not the same. It looks similar, though. Yeah, it looks similar, but it's not the same. Yeah, it's clearly different. All right, it's a clearly different dress. But there's more formality to this one, too. Right? It's clearly a different dress, but there's more formality to this one. Having to wait for... Okay, Kazuya still not contacted Chizuru. I mean, gosh, that would suck waiting for him to talk. She would still be waiting. Yeah, Kazuya has to be able to talk to her. Like, I think that's a big issue Kazuya has kind of really put off. Umi's shirt has the same color when he leaves futsal, but it looks the same. Chizuru... What do you mean? Let me see. It's white here. It's white here. I'm not sure what you mean. It looks the fucking same. Yeah, it looks the same. Being able to binge a series, you get to... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Is definitely much better when it's binged. Yeah, definitely going to be... Personally, I kind of prefer it if she got the rule because of her acting with the movie. Yeah, but I feel like... But remember, how did Chizuru get the role? She got it as a replacement for someone else. And what did Umi do? Right? What has Umi done constantly? He's placed Chizuru in the position of a replacement for someone else. That's a repeating motif. She's literally always a replacement for someone else in Umi's life. She's a replacement in the plays. She's a replacement in... what is it? She's a replacement when Umi broke up with his girlfriend. And she is now seemingly some sort of replacement in this new play again. And she's trying to make it her own. Much like how she's trying to take the rental relationship with Kazuya and make it her own. No, it's not a missed opportunity. Kazuya has fictional goals. These aren't real goals. Kazuya's goals are not real. This isn't Chizuru's goals. This is Chizuru drawing clear fucking lines. There's an intentional contrast between what Kazuya is doing and what Chizuru is doing. Kazuya's goals are not the same as Chizuru's goals, right? They may want to reach the same point, but their goals are not the same. Just thought, Umi is capable and gets right to the point of scoring. However, he can't make the final goal and passes it to someone else, whereas Chizuru takes the ball and scores. Huh. Actually, that's a good point. Let's see that again. Right, Umi is capable, and he gets blocked. Right, he comes up, he gets blocked, he gets the goalie super close to him, So he baits the goalie to be super close to him, and then he tosses it so the girl can score easier. So no, he just baits the guy in front of him so he can score. But then because he's so good, he draws a lot of attention to himself, right? Because he's so good, he draws a lot of attention to himself, and he gets cornered. And because he gets cornered, he shoots it to Chizuru, who can score. So literally his whole thing is that Umi gets a lot of attention, and he uses that attention to his benefit to score, to get someone else to score for him because he knows he can't do it himself. So in that sense, you're kind of right, but I think Umi like uses that as bait. It's his classic technique, I guess, where he's so good he scares people, so they come to him to stop him, and then he uses that to misdirect and have someone else score for him, right? I don't see the issue with calling her Chorozo because it sounds similar to her name, but I think it's cute. I didn't know Fate hated being called that. I didn't blame you. Understand, I didn't blame you. I have an issue with it because it feels derogatory. A lot of people love to insult Chizuru by calling her different names, right? So I don't like doing that, I guess. I'm very defensive of this story. Please understand. I'm very defensive of this story. I get very fucking upset, okay? And I get really annoyed. It's bad habit. I understand. I know it's a bad habit of mine. But at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that I am a little frustrated with how people treat this story. I understand that's not your intent. I do have to clarify that. I understand that's not your intent, right? Like, Reiji still calls her Mizuhara when he talks about her, right? And and that's funny because everybody's like, "Oh, Kazuya just keeps calling her Mizuhara." I'm like, "Yeah, but so does Reiji. So does Reiji." How can you touch people on the first date? What? This isn't their first date. The fuck are you talking about? Kazuya and Chizuru have dated for a while, right? But now it's real. That's the difference. I feel like people are dooming Kazuya all the time. Instead of running a midnight to Chizuru's door and kissing her, instead he tries to better himself. He said a while ago, they have time. If we're looking for the meaning behind the actions characters take, it could mean that he can't commit or scared to fail, or even he might be the wrong place to score. No, I think Umi is like aware of his situation. I think that's maybe more fitting. Umi is like aware of his situation. Right? I think that's a better way of putting it. Umi's kind of like aware of his situation. Blue Lock season 3. That's funny. Okay, there's a little too many comments. Jesus Christ. Seems like everybody and their mother thinks Chizuru will have a kiss scene with Umi in the play. The Kazuya birthday seems like a key moment. No idea what Reiji's planning. Guess why I keep reading. Yeah. I mean, it seems much more likely now with the whole drawing the lines thing. It seems much more likely now considering Chizuru is keeping something secret, right? Considering we keep seeing the kiss and intimacy and interacting physically, it seems to make a little too much sense that there seems to be some sort of kissing scene in the play. It's something I've wanted to deny, but it's very clearly there. And it's something that clearly needs to get addressed. I don't know. I don't like it. You can say whatever you want. I don't like it. I'd love for Chizuru to have a new declaration to tell Umi for now, or don't give me or help me get roles. I want hard work to get me those roles, not by handouts. Yeah, that's something I can kind of see and agree with. I can understand you on this point, Johan. Maybe when you're emotionally attached to a story, you don't like focusing on its flaws because your goal isn't to criticize but to enjoy it. But that's the thing too. It's like I think art is about just enjoying it. And what's the point of constantly criticizing something? 3. What's the point of criticizing something when maybe there isn't something to criticize? You just want to be upset about it. Like, there are things I don't enjoy, right? There are things I can criticize. But like, I don't really feel that with this story. I don't feel the need to criticize this story to prove a point to anything. I just enjoy it. I like how Reiji is able to constantly draw my attention and make me interested and makes me want to analyze. Right? I know I go overboard on Twitter. Have you seen my fucking shit on Twitter? Right? I've gone way overboard. There's a reason I'm like struggling to post things sometimes, because I do go overboard sometimes. Right? I could be wrong about the kiss thing, but there are very clear signs that Reiji is talking about physical intimacy, about kissing, and about drawing clear boundaries. And that's something he keeps showing over and over and over and over again. So there's a reason we keep getting shown this shit. There's a very intentional reason we keep getting shown this shit. That's not subtle. Right? Why would he keep showing that if he's not going to do anything with it? Why would he keep constantly hinting at you? Right? Why would he constantly keep hinting at you? Hey, kiss, 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 over and over and over and over. Now, picking a starter in Pokemon, which one did I get? Let's not forget actors have to do multiple takes before they get the scene just right. Chizuru had to set boundaries so Umi doesn't get the wrong idea if the kiss is indeed true. Yeah. Johan shall carry me through Johto. Oh my god. Johan, your Twitter is great. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I try. I know I'm off base on certain things, right? I know, like, sometimes it's just like doom hard about Kazuya and shit. But Chizuru is actively trying to take control of the Umi situation, right? Whereas Kazuya knows something is going on with Mami and has not addressed it and has no control of that situation, right? So to me, Chizuru's actions are a byproduct of her own choices in a good way, and Kazuya's inactions are a byproduct of what's going on and where he is right now. I still think chapter 400 is going to be big. I'm still pretty certain about that. Stories are meant to make people feel things. Some stories are designed to be fucking infuriating, and Rag definitely does that. Doesn't make it good or bad. The goal is always to make readers feel good, feel something. Well, I kind of don't agree with that. I don't think Rent a Girlfriend is purely infuriating. That's not really fair. There are infuriating aspects to it, but I think a good way to put it is that it's not so infuriating that you can't enjoy reading it, because you can. This is a story that's infuriating enough that you don't like hate it, that you can still enjoy reading it. I genuinely believe this. I think this is a story that's good in a way that you can still keep reading it and interacting with it, and it doesn't like frustrate you enough that you want to fucking quit. I think that's impressive that like Reiji can do that. There are stories that like bait you in by just showing you the worst thing fucking ever constantly, but that's not this story. This story is infuriating at times. Let's not get that wrong. For the past few chapters, I've been quite upset at Kazuya, like pretty fucking upsetty motherfucking spaghetti, you know. But I do think at the same time, there are times where I do appreciate Kazuya's character, and I've been able to appreciate him too. And there's a lot of genuine emotions underneath there, a very real love story underneath there. And I think Reiji is really good at writing about love in a way that's unique and fascinating in contrast to other writers, which I don't think do it in such a way that he does that is just as interesting. Anyways, let's go check out Reddit really fast. So, where was it? We were talking about this earlier. This was a cool catch. G-Ton said that what Chizuru said in chapter 268 was different from what she said different from what is said in the teaser for this chapter right here. So this teaser's long too, right? This teaser's big. So Chizuru in chapter 268 said that she needs to face what was it? Let me pull it up. In this scene here, right? Sumi asks her, "Do you like Kazuya?" She says Umi asked this too of her, and she feels like she's been very unfair. And then here, what she wrote is that I want to try to face it. These feelings that I have for him, I feel like I need to confront them. I have to try to face it. No matter what I decide, I can't run away. Here, Chizuru says, I want to face it. Right? This is something I need to face. I'm going to. I want to face it. Right? And the fact that it has a parallel to the date is important, I think. Right? Umi's the one avoiding the topic, much like how Kazuya was the one seemingly avoiding the topic when they were on the practice date. Right? When they were on the practice date, Kazuya was the one seemingly avoiding the topic. Right? And then, okay, Glitch, I'm just going to give you a small timeout. I'm just getting a little tired of your shit, man. 30-minute timeout. Okay. In chapter 380, Kazuya is avoiding the topic that clearly needs to be addressed. So, we're at that point now where now Umi is the one also avoiding a topic that needs to be addressed, and Chizuru wants to address it, right? Chizuru tells him here there's something she needs to talk about, much like, right? So it's clear she wants to talk about something. Umi's avoiding that topic. That's why he's throwing compliments. The compliments are cheap because he's avoiding the topic. In chapter 380, right, or chapter 377, I think that's a better one to go with, right? Chizuru says, wait a second, I want to talk right here, right? Chizuru at that point, Chizuru in this scene literally couldn't walk anymore, right? In this scene, Chizuru literally couldn't walk anymore. I think a lot of people forget this. Chizuru in this scene literally couldn't walk anymore. That's why she needed to talk here, right? And Kazuya continued to walk, not realizing she couldn't walk anymore, right? And remember, the reason Chizuru couldn't walk anymore is because she had her blisters, right? She literally couldn't handle the pain anymore. She didn't want to walk anymore. She wanted to do it here, right? Umi is a little different. Umi is an issue she needs to address, I think. Chizuru is not in pain. Chizuru is perfectly fine, but she needs to address Umi. It's not because she can't walk anymore. It's because maybe she can't walk this path anymore, right? This is a path she can no longer walk. It's unacceptable. And I could see that being something Chizuru needs to do. Why 3D model? That's such a weird question. Off topic, but are you going to watch Bond this stream? Why would I? Like, I might watch it on my own time, but why would I? I don't see why I would. It's a very random thing to watch when I'm here for Rent a Girlfriend stuff. Right? Like, that's just something I feel like I could sit down and watch on my own. It has absolutely no relevance to my channel. Just feels weird. Why would I talk about that? I don't get it. So yeah, whereas with Kazuya, it's something Chizuru needed to do because she couldn't keep walking anymore. Here, it's kind of the reverse. Chizuru can't maybe keep walking this path anymore. Then Reiji intentionally doesn't tell you what it is, you know? I'd much rather a story that makes me feel mad than feel nothing. I'm hanging on an eventual payoff. If Kazuya and Chizuru don't end up together and don't get that catharsis, I'd be sad. That'd be stupid. Well, let's get it out of the way. That'd be fucking stupid. Right? It's their love story. Why would you not have them be together? But there's stuff that needs to be addressed. There's stuff that I think needs to be addressed. I mean, Gigok is related to Rent-A-Girlfriend, and Rin and Chizuru are both girls. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, it's like you know what you're saying is stupid. Gigok is related to Rent-A-Girlfriend. No, he's not. He just likes it. Can we get a scene where she hurts her ankle, trips after clearing things up with Umi, and he just walks off? That would be unbelievably shitty. That'd be like unimaginably shitty. Don't forget also her grandma's words on rejecting person's confession, which she doesn't have a clear answer. When she don't have a clear answer. Yeah. Well, no. Her grandma's like, if you know your answer, tell them straight up. Right? If you know your answer, tell them straight up. That's what her grandma said. Not if you don't have a clear answer. Chizuru had confirmed her affection for Kazuya, and she wanted to make clear line to the other person. We're talking about how Umi can make things better, but how can Umi make things worse? Well, Umi is, I believe, is the necessary conflict. Umi is the necessary conflict, I believe. What do you think Umi and Chizuru have between them? Umi clearly feels an admiration for Chizuru. I think he even says it here. Listen how he talks about her. He clearly has a sense of admiration for Chizuru. He very much admires her in a similar way that Kazuya seemingly admires Chizuru's acting, right? There's an admiration present here. But I think Umi's admiration for Chizuru is getting mixed up with like love and stuff, and he's creating bad boundaries. I think that's it. They're friends, and Umi's been caught up in his admiration for her. And that admiration has blinded him. In a similar way to Minnie. I think in a very similar way to Minnie. Minnie has a lot of admiration for Kazuya, right? Minnie has a great deal of admiration for Kazuya, and in her admiration, she seemingly got really caught up in his love life and wants his efforts to be rewarded. Does this sound familiar? Is this starting to sound familiar? Umi wants Chizuru's efforts to be rewarded, and his efforts to actively support her and be there for her. He's gotten too close. He's gotten way too close, to the point that he's a little too invested, and it's a little unhealthy. Literally, Minnie and Umi are supposed to parallel each other. Minnie and Umi are supposed to be direct parallels to each other. Umi is far too invested. It's a little unhealthy, and if there is some sort of kissing scene or something in the play, that's a big fucking problem. That he's seemingly this invested. Much like how Minnie is so invested in Kazuya's love life that when he compliments her, when he calls her cute, she blushes and reacts. Right? She's so caught up in this, she's starting to maybe start catching feelings. And that's not good. I think Minnie has a deep admiration for Kazuya, but she's unintentionally caught some feelings in that admiration, right? She's mixed up admiration with love. And that's kind of Umi, I think. I think Umi's admiration has kind of caught up to him in a very unhealthy way, much like Minnie. Yeah, I know this manga gonna be the worst. Yeah, well, you can fuck right off, the only one alive. I'd use it from channel, never seeing you again. Right? So I think that's the point. I think Umi's relationship to Chizuru is too close, and I think Chizuru feels bad because she's let Umi do this. I think a part of the reason Chizuru feels bad is because she's seemingly let Umi do this. She's let Umi help her, and she feels like she's maybe using him, right? She's let Umi try to help her, and maybe Umi helped her here in the play, and she's like, okay, this is a little too far, right? Maybe this is too much. Maybe he's too involved. I think I've crossed a line. Much like how Kazuya, I think, is letting Minnie help him too much, to the point of almost using Minnie. I think Kazuya has almost seemingly used Minnie at this point, where Minnie is so invested that what does Minnie do? Minnie goes and fights his battles for him. Instead of focusing on her life, instead of doing her own shit, that's what happened. In contrast, I feel like Chizuru feels like she may have unintentionally done this with Umi, because he's seemingly so invested and cares about her future so much, that it's resulted in this. How is it different from Kazuya's admiration for Chizuru? Kazuya doesn't simply admire Chizuru. Kazuya, that's the issue. Minnie admires Kazuya and ships them. Umi admires Chizuru and wants to help her. But what Kazuya and Chizuru have is actual love and feelings. Kazuya doesn't simply admire her. Kazuya wants to support her. He wants to be in her life. It's not just simply admiration. That's the issue. Kazuya knows they share similar values. Kazuya wants to share a life with her. He wants to actually be in her life, and she wants to be in his life. But when you admire someone and support them, you have to create a barrier. That's unhealthy because it's literally like a parasocial relationship with a YouTuber. When you have a relationship with a YouTuber, understand they don't love you, right? If you want to support me, that's fine. I don't mind that, but don't do it with the prospect that you'll get something out of this. Don't do it with the prospect that I'll give you love, that I'll give you something, right? For example, I got $100 earlier. I really deeply appreciate that, but understand I'm not going to involve you in my personal life. Okay? That's the problem with Kazuya and Umi. Right? That's the problem with Kazuya, not Kazuya and Umi, Kazuya and Minnie. Kazuya and Minnie. That's the problem with Kazuya and Minnie. Kazuya has let Minnie so deeply into his love life that she's seemingly gotten involved herself and wants his reward so much. It's not that I don't... I like you guys a lot, but understand you're not, in my actual fucking life, right? And that's the barrier that has to be created. I think Umi has such a deep admiration for Chizuru that he's seemingly caught up in it, and you see it here. You literally see it here. He has such a deep admiration for Chizuru that he's a little too caught up and might be emotionally there in a way that he knows will not work out. In a sense, similar to Ruka, right? Except for Ruka, it's a little bit more on Kazuya's end, right? It's a little bit more on Kazuya's end with Ruka, where it's not admiration, right? She's trying to get something. I think Ruka is kind of the inverse of Umi, not like his actual literal reverse. I think Minnie is a much better comparison to Umi than Ruka is, weirdly enough, because Umi and Ruka both represent a selfish form of love. That is true, but Ruka actually has feelings for Kazuya and actually developed real feelings for Kazuya. The similarities you could strike between Ruka and Umi is that Ruka is invested in this relationship, whereas Kazuya is the one who's kind of told her, it's over, I don't have feelings for you, nothing is going to work out. But then now they're at a point where Kazuya has kept it a secret too long. So Ruka, in a sense, mirrors that. But Minnie is more of a direct comparison to Umi here, specifically because of the element of admiration, because Chizuru did turn Umi down before, and she's made it clear before, and yet Umi still chooses to support her. Do you see the problem? Right? Umi is a friend who has too deep of an admiration for her, much like how Minnie is a friend who has too deep of an admiration for Kazuya. And that admiration is getting her caught up in this belief, and Kazuya has essentially used her without meaning to. Umi is very much kind of the same. Kazuya's character is mostly overthinking than living in reality. He does live. No. Kazuya's thing is that he's essentially being tugged from one end to the other by his feelings and his traumas. The overthinking is a reflection of Kazuya's inner trauma. That's the point of it. And I love that Reiji has made it work. I love that Reiji has made Kazuya's overthinking work, but it's also something that if you get caught up in it, you kind of go down a rabbit hole. I know because I get caught up in the overthinking and where the story's going, and I'm wrong. There are times where I'm just very clearly wrong. Does Chizuru understand her feelings at this point? I think so. I think Chizuru does understand her feelings at this point. She definitely clearly wants to be with Kazuya. She's very much clearly committed and wants to be with him, right? But Kazuya seemingly has some trust issues with Chizuru. And those trust issues, I think, are something that has to be addressed because he's under the impression she's going to have some sort of change of heart when she isn't. And she's trying to set very clear boundaries here. Just now realized that Chizuru is still thinking about that kiss when she's changing her clothes. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's literally right there. It literally both Kazuya and Chizuru think about the kiss, right? But whereas you see Kazuya plainly in light because you know exactly what he's thinking, Chizuru in contrast is in shadow, and you don't see her very clearly, right? I feel like both of them getting deeply emotionally horribly hurt will bring them together, but not just regular pain, but a pain that hurts your soul. That seems senseless. I don't really get it. I think Kazuya secretly knows he's insecure, but doesn't want to confront it yet. Hence the goals contrasted by Kazuya. Yeah. Actually, Lawless Bacon, yes, I've said this before. I said this in my actual Reddit post, or my Twitter post. But let me pull it up for you. That's literally something he knows straight up. He said it. Let me find it for you. Like, Kazuya straight up said this word for fucking word. I'm not kidding you. Right? Listen to what he says here. Mizuhara can be quite thrifty herself. Would I lose points if she found out about this? You spend way too much on clothes. I feel like she'd tell me right to my face to focus on my inner growth, not my looks. I need to make sure that I don't overdo it. I know it's best to improve my inner qualities, but I don't feel like I can do that in a week. Besides, where else am I supposed to use all the money that I've saved up? Are you seeing a problem? He literally straight up says, I would rather get things because of outside factors like money and all that stuff instead of working on my inner qualities, even though I clearly need to. Even though I clearly have some issues I need to fucking address. I should just do this to get the result I want because I don't want to lose her, right? And the only thing I want is to be with Mizuhara, right? He's so caught up in that, he's hurting himself without realizing it. In contrast, look at what Chizuru says, right? We see Chizuru later, and she literally says, well, it's in the next chapter, actually, but you get my point. Yeah, so literally, you were already getting highlighted, this is a problem, right? In contrast, Chizuru says something a little different. I just didn't have time today, that's all, right? Kazuya is using his time in the wrong ways. Chizuru didn't have enough time. So what is Chizuru going to try to do? Chizuru is now trying to use her time and take control of the situation, right? Chizuru's trying to not to waste her time anymore. She's trying to effectively use her time. But she's also struggling, right? Like, there's clear signs that Chizuru is trying to use her time effectively and deal with problems, right? That she's maybe felt like she's put off. Whereas Kazuya is using his time in the wrong ways, right? Besides, it doesn't matter. He said he likes me for who I am. I don't need to change myself for anything. It's not like it'll change how we feel about each other, no matter what we wear. What was Kazuya saying earlier, right? He's focusing on his outer qualities, right? He's focusing on the things he thinks he needs to get from the outside, right? Chizuru is literally saying it's not going to change how we feel about each other. But he's like, wait a second. Does it really not matter? He dresses stupid in her mind. Huh. Come on, obviously he'd have some common sense. There's no reason to imagine these pointless things. Besides, even if he did wear something like that, I would just tell him and we could go buy clothes together. In that sense, it makes it feel like what lovers have is infinite time. Anything can be solved by talking, no matter their differences. That's the kind of relationship they have. A bond shared with only one other person in the entire world. Right? Chizuru is focusing on like different things than Kazuya. Kazuya and her are like on different wavelengths. He's focused too much on the exterior stuff, where she's focused on the interior stuff. So I predicted Umi will get mad and Chizuru would most likely yell at her, call her mean names, and leave her crying. No, that's not really Umi. No. That dude, you're reading the wrong fucking story. You're reading the wrong fucking story. 3D model, that's like some baby bitch drama. Like, bro. Kazuya's problem is not trusting Chizuru comes from starting episode where he's betrayed by his girlfriend. No. That's the original trauma. Kazuya hated himself for this later. The reason Kazuya is seemingly having some trust issues right now, Kazuya doesn't have a deep distrust of Chizuru. Right? Like, I think that's a misunderstanding or misunderstanding. It's not a deep distrust of Chizuru. It's literally what Minnie described in chapter 392. It's not a deep distrust. Rather, what does Minnie say? At the root of everything, Chizuru-san gives off a hint of a distrust towards men. Flip that a little. At the root of everything, Kazuya gives off a hint of a distrust towards other people. Not simply women, other people, right? And I think that's why he listens to Minnie, right? And in part, Kazuya doesn't view Minnie like a girl, right? In part, Kazuya doesn't actually view Minnie like a girl. He views her like a guy, right? And that was kind of a bit of his conflict when they were on the scouting, right? Let me pull up the scouting real quick. Where Kazuya just straight up recognizes, wait, she's a girl. Why didn't I ever fucking process that, right? Where is it? Right, and the moment Kazuya recognizes she's a girl, he gets a little more insecure around Minnie. Not this one. Still. There it is. So Minnie gets this thing, and then he sees someone hitting on her. Huh. He was hitting on me. Hitting on you? Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Most people would agree that Iomori-san is incredibly beautiful. I've never really paid attention to this since I've always felt like just friends. But I bet there are tons of men begging for a chance to go to Joy Palace with a girl like her. I've been so focused on Mizuhara that I hadn't really thought about it. But I'm actually such a lucky guy, right? When did my life take such a dramatic turn? Special photo booth only at Joy Polis. We could end up doing this. That reminds me, the last time we got one, I wasn't able to take it home with me. I definitely want to take a photo with Mizuhara. Never does. Never does. Ever done this with Chizuru-san? Just once. Oh, really? Can I choose the frame? Sure. Maybe it's because I looked at her in the opposite sex, but now I feel kind of uneasy. At the root of everything, Kazuya has a hint of distrust towards women. Just a hint. Not a full-blown distrust, but the moment that he recognizes Minnie as a girl, suddenly Kazuya is a little uncomfortable, right? Suddenly Kazuya is a little uncomfortable. He starts getting a little freaked out about it, right? And that's why every time Kazuya is around other women, he kind of freaks a little bit, right? She's so close. Huh. This wasn't an issue before. Right? When Kazuya and Minnie were just hanging out, Kazuya can touch her no problem when he doesn't think of her as a girl. Right? But the moment he processes she's a girl, suddenly there's some problems. Nah. Now let's make a heart using both hands. No matter how many times I do this, it's super embarrassing. But man, Yamori-san is a pro when it comes to photo booths. Now let's make a heart together. There it is. This is what lovers do together. What are you blushing for, master? You'll never find a job if you blush over a few photos. How are these two things even related? I'm just here to check the place out. Do we really have to do this? Yamori-san is too comfortable getting up close to friends. Or maybe she doesn't realize how pretty she is. Or this wasn't an issue before. Suddenly it is for you. Yeah, the hormones. It's not just hormones. It's the fact that, like, Kazuya literally just didn't process she was a girl. And the moment he processed she was a girl, he started to feel a little bit of discomfort. Right? It's because Kazuya does have a bit of distrust towards women. Just a bit. Not like a full-blown distrust. He doesn't have a full-blown distrust, but he has some insecurities around that stem from mommy. Mommy is kind of the source of this, right? It also stems from how much he was rejected in the past, right? Kazuya was rejected a lot in the past, right? But he still wanted to believe in women. But when he was accepted and then rejected by mommy, that's when it fucked him up, right? And then Hawaiians hit again at that core one more time and literally made Kazuya very afraid of women, right? Like, I think Kazuya now, the reason he has such trust issues is because of Hawaiians. And ironically, who's the one who caused Hawaiians? Mommy, right? Everybody loves to blame Chizuru for Hawaiians. It was fucking mommy. It was all mommy. It literally would not have been that bad if it wasn't for mommy. Mommy did it all, right? And then Kazuya also started developing a bit of distrust because of Ruka. Because Ruka was so caught up in her vendetta that she caused these issues. But ironically, the people who do help him through everything are women, right? That women are the one who helped Kazuya through everything that he went through at the time, right? Ruka was the one who tried to step up for him. Minnie was the one who helped him during the 3-month time skip. Chizuru is the one who helped him live with him, who gave him a home to stay when he lost his home, right? Women are actually actively helping Kazuya, but Kazuya is so caught up in the trauma that he's scared these women will reject him, right? That's why Kazuya has a bit of distrust towards women, right? In contrast to Chizuru, who doesn't actually distrust men. Chizuru's character is that she first wanted to understand everything, then she took action on it. Do you think we'll see Ruka again? Of course we will. I don't know when, but we will. This isn't the pose it's telling us. This isn't the pose it's telling us to do. Try to have a little fun. It's better that way. We're just checking the place out. Right? Suddenly Kazuya is catching feelings, right? But he isn't. It's just because he processed she's a girl. That's it. That's what happened. In reality, Kazuya has a bit of distrust towards women, and that is why the date didn't go well, right? Because Kazuya constantly feels a sense of distrust towards Chizuru, and even though he's taking actions, that's the thing. I think I said this earlier. In the date, Kazuya does take actions. Even if they were wrong, at least he fucking did something. It's better than not taking an action at all. In the end of the day, he doesn't take any action, period. He doesn't fucking do anything, right? That's why the date doesn't end well. Kazuya just stopped taking action. And in the very end, he does take an action. He does make a choice, right? And then in the very end, when he's leaving the house, he again takes an action. He makes a choice. Because mommy is kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. That's kind of the best way I can put it. Mommy is the source, but she isn't the base. Mommy is the source, but not the base, which seems kind of weird. It's because mommy is just the cause of it. It might have happened eventually, but mommy was merely the cause of it. And that's the thing that mommy tries to hide. She tries to hide this bad part of herself by putting on this mask of love, right? So mommy is not she's pretty much the cause, but she isn't. Mommy rejecting him really hurt him because he was very deeply invested in love, and mommy tore that apart. So Kazuya started developing trust issues, but then he also wants love. So he's building an armor of trauma around love, right? He's building this new persona around his trauma so he can get love. That's the issue, right? The reality is Kazuya is the one who has a bit of distrust towards women. Do you think that Ruka will put up a fight or last ditch effort to make Kazuya love her before they officially split? That's a little bit away, I think. It's not quite there yet. I think that's a little bit away. But we'll have to see. Give me a sec. I need to drink some water and use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Okay. So in that sense, it might be possible there's no kiss, right? Maybe there isn't a kiss, right? So let me make myself bigger. Right? In that sense, maybe there isn't a kiss. So we don't really know. But I do think that element of admiration being mixed with love. And I think that's the important part. Is like Umi has a deep sense of admiration for Chizuru, much like Minnie has a deep admiration for Kazuya. And she's getting too caught up in that. And that's the thing that I think needs to be addressed. It's like Umi's admiration, and it makes you wonder, like, has Chizuru been getting plays and stuff because of Umi, right? Has Chizuru been getting plays and stuff because of Umi's efforts? We don't know, right? The play she was currently working on wasn't because of Umi. Maybe it was, right? Maybe it wasn't. We don't know. And I think maybe Chizuru feels bad about that because it's like Umi is helping her, but maybe he's getting too caught up in this thinking he might get something out of it, right? And that's something Chizuru does not want to do, right? Maybe the play is a hoax. We don't know. The play could be real. The play could be fiction. Maybe Chizuru omitted things from the play, right? But it makes sense that Chizuru may have gotten this play because of Umi, right? It makes sense that Chizuru may have gotten this play because of Umi. Because we never hear the talk, remember? We never hear the talk. I don't think the play is a hoax. It didn't seem like Chizuru was lying about the play. We just don't know when it is, what it's about. We don't know who the cast is. We don't know anything, right? And then when we see Umi, right, when we see Umi in chapter 282, what is Umi looking at? What is the specific detail of what Umi is looking at when we see him in chapter 282? Right? You got to remember this very carefully. He's looking at the role she's playing in the play, in that very specific play. Very specific. And what does he do here? He gives a girl a gift. What does he do when he goes to Chizuru's house? He tries to give her something. Right? He tries to pay respect to her grandparents who passed away. What's to say he wasn't trying to give her another thing, right? Just like literally how he passes the ball to the girl in this current episode or in this current chapter, and then she scores, right? And then just as he tries to pass the ball to Chizuru and she scores, right? Chizuru is able to handle it like a pro, right? What does he do here? He's giving. Umi's doing a lot of giving. He's giving. And much like how Kazuya keeps trying to give, right? And Chizuru doesn't want to keep taking, right? Chizuru doesn't want to just keep taking. She wants to be able to give too. So literally, I think Chizuru feels bad that Umi keeps giving her things. And maybe Umi is the reason she got this play in the first place. I hope not. Well, clearly Chizuru didn't get it because of her own efforts. Which is sad, yes, but hear me out. Like, what does Chizuru say? She's nothing more than a replacement. Right? It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty good role. She wasn't the first pick to begin with. Yeah, maybe they scouted her for her talent. Maybe it's because of Umi. We don't know. But it's very clear that, like, she didn't get this role on her own merits, that she's the second pick. Right? Even if Umi was the reason he did this, she's the second pick regardless. She's merely a replacement. She literally says it. Right? She just needs to make the role her own. She needs to succeed in this role. And that's the point, is like, it's supposed to mirror Rental. The idea is that it's supposed to mirror Rental. In Rental, you're just a replacement. You're not the first pick. They didn't fucking pick you. Right? They chose you because they couldn't get someone else. That's why they picked you. Right? They couldn't get someone else. You were the closest thing, so they pick you. It sounds dark, but it's the truth. Because that's literally what it is. You're not the first pick. But Chizuru's trying to make this role her own, and she most likely got this role because of Umi, and she doesn't want Umi to keep doing this. She probably doesn't want Umi to keep doing this. Whether there's a kiss in the film, in the movie, or in the play or not is a whole other ballpark, but Chizuru trying to set a very clear boundary makes a lot of sense, right? It seems like it's something that's been there for a while, and whether there is a kiss in the play with Umi is a whole other fucking ballpark, right? I think there's a kiss scene in the play. Why else would she wait till after the play? I don't know. She says she wanted to focus, but there could be more to it. Well, yeah, we already know this. I already had this entire theory. I already literally had this entire theory. I think that's the point, because Kazuya in the date literally said that he perceives kissing as cheating. So she's not going to have a boyfriend until after this play. Hence why she says this line right here. She won't have a boyfriend until after she's done with it. So Kazuya doesn't think she's dating him or anything, because Kazuya perceives kissing as cheating. At least that's what he told her. See the problem? But this is pretty fucking ironic. But this is the irony. This is the irony. Ruka kissed Kazuya. Mommy kissed Kazuya. But then there's actually worse. Kazuya physically interacts with Minnie in chapter 389. No fucking problems. Right? He doesn't see the hypocrisy in him saying kissing is cheating because he's been kissed, right? They kissed you. There were feelings there, right? Kazuya was kissed by Minnie, right? Kazuya was kissed by not Minnie. Kazuya was kissed by Ruka, right? Twice actually, and there was some feelings there, right? Kazuya, like especially during his birthday, was that or was that not cheating, right? No. It wasn't cheating because it wasn't consensual. Ruka kissed him both times. She didn't. That wasn't fucking cheating. Hey, he was forced. No, but there was feelings there. Right? And also, it wasn't assault. It wasn't assault. It bordered on it. It wasn't assault. It bordered on it. No. No. It was not assault. It merely bordered on it. Do you want to know why I can say it merely bordered on it? It's very, very, very simple. It's a very, very, very simple thing. Kazuya does not set boundaries. He does it once. There's one point where he does. But he never does it at any other point. You want to know when? When Ruka is staying in his house, and she seemingly wants to have sex with him, he's like, please step away. I don't want to do something I will regret. Thank you. Steps away. Leaves him. In terms of kissing, yeah, the first kiss was not necessarily consensual. But at the same time, Kazuya didn't set clear boundaries with Ruka. He never told her no to kissing. He told her no to sex. That's different. He doesn't set clear boundaries with her, and after she kisses him, he never actually sets clear boundaries with her. She still touches him. She still interacts with him. She's still close to him. And he never says no to any of that stuff. Right? He just says no, and he runs away. But he doesn't actually like sell her, hey, no kissing. He doesn't set very clear boundaries with her. Ever. That's the problem. That's why I can openly say it's not just outright forced or assault. It's not. Kazuya does not set very clear boundaries with Ruka. And Kazuya does this again with Minnie, but without the kissing. How do we see this? Bro. She's literally on his back. Her boobs are fucking touching him. And she literally jokes about it. Also, I could feel your boobs a little. That'll cost you 570 yen or 5,700 yen. There are no boundaries. That's a problem. Right? That's the issue. There's no boundaries. Kazuya does not establish good boundaries. Right? He still doesn't, even in the recent chapters, right? Let's go back to the chapter with Ruka. He meets up with Ruka, and what does Kazuya do? He lets her touch him, get very close, smells him and everything. Sure, he doesn't have feelings, but this isn't okay. Then, what does Kazuya do? He involves her in getting the credit card to go on a date with another girl so he can look good for that girl so he can break up with her. Kazuya did not need to involve her in the credit card thing. He could have done this at his own fucking time, but he does. Then, when Ruka feels happy, right, that she did this, that he's clearly happy about this, she kisses him on the cheek. Kazuya freaks, but does Kazuya ever tell her no? Did Kazuya ever tell her, you can't kiss me? That's not okay? Is Kazuya setting boundaries at all? Yeah, he told her before, I want to break up, but he's currently on a date with her. He doesn't set any boundaries. In fact, look at the cover page. What is the cover page? It's literally Ruka all over him. She's literally all over him. If you go to the next chapter, Kazuya drops his keys. Look at what Ruka does. Look at what fucking Ruka does. Well, besides the panties thing, we'll get to that in a little bit. She notices the key. Kazuya freaks. He lies. Ruka trusts him, and she puts her hand in his fucking ass. He doesn't want her to see her sad. That's not an excuse. Sorry, that's not a fucking excuse. You're not setting clear boundaries. You're not establishing a clear sense of distance, and you're leading her on. That is the unfortunate truth. He is leading her on. He is clearly leading her on. That's the unfortunate truth. Ruka will be more hurt by this in the future because of this. That's the unfortunate truth. He literally led her on without meaning to. Before, Kazuya wasn't. I will say this. Before, Kazuya wasn't actually leading her on. He was actually doing a good job of trying to establish and set clear boundaries. He would always stop her, and he would try to set some level of boundaries to some degree, right? But then they started to get too close, started to get too physical, and it started to get out of hand, and he's not setting boundaries. She could touch him. She can hold his hand. She can put her hand in her fucking ass, right? And then what happens? Kazuya trips over trying to protect his Chizuru thing, the gift she gave him, and he falls over a very private part of Ruka. Literally, an innocent part of Ruka is being, not, I wouldn't say defiled, but impacted. An innocent part of Ruka is clearly being impacted as a byproduct of his actions. She doesn't take it negatively, but it doesn't make it right. Okay? So Kazuya is not setting boundaries with people. That's why he gets kissed. That's why Ruka physically interacts with him. That's why Minnie physically interacts with him. He's not setting clear boundaries with people. Chizuru is. Chizuru is trying to. And I think Umi has been an active supporter of hers, and she's like, okay, this is getting out of hand. This is not okay. We can't keep doing this. Okay? I think that's what Chizuru's trying to do. She's doing the right thing, I think. She's trying to be like, okay, let's set some fucking boundaries. This is not acceptable. Right? I don't want to lead you on. I don't want you to think I have feelings for you. This isn't okay, but there's probably something going on. Right? I don't think it's that simple. The only problem is many Japanese readers identify themselves with Kazuya, so I don't think many of them will be okay if Chizuru kisses Umi even in a play. Maybe it's not a problem with Western perspective, but not from a Japanese male reader's perspective. Again, male reader's perspective. And that's, you know, I think that's maybe what Reiji's worried about. That is unprecedented, right? Reiji said this thing would be kind of unprecedented. It never happened before, right? But it's not a big deal either. And it isn't, because other characters in other shows kiss all the fucking time, right? But that's just the thing. Note that 99% of readers from this manga are Japanese male readers. Actually, it's not. Reiji did talk about it, and it's not actually 99%. It's like, there's actually surprisingly a lot of female readers. He found out there's like actually a lot of female readers. A lot, like, it's predominantly men. You're not wrong. It is predominantly men because it's a shonen manga. It's literally tailored towards that fucking demographic. But there's actually surprisingly a lot of women who read this manga. I don't know the exact details, but it was a lot more than people expected. It's not 99% men. It's not. I'm telling you right now, it's not. There's actually a lot of female readers. Reiji was literally talking about it in the back of one of the volumes, that there's a lot of female readers. Yeah, there we go. Female reader right there, JoJo. So yeah, no, it's not 99%. It's not. There's a lot of female readers. I think it would probably be closer to like 70-30 or 80-20. No. Reiji also said male readers are not his target. What he focuses on is the surveys. What he's focused on is the surveys. He doesn't focus on male readers. That's not his focus. He does say things to male readers in certain ways. There are things he says to male readers in certain ways. For instance, Kazuya's whole lesson is to be there for the women in his life. A huge part of this story is to respect and understand and be there for women. So in that sense, yes, that element is very much directed towards the male readers of this story. But there are very interesting characters that are not solely directed at male readers of this story. I think target audience is a very common thing a lot of people love to do, but it's not actually a thing in writing, in my opinion. I think target audience in writing is really fucking stupid, and it's not something you actually do. Target audience is more so like when you're trying to grow. But Reiji is already an established artist. He's already an established writer. It's not about target audience. It's rather about interacting with your audience and trying to say something through your art. He's even said this. He's not doing this for money. He literally said, I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because I like manga and I like drawing. It's not about target audience. If anything, the thing he mostly focuses on is the surveys, where you can do surveys for when the chapters come out on like the magazine. And those are the things he focuses on. He doesn't focus on male or female. In fact, he's literally criticizing that with Kazuya's character, that he's so fixated on the female mind that he's literally distracted from the reality around him. So that's not really a thing. I think that's something we can easily latch onto because it seems like it's the logical thing. I think a lot of people do this. We latch on to what we believe is the logical outcome or the logical understanding of how something should be, when in reality that's not the truth. And it's people don't think that way. They don't think with that element of particular directed logic like that, right? Even if his editors do, he's not necessarily doing that, right? Of course, like it is targeted towards a particular male-oriented audience. That's not necessarily like false. Because again, it's a shonen manga. It's the female characters are the leads, the female characters are the focus, and yet what has Reiji said is that he literally, Kazuya became the attraction for people. And Kazuya is not an attractive character for male readers. Not at all. Not even a little bit. A lot of male readers do not like Kazuya's character. And yet, Kazuya has become a main attraction for a lot of readers now. He's been getting a lot of focus. He's been getting a lot of attention. People are like, oh, it's Chizuru. No, it's Kazuya. Kazuya's been getting a lot of focus and attention recently, especially in the scouting, where Chizuru was not there. It was mostly Kazuya doing his own shit. And the surveys were still good, right? Reiji got these fuckers hook, line, and sinker. He knows what he wanted to do. He said that he wanted to make Kazuya's character work. He said that he could make Kazuya's character work, and he proved it. He's like, I fucking proved it. People kept telling me I was insane. I couldn't do it. I fucking did it. Right? So that's why. Like, I think it's not fair to just say, oh, it's just 99% fucking male readers. That's not true. There's a lot of female readers. Anywho, we were getting distracted. I think Kazuya high-key cute. Hell yeah, Kazuya cute as fuck. He's also stupid as shit. But, you know, you get my point. Okay. Kanojo Okarishimasu. All right, let's download the chapter. Okay. I don't want to focus too much. Watch the road. Watch the road, you fool! I'm quite happy finally seeing the useless drama with Umi hopefully come to an end, at least for Chizuru's side. See, y'all. He's gonna get burned. He's gonna get fucking burned. Literally, you think that's what's happening, and he's leading you to believe this. And you're gonna get fucking burned. I'm warning you right now. If you think the useless drama with Umi is gonna end and you think it's useless, oh man, you're gonna get fucking burned next chapter. It's not gonna be pretty. I've said this before, but I think Chizuru fixing up the last thing she needed to before getting together with Kazuya is good. This relationship is incredibly messy. Starting on even shakier ground would only cause more problems. As for Umi, I'm sorry, but I couldn't care less about him. Or she tried to make him a character readers could empathize with, but he's just so bland I can't. Not to mention all this shit he pulled without any redeeming quality to make up for him. I'm not interested in Kazuya getting his driving license. It could be nice to car date. Okay, well, this person doesn't seem to really care much. Same feelings as when she started her speech to reject Kazuya on the date, except for the fact that she won't hold Umi back for that, and it won't even say that she might be in love, and that she might be in love with him, and she won't even say that she might be in love with him. Yeah, clearly, no. Poor Kazuya, poor guy, hoping nothing hope nothing happens. I'm getting what the fuck? He literally gave you the thing, and then you're saying he didn't give you the thing. I fucking hate this meme. I despise this stupid meme. This stupid fucking meme. I'm so sick and tired of it. Get fucking downvoted, stupid Redditors. Okay, we're getting to the good part first of can this guy be even more disrespectful cutting off Chizuru when she has something to say, interrupting her with compliments that annoy her and has discomfort. Also, I like the title girlfriend and the drawing the line. The meaning of drawing the line is to set someone straight, person that likes you but don't reciprocate their feelings back, setting limits and boundaries so they don't understand things, are looking really interesting right now. So next week, Kanokari. Yeah. If you go back to chapter 379, to Chizuru and Kazuya's date, you'll notice that both Kazuya and Chizuru are wearing light colors. This is a stark contrast to what we're seeing now, with Chizuru and Umi both in black. Without saying a single word, you can already tell this moment is about to go badly for Umi. I have faith in that. I could be wrong, but it feels like a dark parallel. Still, I'm willing to bet my peanut butter chips ahoy cookies on this. Oh man, people are gonna get burned next chapter. They're gonna get so fucking burned. Dude, oh man, people are gonna get so fucking burned next chapter. They're gonna be so mad. It's happening again. It's chapter 380 all over again. I can't believe this. Have you learned nothing? Have you learned nothing? Are you kidding me? Have you fellas learned nothing? I cannot believe this. Unreal. I cannot believe this. Have you learned nothing? Oh my god, history's repeating and they can't see it. First impressions, the car date does sound like a good idea. Does he not realize that the last date felt like a rental date? The car date is explicitly something that would not have been allowed on rental. He should have thought about something like that on the date before as well. There will be problems in practice, though. He would have to do this as a new driver, so he'll probably look rather nervous than cool. And since he will hopefully concentrate on the road, the drive will probably be full of silence and not full of actual meaningful conversation. Not that Kazuya would know what to talk about anyway, so maybe this is a good thing. Okay, on to Chizuru. She meets up with the colleagues from the first play, among them Shiori and Umi. Chizuru, of course, also gives her best at futsal. After the play, she asks Umi to talk. It ends on a cliffhanger, so we still don't know what she wants to talk about. She was thinking about the kiss with Kazuya before, so I think it probably has to do with him. Will we see the talk this time? Will she ask Umi about his feelings for her? Will she investigate how she feels for him in contrast to Kazuya? These are for next time. I want to face it with all my might. For reference, this is roughly what Chizuru said to Sumi about Kazuya and his feelings, chapter 368. Yeah, like maybe we're all wrong. Maybe this is about Kazuya. Right? Maybe Chizuru feels like she didn't do enough with Kazuya. Maybe this is about that. Maybe we're misunderstanding this completely and it's not about the play, right? But what about drawing the line, right? Right, so that's the question. What about drawing the line? What? Damn. Now I'm doubting everything I know. Just like that. I'm doubting everything I know. Just like that. That's all I fucking took. That's all I fucking took. I doubted everything I fucking know. Maybe she wants to make her feelings to Kazuya more obvious and wants Umi's opinion? Yes, that's what this is meant to do. Doubt everything. Doubt. You don't know the truth. I think the bigger thing will be coming from Mami and Kazuya. Kazuya can truly be swayed from Mami actually making a move on him. Men never forget their first love. That's the thing in Japan. Okay, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're getting like the thing where it's like, oh, Japan. And it's like, bro, we're all just fucking human beings. Your nationality doesn't fucking matter. You're just a normal fucking person. That's ridiculous. Of course, Kazuya still has like some feelings for Mami. It doesn't like I still have some feelings for my ex. That's just normal. That's not a Japan thing. That's just a normal fucking thing. Like, no, whatever, man. We'll see. Chizuru mentioned she wants to draw the line on her feelings and what love was during the date too. Yeah. She wants to draw the line on her feelings. So that's again why it makes me lean towards that idea of just like, okay, that means there is a kiss in the play. That's the only thing that could give me that impression, and it has to be Umi, right? Whereas Kazuya doesn't really draw a line with Minnie. She's like all up in his fucking business. Here. Let's see what else Verka said. Did you say anything else? No, nothing else. Okay. Let's go back to the date. There's some things we should look at in the date. In particular, let's look at chapter 365. What if she's either drawing the line with Umi and their friendship or drawing a line between them for the play? What if it's both? Okay. Cheating. When do you consider cheating? If I'm too chalant, getting drunk and hitting up a hotel happens sometimes, right? Can't be helped, you know. You can't be talking to other guys, not even online. Let me see your phone. Jesus Christ. I sound like I'm a controlling guy. The correct answer is different for everyone. It's the ultimate question. Besides, is she interviewing me for a marriage or what? Yeah, bitch. She's trying to fucking marry you. What's the deal with this barrage of super hard questions? Wait, is she looking for something? It's as if she's checking things off a list. She is. That is true. Mizuhara takes things seriously. That sounds exactly like something she'd do. I've got to be careful with how I answer. Cheating. I've been wondering that myself. There's a lot of temptation nowadays. Cheating is second nature to men, seems to be the daily trend. It's important to be on the same page about the kind of stuff. Are you going to cheat? No. Okay, good. I wouldn't know what to say even if you said you would here. This is so hard, but it's better than her rejecting me because I seem controlling. Oh, Kazuya. Right? Just say how you feel, dude. But you can't really be controlling because it's pretty fucking ironic because you don't have any second fucking control around other women, clearly. Reiji could be trolling us. What hasn't happened yet? Shizuru and Kazuya are getting together. I think he's playing us. Reiji is fucking not. Well, yes, it's a double red herring. Everything in this story right now is a double red herring. That's the idea. Right now, the story, in my opinion, is giving you double red herrings. What I mean by that is that you get the red herring of, oh no, they're not going to get together. Oh no. And then in reality, that red herring is a red herring because they are actually going to get together, I think. But just not like how, but just, after a bit of conflict. What should I say to her? Kissing, holding hands, or is going to dinner together too much? But eating out with friends seems totally valid, thinks of Umi. I don't know. Maybe kissing? The eyes of a peeping Tom. Which is it? This is the deciding moment. No. What was that? Was that good or bad? How many points did I gain? How many times did I lose? But this is a good chance to ask. What about you? I still don't really know. I mean, I wouldn't like the person I loved to kiss someone else, but what if it's two actors in a play and who play a couple? The kissing scene wouldn't count as cheating, would it? Okay, like, come on. Well, I guess not. That's supposed to be work. In that case, the action itself isn't really the problem. The same can probably be said for sex workers. Not even sex would count in that case. She said sex, she said sex. But if you love the person you do it with, even a little bit, then that's when I consider it cheating. If you love the person, right? She says you, not the other person, right? And she doesn't want to lead anyone on. So if they have feelings, it would be wrong for them, right? I would definitely be a living hell. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. Where is the line drawn between a rental girlfriend and a real girlfriend? Drawing the line. Yeah. Right. I receive money, I go on dates and hold hands. That's who I am. It's all platonic through Diamond, but sometimes I even whisper sweet nothings to them. But never once have I fallen in love with a client. When I talk about quitting my job as a rental girlfriend, it wouldn't be for my boyfriend, it would be for my clients. I would never be their girlfriend because I already have someone I love. See how this matches up with the Umi situation? She wants to draw a line, right? Doesn't want to lead him on. See how it can line up with what we were describing before? That's why I'm here today, so I can learn how to describe what it is that I'm feeling. I know that's lame, sorry. All right. So maybe this wasn't an issue until the play happened. Maybe this wasn't an issue until the play happened. But the play was an ultimate issue she needed to address because it was merely going to be inevitable. Much like Kazuya's passiveness was something he was going to need to address because it was just going to happen. Kazuya not addressing the past, not addressing mommy, living in his own aquarium in a sense, that was just going to happen. That's just inevitable. So Kazuya's hint of distrust towards women is something he's going to have to address, just as Chizuru was inevitably going to have to address the acting business that she's a part of, that she would need to deal with eventually. So it makes a lot of sense to have that come back full circle for Chizuru, just as it has to come back full circle for Kazuya, in order for them to start a relationship. Umi can't draw a line if there's a romantic scene in a play. What do you mean? Yeah. I do want to point out, like the thing I said before, there's literally a line drawn right here, right? Just because Chizuru draws a line between her and Umi, it's unidirectional. What does that even mean? Umi can't draw a line if there's a romantic scene in the play. Well, he has to know. He has feelings for her, and the feelings will not go away just because Chizuru asks her to do so. I mean, ask him to do. Well, it's not. See, that's the thing, though, is like, I think what Umi has is admiration for Chizuru, and she just doesn't want him to get the wrong idea. I think if Umi did actually like her, she can draw a line, but Umi can't. I can get that. I don't disagree with you. But what if he doesn't actually have feelings for her? What if he just has admiration for her? Right? Because Umi clearly knows she likes Kazuya. I do agree with her kissing between two actors as a scene isn't cheating, but it gets complicated when one of them has feelings and the other doesn't, which is the root of the current problem. Also, umi means see in Japanese. Okay, we already know this. It's not like he has a choice on accepting the line or not. It's not like he has a choice. He does have a choice. He can choose to tell her how he feels or accept the line and don't accept the line. Right? He said that he loves her and runs away before she can respond. He definitely likes her. I don't know. I've said before that scene might not be as it appears. Next chapter, reverse of 218, guarantee it. I don't know. Don't think so. Don't think so. I don't think it's as simple as it appears. I think Umi has just a lot of admiration for Chizuru. I don't know if what he has is love for Chizuru. But that doesn't mean he can cross her boundaries. Sorry. What? I don't know. I feel like this isn't as simple as it appears. And the fact that Reiji said this would be resolved, like, just goes to show it's not like a problem that'll be a problem forever, you know? I've said before, the scene with Umi, we were not supposed to see that. I think Umi is meant to appear a certain way here, right? Maybe he's not what we think he is. I've said this before. I don't think Umi is what we think he is. Reishi makes Chizuru investigate Umi after giving so little development of the two of them. After it would really make people mad. No, I don't think that's what it is. That seems really stupid. Horrible advice. You say no and it gets weird real quick. Have to have to get to kiss me in the car, and it was weird and quiet until I got out. Apparently, confessing your love has a 90% success rate. I highly recommend it. Oh, what if I just fucking crashed the car? Also, I feel like he knows what's coming and he doesn't really want to ruin the moment by talking about it. No, he's just avoiding the inevitable. Besides of this slide, if Reishi made Chizuru get close... No. It's... Yeah, I don't really like this person's comments anyway. I feel sad for Kazuya, to be honest. The girl can't even spend 30 seconds to text him, 1 minute to call him. Hell, forget the kiss. At least tell him about the role, you know, to the man that can spend an entire year of his life doing a movie for you, and this is 100% with you in your dream. But no, nothing, zero, nada, ghosting again. But for Umi, she even goes to talk to him, if the talk is not a rejection. See, I think Reishi's doing that on purpose, right? I think Reishi's doing this on purpose. Was Chizuru just not going to talk to Kazuya the whole time? Was this just going to happen again? The relationship can't continue like this. It feels like Reishi is like very keenly aware that where the relationship is like right now just can't continue like this. This is not healthy for either of them, that they can't communicate, that they can't talk to each other. And the reason I'm a little less upset at Chizuru is because she's tried to communicate to him and he hasn't. Kazuya can't do it. He keeps hesitating and he keeps getting scared and he keeps being passive. Chizuru has tried to communicate to him, and instead Kazuya communicates to her via Mini. The play is a whole other ballpark. I think Kazuya in some ways has made it very scary for Chizuru to communicate to him, and we don't realize this. So it's very easy to blame Chizuru here, right? It's very, very easy to blame Chizuru here, and say, oh, it's Chizuru's fault, right? This is Chizuru's fault. She can't even text him. She can't even say this to him. But has Kazuya made it easy for her to text him? Has Kazuya made it so Chizuru can just communicate to him and not have any issues talking to him? Or has Kazuya made it very, very scary for her to talk to him, right? And I think that's where we are, that Kazuya has made it very scary for her to talk to him. And she's now scared, and she feels like she has to go through this alone when she doesn't. And that's a problem I think Kazuya has to actually address, right? Kazuya is the one who actually has to address these problems, not Chizuru. It's his own distrust of her that's led to her being afraid to talk to him. Much like how your kid will be afraid to talk to you if they don't feel comfortable to. If they feel like they would burden you or bother you, or that you would get angry or you get frustrated. They get scared. So they don't want to talk to you. They tried to go through it alone. They try to talk to someone else. They try to deal with it on their own. Do you think that Umi and Mami might serve the same roles in the story? They serve similar but opposite roles. Umi is, I think, the thing Chizuru needs to deal with in the same manner as Mini is something Kazuya might have to address. I don't think we'll see a rejection. I don't think so. And then Mami represents the thing Kazuya keeps ignoring. Right. So Chizuru. So Umi isn't something Chizuru is. I guess in a sense they're similar, in that Umi is something Chizuru isn't ignoring, but it's something she has to address. And she's willing to face it head on. Kazuya isn't really facing Mami head on, and he's never really tried to. And Mami's just seemingly gonna catch up to him, I think. I think Mami's just seemingly going to catch up to Kazuya. She's a reflection of his own inactivity. She's a reflection of the thing he knows is there, but just conveniently doesn't really want to think about it or talk about it. Like, he knows Mami caused some shit. He knows, he saw what Mami did in Hawaiians. He asked her not to do anything to hurt Chizuru, and she hurts Chizuru. And he blames himself for it instead of admitting to the reality that Mami did this despite what he fucking asked her not to do. Instead, he blames himself, even though she is being openly antagonistic to him. In that same way, Mami is hiding what she did wrong in favor of the fictional reality she has. She's pretending she's living in her own aquarium. She's living in her own prison, much like Kazuya is. Kazuya knows there's an uncomfortable reality he has to face, and he's choosing not to. He's choosing to look away. He's choosing to be scared, right? That's the thing Kazuya has to confront and deal with. He has to face this uncomfortable reality of Mami, of maybe possibly Umi, right? Whereas Umi, I think, is kind of the flip of this picture. I think Umi is akin to Minnie, where he really admires Chizuru. But I actually don't think the romantic thing is as it appears. No, next chapter is definitely about this. Next chapter is definitely about this. Mami, at the very least, may appear in the end. Mami may appear in the end, but it's definitely about this. It's not about Mami and Kazuya. Hell no. No shot in hell. If it actually ends up being about Mami and Kazuya, fuck off. No. This is something Reiji's clearly building to. It is something that needs to be addressed. Anyways, Umi is kind of the reverse of Mami in that sense. Umi is not a dark thing Kazuya has ignored. It is something Chizuru knows very clearly, and she needs to set the rules straight, right? And maybe before she just didn't know how to, right? Kazuya is ignoring Mami in favor of fiction. Chizuru knows this thing's existence, and she didn't know how to deal with it before, and maybe she does now. Yeah, and maybe that's another thing. This person says something interesting here. Maybe she's trying to show that at least that she can be an actress without depending on him. She already owes him a lot. So maybe that's why she's trying to set the rules straight with Umi. She doesn't want to just keep relying on him. She wants to be able to succeed on her own, so Kazuya doesn't feel like he has to constantly help her. Just that she doesn't want Umi to constantly help her, maybe. Kissing in the play will be a big deal for Japanese audience, especially if it's with Umi. I see this going to explore probably worse than chapter 218. I mean, that's kind of sad, but all right. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it might not even happen. I don't know, but it's just a kiss. See, people are divided, and I see that many believe that we know Reiji is not going to be clear rejection. That's also why I think it will be a simple rejection, nothing complicated. It's just acting. Nothing is real. I mean, yeah, that's why. But that's why you set clear boundaries. I would agree that the kiss in a play seems almost too vanilla for Reiji. No, that's a weird fucking take because Reiji is anything but vanilla. Like anything but like he makes their romance very genuine. Chizuru doesn't manipulate people though. You're acting like she did that before. She doesn't. Chizuru doesn't fucking do that. She's never done that. She doesn't manipulate people. Her actions are not to manipulate others. She doesn't do that. Like, what? Chizuru doesn't fucking manipulate people. That's Mami. Mami manipulates people. Chizuru does not manipulate anybody. Nor should she actually try to. Her intentions are not to manipulate others. Keck. Gonna guess sexual abuses on the bingo card for the. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, let's chill the fuck out. Let's just chill the fuck out, okay? Jesus Christ. Wow, Reddit is fucked, dude. What the fuck's going on with y'all? This chapter raised my alarms. Something bad Reiji talks about is about to come. My opinion, Kazuya will see Chizuru and Umi together. She was over reject him, but probably misunderstood. No, that's too basic. My okay, this is funny. We're gonna read this. This is funny. My God, did Umi graduate from the University of Fuckboys, or did he fumble on the ultimate female courting guide or something? Who talks like that? Who even plays football like that? On the other hand, yeah, Chizuru is completely unfazed by his cringe dialogue. Umi is cooked. I also recommend reading The Skill of Lore to see masters at work. Laugh my ass out. Of lure. Oh my God. Can we not? Can we not talk about the skills of lure? Can we not? That's just weird, dude. These are the underwear she's wearing to have a chat with Umi. Totally normal. I don't see a problem. Everything's fine. Jesus, relax. It's just underwear. It's just underwear. Relax. What? So it'll be a challenge for Kazuya, even if it's just acting. There are many people who can't endure that if the partner does kiss, even in acting. That's said. Wait, who the fuck starts a comment like that? I can't. That I just came back. Goddamn. I just think that he'd be a way to do something spicier than the super obvious play thing. Yeah, I mean, it could be. It could be more complicated than we think. Did you catch the Yamcha chapter and the news chapter? Chichun being dead, tired. Oh yeah, Reiji draws that regularly. He's done that a few times now. He does it like all the time. Yeah, literally, it's the Yamcha one. There it is again. Poor Chiori, just fucking dying. Reiji does it like as many chances as he gets. It's actually kind of funny. Right? He did it in chapter 389, I think. Right? Or not 389, 388. Right? When Kazuya collapses after the booze. Hey, look, it's Yamcha again. Hey, look, it's Yamcha again. People are doing me because of Chizuru's underwear. That's funny. There's a flower there. I'd like to know the meaning of that flower. Okay, give me a sec. Hana Kotaba. It's not Cosmos. I already know that. The flower seems familiar, but I can't quite pin it down. It's like a very fluffy flower. Oh, this seems similar. Translate. English. What flowers are these? Marigold. Yeah, those definitely kind of look like those. Marigold flowers. Can we not? Health, prophecy, jealousy, despair, and grief. Well, that's the English version. Flowers bloom from spring to autumn, speak seasons in May and September, and come in yellow, orange, red, white. The general meaning of marigold: jealousy, despair, sadness. Wow. Well, that suddenly explains it. Those do kind of look like those flowers. I could be wrong. Here, I actually have a better idea. I did just download it, so I can just check it. Hmm. It kind of looks like it. I could be wrong. They look similar. But it does align with the themes. Keep zooming. Yeah, I get it. You're horny as fuck. You're so funny. Yeah, that one made a lot of sense, honestly. So it makes sense to like hide that. I think symbolically that makes some sense, right? Um, this is Chizuru's jealousy, maybe, and she covers that up. That could be it. If that's what it means, right? If that's what it means, Chizuru's. If we go by the logic of what we've been presented. Oh, okay. What are we doing? Go back up. If we go by the logic of what we've been presented, I need you to translate, please, and thank you. If they mean jealousy, right? So they can mean health and prophecy. And then general meanings are jealousy, despair, and grief. So all of those things align. This is something Chizuru had to inevitably deal with. So health is reflected in her health here, right? She's very healthy, takes care of herself, can handle these things well. Kanokari is that complex. Now, Reiji has openly talked about the fact that he uses the Hanakataba, or the language of flowers. Reiji has like openly talked about that. He jokes about it in one of his extra volumes, where he has Chizuru like give Kazuya a sunflower, and then Kazuya looks up the meaning, and it means I only look at you. So yeah, he does do it. That is a thing he does. Yeah. That's why, like for example, Kazuya says, Chizuru's clothes in Chizuru's clothes in the day have hydrangea, look like hydrangeas. If you look up the meaning of hydrangeas, they're rain flowers. Two, they're called the rose of Japan, and three, they have an entire motif of what is it? Apologies, gratitude, and thankfulness. And it has like this story about this emperor who neglected this princess, and apologizes to her afterwards. Now, if you flip that meaning, you think this is Chizuru, right? She feels like she's neglected Kazuya, and she tries to apologize to him. In reality, the meaning is actually flipped. It's Kazuya himself. He's the one who's actually neglecting her, and he doesn't realize he's doing this. Now, if we go by the idea that the underwear Chizuru wears is both health, prophecy, jealousy, despair, and grief, all of these things somewhat align. I think health and prophecy makes more sense than jealousy and despair, because that seems to be the English version. They describe, so like, see here, it says the general meaning is jealousy, despair, and sadness. Blooms from April to November. They are birth flowers of June 5th and July 18th. Okay. They mean, so yeah, the English meaning is jealousy, despair, and grief. And so Chizuru being very healthy in this chapter aligns well with that. There's the element of the prophecy. This thing had to be addressed eventually. Reggie even said this was a problem that was going to come back, and this is something we need to address. Then you have what is it? You have, come on, brain, remember. You have jealousy, despair, and grief, right? What did the chapter start with? An outfit that avoids drawing unwanted attention in the jealous-ridden world of show business. Right? She and literally, like, Chizuru herself is hiding her jealousy and uncomfortability, in particular for Kazuya, right? She hides her own jealousy for him, right? That she's just jealous of when he's around other people, so she's drawing a line. Right? She feels she needs to draw a line, whereas Kazuya doesn't draw a line, and I think that's an important thing here. That's not a hibiscus. That is not a hibiscus. I'm sorry. That is not a hibiscus flower. Look at the petals. Hibiscus don't have multiple petals. They are one round thing, or like have singular petals popping out. These have petals within petals. That doesn't look like a hibiscus. Yeah, these are like petals within petals. These don't look like hibiscus. I could be wrong. Like, remember, I don't know what fucking flower this is. Maybe Reiju just picked a random fucking flower. I could be fucking wrong. Right? I think the easiest way to look at it is health and prophecy, which makes a lot of sense. Right? But I don't see a hibiscus. Yes, I get it. You're horny. That's great. I get it. You're horny. That's wonderful. Yeah, and this is this looks like a doesn't look like a normal sports bra. She changes out of it. Yeah, she takes it off. We'll see, man. We'll see. There's no point, like, my prediction here is that he's going to take this well. Not going to take this well, and he won't be a supportive friend like he'd been speculating, kind of like I was about the NTR bait, apparently. I don't know. I don't think so. I think this is just something we're going to see and address and deal with, and it'll be resolved in a few chapters, and I'm going to stop trying to fucking worry about this, right? There's no point continuing to worry about this. We're just going to keep dooming for no fucking reason. We'll know when it happens. That's the simple truth. We will know when it happens. I'm going to use the restroom. BRB. Just give me a sec. Okay. Feel a little better now. This is 98% filler, 2% content. No. See, I think that mentality really fucking bothers me. That like, oh, this is all just filler. No, it isn't. Reishi literally tells you about the story through what you're being shown. Your problem is you're so fixated on the plot moving forward, you don't see what the visuals are telling you. The visuals are literally telling you things. The story is literally being conveyed to you visually. It's a fucking visual medium, right? If you're only seeing plot, you're like, oh, this is just a waste of time, right? But the visuals actually tell you a lot. And you could probably piece it together if you pay attention like I did. I don't... Kissing is something actresses do. I don't see the problem. As a boyfriend, should know that. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Do you wish Reiji didn't share that information? A little bit. Just a little bit. Like I would have liked to not know that shit's gonna happen. But the thing I am grateful for, that I will admit, the flower is petunia. The fuck is a petunia? Let's look it up. Petunia. Never fucking heard of it. That looks nothing like it. What the fuck are you talking about? That looks nothing like it. What the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't look anything like this flower. The fuck are you talking about? It looks nothing like it. That looks more like a hibiscus. It's not the flower. The fuck? At least share it like 1 to 2 weeks to go instead of a month. I mean, Reiji was sharing what he was working on at the time. I think that's why he shared it. Because at the time, he had already finalized that chapter. Because he's 6 chapters ahead. So he would be on chapter 400 right now. He's 6 chapters ahead. He's been very ahead lately. So it makes a lot of sense why he shared it then. And why he would be worried about it. But yeah, no, it's not. This person said it was like this flower. It's fucking not. It looks nothing like it. Yeah, that doesn't look anything like it. Okay, so let's analyze this chapter. There's some cool details I think we can get into at the moment. Okay, hanging couple channel. Okay, so Kazuya is watching YouTubers. He's at home, not really doing anything, right? He's just watching some YouTubers to validate his feelings that getting a license will get him what he wants, right? He's not even getting the license for the right reasons, right? He was supposed to get the license to help his parents. He's getting it for love, right? He's not even getting it for the right reasons, right? And he listens to these YouTubers who appear a certain way to him. I find the cut really interesting. I find the cut to this particularly a fascinating choice because of how you don't see this dress until much later. I think that's a really interesting choice, don't you? That we don't really see this dress until much later into the chapter. We don't see this until like near the fucking end of the chapter. And I think that seems like a by design kind of choice. Like we're missing something. Like we're seeing things and we're missing things. We're not getting the full picture. We're getting like half the picture. She was called to play sports, so no earrings. We said this. Her bags, yep, everything in it. A shirt, and a black one-piece dress to have a serious conversation. A moon-shaped buttons show a finer eye for details. Moon-shaped. Right? And there's a lot of black. Right? There's a lot of black motifs. The only black Chizuru had on during the date was her shorts. That was the only thing that was black in the date. It was her shorts. Everything else, she wasn't wearing black, right? Here, the dress is predominantly black. In the date, it's not. Her outfit is not predominantly black. Kazuya is the same. Kazuya is his clothing in the date was not predominantly black. It was actually more green. It was more green and blue. So here, Chizuru's dress is more predominantly black, right? It's a very serious conversation. I think that's kind of important, right? That Reiji in particular shows this. And then Umi also wears black, right? Umi wears black the entire time, right? Umi wears black when he visits Chizuru's home. Umi wears black when he's playing the soccer game. Umi wears black when he leaves the soccer game. He's wearing black the entire time. That's a really interesting choice. Right? She's not trying to act cute. She's not trying to appeal to him. She doesn't want him to get the impression that she likes him in any way, shape, or form. Right? Like that's the impression this is giving me. She's not trying to think she's not trying to appear cute in any way. Right? In contrast, if we look at when the outfit was shown in the date, let's see how it was described. Okay, let's look at the outfit. A piano-patterned umbrella brings rhythm even to the rain. A cute and multi-purpose shoulder bag that is must for rainy days. A thick black shorts with a sporty, luxurious vibe. Right? No, both things are both situations. Right? Chizuru has like a sporty look here. Right? When she meets Umi, her look isn't sporty, but she's prepared for sports. It's literally reversed. A touch of freshness to the rainy season with a light, frilly knit top. Gloomy weather calls for a glamorous style. White side zip boots with a girly charm. Right? Very intentionally trying to appeal in some way. Okay. Back to Kazuya. Apparently confessing your love 90%, I highly recommend it. I'm starting to feel really good about this. Ugh. Poor guy. A car date, that's a pretty good idea if I do say so myself. Right? Notice how Kazuya is in bed. Notice how Kazuya is in his bed looking at his phone. He's not like out like living his life, making any changes. He's just in bed. He's just in his room. He's literally like he's in an aquarium. Right? It's literally like he's in an aquarium. A car day, that's a pretty good idea if I do say so myself. We've already been to many places in the city. We can make it far away. We can make it to faraway locations if I drive. That's good against the rain, and inside the car is essentially a date in a private room. We can talk freely. Right? He's not actually processing any of this. He's not actually like processing any of this stuff. Let's see. I bet it'll feel new for Mizuhara since she's been limited to rental girlfriend dates rules. This will make it feel like even more of a private date. He's not necessarily wrong. We spend a whole day getting closer. The beautiful night scenery surrounds us as we head home, and we're alone inside a car on a dimly lit night. I'm reliving that moment. I love you, Grassi. See, this is funny. Because what he's describing is literally what Sayuri described. Oh my god, it's literally what Sayuri described. That's crazy. Holy shit. This is straight up what Sayuri described to Chizuru in chapter 378. It's just translated weird. Right. So here in this scene, Sayuri tells Chizuru, I mean, the day we met, he sent a taxi over 70 miles just for me. He'd say stuff like he jumped from sheer cliff as he couldn't be with me. No. So what actually happened, this is translated poorly. What actually happened is that Sayuri went on a drive with him for 750 miles. And they were talking that whole time and they got to know each other. That's what happened. That's what she's describing, right? They were literally talking that entire time or some shit. I don't know if it's 750 miles. Maybe she's exaggerating. She's so cool. I don't really get it. The whole point was that they went on a very long drive and they talked. They went on this super long drive and they talked the entire time. That's the point. They went on a super long drive and they talked and they got to know each other. And that's why he would say stuff like this, from Tokyo to Nagasaki, right? So here, that's what Kazuya is describing, right? That's literally what Kazuya is describing here. He's literally talking about exactly this. No, it's not like that. It's because it's a new experience. It's easy to ask her out. I'm not doing it for anything perverted. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, right? Giving himself excuses. This mirrors mommy, who gives herself a lot of excuses. Kazuya is wearing earring. Is he? This isn't an earring. No, this isn't an earring. He just has long earlobes. No, it's just a long earlobe. He doesn't have earrings. No, that's not quite it. Mizuhara has changed, right? If she says yes when I confess my feelings, then it's possible such a thing could happen on the way home. Why are you so certain she's changed? Why are you so certain she's so different? Isn't that right, Mizuhara? I know I'm right. Do you? Is this even your thoughts? I'm ready. Let's do this. Time to look for driving schools. Whoa, it's pretty expensive. Okay, we go to this. People playing a game. Nice shot. Yeah, these seem like the same people from that play. Women's locker room. The first thing we see isn't Chizuru in the outfit. I think that's really fascinating. The first thing we see is not Chizuru in the outfit. It's Chizuru changing out. It's Chizuru changing into something different, right? And her head is already in the clouds. She's already still thinking about Kazuya even at this point. She's still thinking about the kiss. She takes off her bra, right? She's in locker 16, it seems like. Puts on her shorts, goes out. She notices Umi. Damn it, he just won't stop. Passes to the girl. This girl is like tired, right? This girl is tired. She's done. She doesn't want to keep playing, but he passes to her anyway. And she scores, right? This girl doesn't actually want to play at this point. She's so tired. But Umi passes to her anyway. She keeps playing. Even look at her. She's barely there, right? The poor thing is like barely here, but Umi passes to her anyway, right? He disregards the fact that she doesn't actually want to play. He's being a magician, right? He's talking about doing tricks and he's doing all that and he's showing off. But the girl doesn't even want to really be there. Like she's so tired, she just wants to tap out. The poor thing, right? But Umi keeps like doing this stuff. I love that she's wearing teddy bear shirt. I think it shows her innocence. I think Shiori is actually a very innocent character, and she's getting caught up, right? She's even wearing white, right? Shiori's even wearing all white. And Umi is wearing all black, right? He completely contrasts her as a character. And he passes the ball to her, and she's really tired, but she scores anyway, right? She still does it because he passed the ball. The poor thing is only able to keep up just because she happens to be there, but she can't actually do it, right? Nakano-kun is so cool. Here, he's on another level. Again, these girls are here. Chizuru doesn't even fucking care, right? She's like, yeah, okay. Oh, Chizuru-chan, Umi-kun, sorry for getting here late. I love how you see these bubbles in the background that show like a kind of, right, like excitedness, but then look at her face. She's, right, she's just serious, right? She's just serious. She's right. She's just right in front of the goalpost. That's offside, lol. What does that mean? Her position, that's a violation. Like she got the role through her family connection. Oh, that's a cool catch. That's a cool catch. So her position is a violation. Like she got it through, like she can't actually do it. No effort. That's a cool detail. Yeah, that's a cool detail. Yeah, so she literally got it through her connections. It's not a valid goal, but she scored, you know? Right? Oh, good for you. Nice shot, right? And then they give the girls 2 points, right? They literally give the girls 2 points instead of 1 for scoring because, oh, they're girls, they're weak, right? That's literally what they were doing. That's literally what the guys were saying, right? They're treating them like they're fragile, like they're weak. So that's a repeating motif in the chapter 2. There needs to be at least one defender ahead of her. Yeah. So yeah, she didn't even actually score it. She's completely unequipped to deal with this situation. And she wears like a teddy bear shirt because she's so innocent, right? The only reason this girl gets ahead in anything is because of her connections, right? Literally, like Umi holds her hand, right? Her connection to Umi is the only reason she got forward. Right? That's why Umi grabs her hand. It's literally the only reason she got forward at all is because of her connection to Umi. Right? Umi gave her this. She got a pass because she's a cutie patootie, and the Umi's the guy who showed off and let her be cool, so she succeeded. Right? That's the only reason she was able to do it. Chizuru, on the other hand, can play herself. Right? She doesn't need Umi. Chizuru can play herself. She scored on her own. Right? She got through everyone and she scored on the goalie when he was fucking ready for her, right? That's another difference, right? In this scene, Umi lures the goalie way off to the side. Umi used Chi-chun to get 2 points rather than 1 point if he scored, right? He used her to get 2 points instead of 1 point. Oh, wow. Ooh, wow. He used her on purpose to get a better result. He literally used her on purpose to get a better result. That's why he's passing to the women. That's why he's doing this. He's passing to the women on purpose so he gets more points. He's doing it on purpose to get more points. Damn, okay. And he even uses a foul. Because she's a girl, so she gets to get away with it. Huh. He used the system to get the win on purpose. Yeah. He literally used the system. He rigged the fucking system. And that's literally what he was trying to do with Chizuru. Right? Maybe that's what he's trying to do here. He's trying to use the system. He's trying to rig the system. In fact, isn't that literally what he does in the date? Or not on the date, when he tricks Chizuru into a date. And then she is just like, no, I'm not doing this, right? He tries to use all of his tools to get it done, right? This is the same thing. He's doing it again, right? Even now, he's still doing this shit. He's using the fucking system. I'm just glad you're here. You've been saying that you wanted to come, okay? Chi-chun, it's good to see you. You're so late. Long time no see. Right? Notice how this girl just hugs her, gets really close. Umi keeps a distance. Right? Notice how Umi keeps a distance. He doesn't actually get close to her. Yeah, I like moving my body. Okay. I'm at my limit. Chi-chun, take my planes. Oh, okay. Again, what happened, right? What happened? Chizuru is replacing someone. It seems like there's no offside rule in futsal. I misunderstood. Only applies to regular soccer. Okay, so there's no offside rule, so it's not a violation. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so it's not. This isn't soccer. This is futsal. So there's no offside rule. So this score here is not a violation. The score is not a violation. However, Umi did in fact use the system. Her positioning, she got placed there on purpose, and Umi used the system. And she only got this goal because of her privilege and connection to Umi, right? Literally, the visual storytelling and the play that happened here tells you everything you need to know. And notice how Chizuru doesn't like this, right? She only won because of privilege, not because of her own skill. She didn't get it. She didn't get this goal because she herself was skilled. She got this goal because Umi let her get this goal, because Umi lured everyone away so she could get the goal. And he did it on purpose because he would get more points. So in a sense, he used her. In a sense, he gave her what she wanted and he used her, right? But she's actually tired and she's done and she wants to check out. So Chizuru takes over because she's not equipped for this. Chizuru is equipped for this. Chizuru-chan's coming in. Got it. I'll do my best, right? Girls get 2 points per goal, okay? So you have the men, right? Look at this. The men are squaring off. The dudes are squaring off. Oh yeah, I'm gonna stop you, dude. You got nothing on me. I'm gonna fucking stop you. Umi gets past him, no issue. What they don't realize is they completely underestimated Chizuru, who outpowers everybody and scores on her own, and she's not like the other girls who are just letting themselves, fawn over Umi or can't handle this shit. She came equipped. She can fucking handle this shit, right? I won't let you get past me again. It's like when you were in the basketball team, What? Umi gets past him. Going between my legs isn't fair. Haha, how is that unfair? Chizuru-chan, now's your chance, right? He does it again, right? He passes to Chizuru so he can get more points. He overshot, though, right? It's clear Chizuru wasn't initially ready for it. She catches it still. What? Everybody's surprised. Chizuru doesn't use the system. She wins on her own merits, right? And she gets past the goalie. She actually scores past him, right? He's so caught off guard, she actually scores past him. He's like, I don't need your help. I can handle my own things. Pretty much, right? I don't need your help. I got this. I can handle this myself. Wow, nice shot. She's good at trapping the ball. What was that? Chi-chan, you're amazing, right? What does this tell Umi? I did not need your help, right? And notice what Reiji does here. Reiji does a cool comparison here. He has Shiori on the ground, contrasted by Umi, right? He has Shiori on the ground, contrasted by Umi, right? Shiori is the one who actually needs Umi's help, right? Shiori is the little kid who actually needs his help. Chizuru does not need his help. She doesn't need him. She doesn't want this, right? She can handle this on her own. There's a reason Shiori's on the ground, wheezing and breathing, and then you have Umi here, right? Umi was trying to do all this stuff, right? You have this innocent girl on the ground here, and you have Umi standing here, right? All shadowed out. And I think that the comparison between Shiori and Umi is fascinating because they literally have like similar hair, right? And Chizuru is always lifting Shiori up, right? It feels like Shiori is the one who actually needs him, not Chizuru. Right? The chapter is a really good example of show, don't tell, pretty much. Everyone is like so certain Umi's going to reveal his true colors after Chizuru rejects him. No. That's not what it is. I actually think Umi should actually be with Shiori, funny enough. It feels like Umi and Shiori are the actual ship that should be sailing. From the way Reiji has been actively presenting it, it feels like Shiori should be the one Umi should actually be with, considering she actually needs him, right? Whereas Chizuru doesn't, right? But Umi keeps like, focusing on Chizuru, right? And literally in this scene, he realizes she doesn't need him, right? In this scene, she realizes he doesn't need him. She can do it on her own, right? But maybe in some ways, he also looks at it in a different way, right? Oh, like I love that smile or something like that, right? Let's make it only 1 point per goal for her, right? Chizuru's different. Oh, she's gonna fuck us up, right? She's not just another girl. She's one of the guys. She's dangerous. You're just too good. It worked out. Did you need any warm-ups, exercises? We could be a soccer player, right? She's probably saying futsal player, right? Notice how the other girls have no faces. I think that's fascinating. Shiori's like on the ground. She like fucking is whizzing and breathing. She needs like Umi to take care of her. What is Umi doing instead? He keeps playing the game. Right? He doesn't take care of her. He keeps playing the game. He's literally ignoring Shiori, right? He's in a sense, he's kind of being a bad partner. He's willing to pass to Shiori earlier so she can score, but he's not willing to sit down with her and take care of her, right? And then you see Chizuru smile and you see this. This is probably has a different context from what we realize, right? Right? We think this is about love. Thanks for playing. That was a good workout. Okay. Chizuru's waiting outside. Sakamichi is supposed to come to that get together. What again? He lied. He lied last time. He said he's serious this time. Okay, let's analyze this real quick. He said they're talking about someone else who said he would come to something. And he said, again, he lied last time. He said he's serious this time. That's an interesting That's an interesting discussion to have. He said he would come to the get-together. He lied last time. Didn't Chizuru used to do that, where she would say she would go to something and then she never does? He said he's serious this time. Okay. So maybe now Chizuru actually shows up and she's serious about something. right? So this is supposed to be about Chizuru, I think. Right? Maybe you're led to believe it's about Umi, but maybe it's about Chizuru. Because Chizuru would always say she would come to something, and then she never does. Or she never shows up. And here she is, she actually finally showed up this time. Right? He lied last time. He said he's serious this time. Right? Well, Chizuru showed up this time, right? So maybe that's what it is. Everyone congratulates Chizuru for scoring the goal, while for Chi-chan, nobody cared. They were just impressed with Umi. Yeah, that's the sad part. That's a good way to look at this comparison. Everyone is cheering for Chizuru, while no one is impressed with Shiori. She didn't actually fucking do anything, right? They were praising Umi, right? They were praising Umi for scoring that. They weren't praising Shiori. Here they're praising Chizuru. She did this, right? She achieved this on her own. She took Shiori's role and made it her own, literally like she probably wants to do in the play, right? And Umi is the one who passed the ball to her, right? She's actually like she's a good second, I guess, in a sense. She's a good person to catch it and actually score. Right? So that's why probably Umi feels more of a connection to Chizuru, because she can actually keep up with me, right? No one else could actually keep up with me. She can actually keep up with me, right? That's probably how he's looking at it, right? It's literally like he said he wanted someone to be on like his level or something like that, right? Instead of lifting others up, he wants someone who can already keep up with him. Which is just not fair, right? Like, I need someone who's already on my level, which is just not fair. That's really shitty. That like you need someone who's already on your level instead of lifting someone else up to be on your level, right? Instead of lifting others up, you just want someone to already be at your level, all right? And I think that's why Umi is it has such an admiration for Chizuru. She's literally already on his level. Okay. Chizuru wants to talk. Umi has a serious look. Is this Uday? It looks like Uday. It's nighttime. Then his feelings are genuine, right? I mean, that's how most people think IRL, especially women. What are you talking about? Connecting to... I think it's more of a setup chapter, connecting two plot points together to create the next one. Yeah, I mean that's literally what it is. The being on his level thing. Yeah, but that's not really healthy, right? That's not really healthy to live like that, where you need someone to just be constantly on your level, because they'll never be on your level. Wanting a finished project, not wanting a finished product, not a potential. I think that's stupid. I think that's really stupid to live your life like that. To live like you want something that's already complete, instead of like actually working towards something. It's like you don't want to put an effort in. It's literally like you don't actually want to put an effort in. That's not a healthy way to live. Because nobody is truly a finished product. That's not a thing. Nobody is a finished product. We're always evolving and changing. And so to look at it like that is actually very dangerous, to have a relationship like that. Because by that logic, no one will ever be a finished product. Eventually, Chizuru won't be the complete product. Right? Eventually there will be things that she won't be the complete product. Right? And she'll never be finished that way. And then suddenly Chizuru isn't what he wants her to be. I can see why someone being surrounded by fake and nepotism would be into Chizuru, though. Yeah, I mean, that's probably why. Right? That's probably why Umi surrounded by all these fake ass people and nepotism and jealousy and all that shit would probably be into someone like Chizuru, who can who's very serious, who can probably do her own shit too. So that makes some sense why he would be into Chizuru. But that's not necessarily fair, because I think a character like Shiori is someone Umi should try to actually lift up, right? Right, I think Umi could actually help a character like Shiori actually become good enough. He could actually see her potential as a character and try to actually help her, and actually help her reach a certain point, instead of just, treating her like something to get a goal with, right? He doesn't actually help her improve. He doesn't actually help her get better. He doesn't push her to improve. He just lets the nepotism do its work, right? I think Umi and Shiori would actually make a good couple because Umi would learn how to actually help someone instead of just admiring someone and giving them things. That's why I think Shiori and Umi would be a good couple. Umi needs to be able to help someone who needs help, not someone who does not need his help. Umi doesn't know how to help Chizuru. He never has. He gives her things she doesn't want. He gives her things she doesn't necessarily want. And it gets in her way. And it bothers her and it makes her feel uncomfortable. She can handle it. It's not that she can't handle it. She can handle it. It's clear she can handle it, but it bothers her that he is trying to get in the way that he is. And it makes her feel unfair. And that's why I think Chizuru's trying to draw some sort of line with Umi, right? That's why Chizuru does this, I think. She looks like a privileged person, but she turned out to be like an underdog. Yeah, Shiori is very much an underdog. Because nobody appreciates her for her actual skill. She actually needs Umi. Shiori actually needs Umi. Because nobody appreciates her actual skills. She doesn't, I don't fault Shiori for the nepotism thing. She seems nice and would probably try hard if she didn't get easy results. It's not good for her. Yeah, exactly. Well said. Yeah, I actually feel really bad for Shiori here because of the position she's literally being placed in. Look at her. She's literally being placed in a shitty position, and Umi passes the ball to her, and she scores, and then everybody praises Umi, not her. Right? She's not getting any of the praise. She's not actually getting any of the work because of the position she's being placed in. Right? She's literally getting it through her connection to Umi. Umi's doing it for her. And I think the poor thing needs to actually be able to do things on her own, right? Not have other people constantly tell her, give her things because nepotism, right? So in that sense, Shiori is an underdog. Oh, I meant Chizuru as the underdog. Chizuru is also an underdog. I think that's why, that's the sad part. Chizuru is kind of an underdog who can do it on her own, right? She is underprivileged. You're right in that front. Chizuru is underprivileged. Chizuru is Chizuru looks like a privileged person, but she turned out to be like an underdog. Yeah. Chizuru is an underdog. That is completely correct, right? Chizuru looks like a privileged person. She's actually the underdog. Shiori is suffering from success while Chizuru is underprivileged. Yeah. And that's why Umi probably wants to help Chizuru, but she doesn't want it this way, right? If anything, the way Umi's handing her roles probably bothers Chizuru, right? But yes, Chizuru is very much underprivileged. That is true. Reggie has also talked about this. Chizuru looks like she can do things. She looks like she has everything, but she's actually underprivileged. And that actually matches what Umi says to her here, right? The way Umi talks about her here, he talks about her like she has everything, right? He literally talks about her like she has everything, right? He's praising her like a goddess. He's literally praising Chizuru like a goddess, right? He talks about her like she literally has everything when she's actually underprivileged, right? Kazuya really admires and loves Chizuru's true nature, pretty much. With all due respect, Johan, but would it be enough for Umi to back off if he is getting rejected? Then again, Reiji leads them to expect. I don't think next chapter is a rejection. You're being led to believe it's a rejection. It's not a rejection. I don't think next chapter is a rejection. I'm warning you right now. If you think next chapter is going to be a rejection, you're dead wrong. For the simple fact that it's being compared to the date, and in the date, you weren't expecting a rejection and you got one. So this is not going to be a rejection. It's going to be something else. That's the thing. Chizuru is the type of person who'll resent you for doing such favors because they would limit her growth. She needs to accomplish these things by herself. She wouldn't resent you. She would just tell you to stop. She feels like it makes her feel like she's using you. It would make Chizuru feel like she's using you, and she doesn't want that. I think many are believing it's not going. No, many believe it's a rejection. No. Many believe it's a rejection. It's leading you to think it's a rejection. It wants you to think it's a rejection. The chapter wants you to believe it's a rejection. No, it's not a confession of sorts. It's going to be something else. I think next chapter is more of a, hey, I know what you're doing in the future. Can you not help? I'm more capable of running my ways kind of conversation. No, it's not a confession. Don't think it's a confession. Something else. Okay, let's read this part. So Reiji draws them standing on like a running track, and there is a literal line via the railings, and then the water is on the other end. Okay. Thanks for inviting me today. It was fun. Well, we talked about it before. I thought this would be a good timing. Still, I'm surprised you're so good at soccer, futsal. Do you have experience? Just lessons from high school. Okay. He's not talking about the actual conversation. They say heaven doesn't give more than one gift, but that's a lie. I can count at least 3 or 4. Okay. That's pretty funny. He says 3 or 4. In Japanese, he actually also says 3 or 4. And what's the chapter number? 394. That's kind of funny. And chapter number is 394. In Japanese, he literally says 3 and 4. Right? 3, 4. I also love how Umi's face here shrinks. Look at how his face shrinks. Right? He seems like genuine here, and then he looks fake as fuck here. This looks like Kazuya's illusions. Doesn't this image of Umi here look like Kazuya's illusions? Like when Kazuya has those like delusions and get into his head, doesn't Umi look like that here? Literally like he does in this shot. In a way, that's why seeing you makes me happy, Chizuru-chan. You're gifted at everything, and yet you never stop trying to do your best every day. No, she's not gifted at everything, right? Literally, like we were just talking about this, right? Umi is so sure she's gifted at everything, right? She's so gifted at everything, right? She's so great. She's so amazing. In reality, Chizuru is very underprivileged. And Umi's so focused on the things she can do well, he doesn't see what she needs help with, right? He's so focused on her success. He's so focused on these things that he doesn't actually see her, right? Literally, like he's not looking at her. What is Umi doing here? He's not looking at her, right? Umi looks away here. He's talking about her. He's not facing her. He's literally looking away from her. Chizuru's the one looking at him, right? He's the one who's not looking at her. I bet God smiles on people like that. Pretty funny considering how much shit Chizuru's been through, right? Oh, I bet God smiles on people like you. Chizuru has literally lost all of her family. She's currently going through like an emotional crisis with Kazuya. She's going through so much shit. She doesn't have any loved ones. She's literally living in her house alone. Even fucking Peter isn't there. And he's talking about, oh, I bet God smiles on people like that. Bro. Right? This seems like a complete mischaracterization of Chizuru, where he's so focused on her privilege, on what he thinks she has, that he doesn't see what she doesn't have, right? It doesn't seem like you're skipping any acting classes either. I guess I just really admire those things about you, right? His admiration is getting the best of him. He's literally not looking at her. He is in shadow. He's not seeing her, right? Then Chizuru says, I asked if we could talk because, and then he finally looks at her. Is there a conversation that's confirming that the Umi will be in the play with Chizuru and have a kissing scene? It could. It could be something else. It could be that. I honestly don't know. It seems like we're building to something like that, but I could be wrong, right? That's kind of my quick analysis of this chapter, is that it seems to be Umi not seeing Chizuru, and she has to yell at him to look at her, so she can talk about the things she wants to talk about. Maybe Umi doesn't want to talk about this, right? Whatever this is, Umi clearly doesn't want to talk about it. Sure, but Reiji never does what you expect from the average writer, and the average writer would have shoehorned the kind of NTR rage bait into the story ages ago. Yeah, and Umi has never been just like that. So, yeah. I need the next chapter. This is annoying. I need the next chapter. This is fucking annoying. But it's about drawing a line. It's about drawing a line. So literally, what is the line being drawn and why does it need to be drawn? And that's why it's telling me there's some sort of kissing scene in the fucking movie. Right? If not a rejection, what could it be? Love advice about Kazuya's situation? No, it could be. It could be. Right? It could be. Peter dipping on Chizuru is crazy work. She fed and petted him, lol. Well, but he does that to everyone, apparently, so. Hearing she kissed Kazuya and maybe even rejected, and maybe even asked for advice would hurt him as much as not more than a rejection. Right? But it's called drawing a line. So it doesn't seem like it has something to do with Kazuya. Or does it? What is this, man? What is this, man? I don't know. This is weird. I don't know. Something isn't right. This scene is going to look a certain way next week. I can feel it. This scene is going to look a certain way next week, and then it's going to make sense later. We're talking about a fucking bromance down here? What the fuck? That's not how it works. Anyways. I know Kazuya is in the wrong here, believing Minion not contacting at all. Would it be a bit far-fetched if Chizuru already contacted Kazuya, just not being shown? No. That makes no sense. We literally didn't see it. It clearly doesn't seem like it, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, look at how genuine he looks here, and then look at how conceited he looks here. He looks like a completely different person, right? It's like the more he talks, the more he shrinks. It's like the more Umi talks, the more he shrinks. And it's like, what's Umi hiding? Reiji is showing you that Umi is like hiding something here. What's Umi hiding? What is being hidden here? The panels for this scene look like a movie to me. That's the point. This looks like where they shot the film. This looks like where they shot the film. Right? This looks pretty similar to that. It's supposed to look like a movie. It's supposed to look like a certain movie kind of scene. You're completely right. This is supposed to look like a film. This is the stereotypical movie shit that you see. It's supposed to look like that by design, right? This is the romantic moment in the film. That's the point. It looks like the romantic moment in the film. It looks like the particular kind of shot in the film where something happens and someone says something and then, oh my God, they get together and yay, it felt perfect, right? So that's kind of the thing that this seems to be setting up for, right? Leading you to believe a certain kind of thing when it's something else. I don't think this will resolve next chapter. We'll have a Doom for at least 6 weeks. Lol. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think next chapter will actually introduce a big fucking problem. And then people will be really upset and mad, and then a few chapters later, it'll be resolved, and you'll be like, oh, oh. That's how Reiji described it. That's how Reiji described it. He's going to introduce this idea next chapter that's actually been a reoccurring problem. Here, I can pull up the things that he was saying. What if Umi has something that blackmailed Chizuru and she wants to set boundaries? That doesn't sound right. That seems off. Like, no matter how you slice it. People have been saying that for a while, and it just feels random and doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you want a relationship with her? Why the fuck would you blackmail her? Why would Chizuru ever interact with him again? Yeah, what would he even blackmail her with? And why? What would that achieve? I don't know, man. It's my depression talking. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. It's my depression talking. I'm sorry. I was going to look up something and I forgot. These past couple chapters have been frustrating, not going to lie. That's the point. It's meant to be. I'd like to point out the different approach Chizuru and Kazuya take. He's literally been fantasizing for over 10 chapters while she at least gets active. Yeah, but the activity isn't in part her own choice, I think. That's kind of important to point out. Chizuru has been hesitating just like him, and then suddenly she gets a play. And then she's trying to move around. Like, you see her at school. She's going to school. And you see her do a few things, and she's moving around here. But Chizuru didn't really move around here because she initially wanted to, right? She was playing this game because she was invited. She played this game because she thought she needed to, right? As a kind of sign of respect, right? Like, Umi invited her to this. She plays this game because she thought she needed to. Not because she actually wants to, right? So I think that's a bit of a misrepresentation, is that, like, Chizuru didn't actually want to play this game, right? She came here to talk. Umi's the one who got her to play this fucking game. Okay. Okay, it sounds like I might be having an issue with OBS. So Are we coming back up? Are we working? It seems to be working now. It seems to be working now. Okay. I think we're good now. I think we're Gucci. Am I Gucci? Am I good? Are we doing good? Everybody alive? Give me a fucking signal. We good? Hello? We back? Yeah. We are good now. Okay. Yeah, good. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. So, we are. I think I talked about how last chapter had this theme of desire, the underlying desire that Kazuya feels, that Chizuru feels. Last chapter is Kazuya doing what he does out of desire. He wants to go on. He wants to get buff. He wants to be financially successful, and he wants to do all these things so he can get his desire. Chizuru is probably doing this in reverse, right? Chizuru is probably doing what she's doing here out of her desire for Kazuya, right? Out of her feelings for Kazuya, out of the kiss for Kazuya, right? That's the point of us seeing her take her underwear off, right? That's the idea. It's literally like she's doing this for Kazuya, right? So I think Chizuru's actions here are out of her feelings for Kazuya, out of this feeling that she feels for Kazuya. And she needs to confront Umi about it for that purpose. Why? Well, we think it's the rejection. It's something else because we don't know what Chizuru is thinking, right? And the biggest thing, I really want to say this to you, right? I need to find it real quick just so people fucking believe me when I fucking say this. I need to find this real quick just so people believe me when I fucking say this. Whatever happens next chapter, it will be resolved. Okay? Whatever happens next chapter, it will be resolved. Okay? Okay, someone said this to Reishi. People finding out that they're not actually dating. He says, no, that's not it. It's more trivial than that. So next chapter will look like a big deal, but it's trivial. It's trivial, but it scares me a lot. I wonder if you get that. It's not like what happens will really change. It's not that much. In terms of the story, a big change is already happening right now. So this is a separate thing. That here is its own thing. A change of the work itself, or a change, how should I put it? A major incident for the work, or for me. A major incident for me. That's how it feels. Even if I say this, you won't understand, right? You're probably thinking, what is he talking about? Right? Probably, yeah. And then someone mentioned the line Reiji said, God really is cruel. Chizuru literally says this, right? So remember, what does Umi say here, right? They say heaven doesn't give more than one gift, but that's a lie. I can count at least 3. That way you're very gifted. I bet God smiles on people like that, right? Don't people act like, oh, she's so privileged, she's so great, God, all this stuff about her. But then let's go back to the movie arc, right? Let's go back to the movie arc. And what does Chizuru say as Sayuri is dying? God really is cruel, huh? Did Umi ever, right? These words do not match her character at all, right? The words Umi speaks don't match her character at all, right? He's like, oh, I bet God fucking smiles on you. It's like, I don't know, it doesn't fucking feel that way. Doesn't fucking feel that way, bro. When Chizuru is struggling with her misfortunes, she strongly feels this is my problem. So she doesn't want to complain to anyone or want people to feel sorry for her. I think that's what she thinks. Yeah. When he's talking about this, he's specifically referring to that scene I just showed you. Right? He's specifically referring to this scene right here. I'm anxious about having to face it. I have to. It's a problem that can't be avoided. The story comes to let me read this part. So let me read this carefully. A major incident for Kanokari is about to happen, as I mentioned earlier, so please look forward to that. But I'm still wondering if it's really okay to take this step. I'm not sure if it's really okay to take this step. I'm struggling with it, but I want to do it. I want to do it that way. If I have to choose, that's the way I want to. This way is harder, but that's the way. I want to do it. That's why I'm thinking so. I'll probably do it. I will. Breaking up with Ruka-chan and quitting Rental Girlfriend? No, not that. You're both wrong, your predictions. But if you think about it, you'll figure it out. Probably. This is a question you can guess the answer to. But it's really that, are you really gonna do that? But if it's Kanokari, they just might. That's what you'll probably think. The flow of the story so far and the things that and the things that change and the things that have been said in the original work up to this point. If you put them together, you face one problem. The story comes to face with it. It is a problem that cannot be avoided. I'm anxious about having to face it, but I have to. Should I start? And then, yeah, we read that part. It's graduating from being a virgin. No, but it has that part too. I feel like it has to happen. Yeah, I predicted this would burst. And then later there's a part where he says it's something that will be resolved in a few chapters. Let me see where he says that. Dude, it's Rental, not Simon Says. What the fuck? The only thing I can think of is Umi being rejected and then rents her for a date. No, that doesn't make sense because it's not something you can predict. That doesn't make sense because it's not something you could find the answer to on your own. He literally says you could figure this out if you think about it. And considering what was said in chapter 365 about the cheating thing, it seems to make some sense. The whole, it could be a date, or not a date, fuck. It could be a kiss in the play, and then Chizuru needs to set some boundaries, but then why does that need to happen, or any of that stuff? Just, you'll see. Let me keep reading through this. There's like a bunch of stuff. Let's see. I agonized over it quite a bit. I think it's probably become the optimal version, blah, blah, blah. He's talking about Mini. I'm not going to say... okay. Certain things will come out. And we made the decision this week. I'm feeling a little intimidated by it. I mean, it's fine if I talk about it, really. It's not that big of a deal. Or maybe it is a big deal. It's not a big deal, but then again, if you want to call it a huge deal, it's a huge deal. It could totally end suddenly. Like, I'm worried that everyone might stop reading and it'll just end. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm just dooming. It's something that we can't really avoid doing. It's a path we have to take. Does anyone have any guesses? Okay. Well, it's unprecedented, or rather, it's something that's definitely never happened before. Okay. It's not really about the plot development or anything. It's not like there's some huge plot twist. The plot itself is steadily moving forward, and in a few weeks, things will be sorted out. Okay? Listen to this carefully. The plot is steadily moving forward, and in a few weeks, things will be sorted out. What am I reading? I'm reading what Reiji wrote, or what Reiji said in his space when he first talked about this big change. So this is probably next chapter. About like 6 weeks ago, because Reiji's 6 weeks ahead. Okay, so he literally says, this plot is steadily moving forward, and in a few weeks, things will be sorted out. And at that point, I think everyone will pretty much go, I see and understand. So I think it's fine if you were just to wait for it. If you were just to wait for that reveal, sorry. Or if you were just to wait post the reveal. Fuck. I read it wrong again. Okay, so literally, in a few weeks, whatever will be revealed next chapter will be sorted out. And we'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But the storyboards themselves are pretty far ahead. I've already written quite a few into the future already because the situation has changed. You know, there's something I want to draw next, and I was enjoying writing this before I knew it. I got a stockpile about a few weeks worth. I'd already 1 week's worth, so if you include the double issue, I don't have to draw storyboards for about 3 weeks. I should be able to take a break, but it's not like I'm planning to go anywhere. It's not like I have any plans. And I'll keep going. Okay. We're done predicting. We're done predicting. We are done predicting. I already said my guess. My guess is pretty much that Chizuru got the play because of Umi. Chizuru wants to draw a line with Umi because he's too involved, he's too emotionally invested, and he's not setting clear boundaries with Chizuru, and it's not okay. And that's why Chizuru needs to draw some sort of line. That's why it's called drawing the line, right? Umi is meant to mirror Minnie in that sense, where Minnie very much admires Kazuya and wants his efforts to be rewarded at any cost, right? She wants to support him even if it goes too far. So that's why it seems like that now. Okay? And whatever Chizuru is doing seems to stem from her desire for Kazuya. Seems to stem from the kiss, right? Just as Kazuya has these deep desires, Chizuru's doing what she's doing out of the kiss that she had with him. That's it. Okay? That's where we're going. I did want to read this part for you though. It makes you wonder what let's see. So someone says something. Lately, I've been reading every week while constantly thinking about where the characters' hearts are at Odaiba. Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of mysteries, aren't there? It's a mystery. Finally, a mystery. A mystery. It's like, it makes you wonder, what are they thinking? It's that kind of feeling. Well, it's the same as Kazuya. Just like Kazuya, you'll worry, a method that if you let yourself get swept up by it, or if you wonder if it's the right way, of course, from the perspective of the writing, of course, from the perspective of the one writing it, there's a clear reason for why I'm doing this. And I'm writing it with that in mind. But what that reason is, it's not like it's been explained by Mizuhara herself, nor is it something Kazuya can ever figure out no matter how much he thinks about it. So, well, probably, of course, I think various things will become clear, but I hope we can enjoy that part too, I guess. That, yeah. Umi might be self-aware Minnie, because Minnie's feelings for Kazuya definitely run deeper than Umi's feelings for Chizuru. That's a good way of looking at it. He does feel like a self-aware Minnie. But yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Dating Umi, even if it's temporary, will make everyone hate Reiji. Kazuya got rejected while on the scene. Well, now she's going to a place, but now she's with Umi. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not gonna keep predicting. I'll let it play out. I'm kind of just okay being in the ride for now. I think I've been predicting so much that like the volume ends on 399. Okay, cool. I think I've been predicting so much that like I don't even know if my predictions are even right anymore. There's been things I've predicted well. Like I predicted Minnie. I remember when Minnie was coming back. I like predicted that like straight up. I like literally said Minnie was the one who's gonna come back, and I figured it the fuck out all on my own. But then there are things where I'm just like, we're at a point where we're kind of like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah, prediction fatigue. Prediction fatigue. I kind of just don't want to be stressed from all the readers like freaking out. I just kind of want to experience the story, and it's frustrating how everybody's losing their shit over everything. And that's why I was telling you guys at the very beginning of the stream, and I'll say it now again, please just go to Reiji's Twitter when he posts something and say nice things. Don't be assholes, for the love of God. Don't be, just be nice. He's a human being. He is a normal dude, okay? I need you guys to just go and just say nice things. Just say, thank you for this chapter. Thank you for your work. Keep it simple. Keep it straight. You don't need to make a huge fuss, but just please be fucking nicer. Like, because I think it does get to you eventually. It does get to you when everyone is constantly being a dick, okay? At least on Twitter. Like, it's mostly just how Twitter functions. But there's a lot of people who are like, Reishi says he, like, reads the surveys, which makes him feel better, because people in the surveys are much more chill. But then people on Twitter are, like, much more rude and annoying and fucking heartless as shit. So, yeah. Oh, I did want to point out something interesting. About how Umi is dressed. Umi wears black, but the inside of his clothes are white. I think that's a fascinating thing I didn't quite catch. He wears black, but the inside of his clothes are white. Chizuru's clothes are black, and then the top she's wearing is like a straight pattern. Did you notice that? She's literally wearing a straight pattern shirt, literally like the shirt is drawing lines. That's kind of a cool detail, right? The shirt is literally drawing lines, right? But then the dress that she wears is black and formal, right? Much like how Umi's clothes are formal, but the inside is white, right? It's like the inside of Umi's clothes are actually like maybe the inside of Umi isn't actually bad. It's like the exterior is bad, but the inside isn't bad, right? I think that's a good way of looking at it. It's like a lot of people think Umi is a terrible person. He's going to show his real colors, but I think the inside of Umi isn't actually bad. It's just the exterior. The exterior just appears bad, but I don't think Umi is actually a bad person. I've said this before. Many people will not believe me, right? Mommy is the unifier, not Umi. Okay, I'm just... Can we get off the Umi is the using type of person kind of thing, right? Like, I don't think that's simply Umi, right? I think Umi, like, here, we can even use this, you can even see this scene. Yeah, he's passing the ball to Shiori so she can score. We can interpret it that Umi is using the system to score, right? That's we had that interpretation initially, right? Umi's using the system to score. But maybe he was trying to just give Shiori the ball so she can score, right? Maybe he's trying to reward her. Maybe he's trying to give her something, right? And Shiori only succeeds because of her connection, right? That's one way to look at it. So it could have multiple meanings, not just simply Umi is using the system, right? It could have multiple meanings. He's just trying to actually help Shiori, right? He's actually trying to give her something so she can do something, right? But at the same time, he's also maybe using the system, right? It's like he's using his own skills, right? And he's using the system, and he's pretty much making it work in the way that's most beneficial, right? Which seems like Umi, but that doesn't seem ill-intended. There's no like ill intent here, right? But Shiori clearly is not in a good position, and she just falls over and passes out, and Chizuru takes over for her, right? Shiori literally couldn't keep up. Umi wanted someone who could keep up. That doesn't mean he's ill-intended. Like, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, sure, Umi's using the system. It doesn't mean he's ill-intended. Shiori's going to have to hit the gym to build some stamina. Kazuya. Gotta hit the gym and get fucking ripped. Right? It's funny because Minnie doesn't have stamina either, apparently. Minnie apparently... She's not athletic, but she doesn't have stamina. I think Shiori having it easy is already quite layered. My first assumption was that he tried her... He tried her on purpose so Chizuru could play. He tired her out on purpose so Chizuru could play. No. That doesn't really seem quite right. Right? Chizuru was going to play regardless. Someone would have swapped in eventually. You could have interpreted it that way. I don't feel like that was the intent. If that was the intent, damn. But I think Shiori just literally couldn't keep up with Umi. I think it's as simple as that. Shiori literally just couldn't keep up with Umi, while Chizuru could. In fact, she didn't just keep up with him, she went above him. She surpassed him, right? Right? You never see Umi score, right? You never actually see Umi score. Chizuru's the one who scores. So that's kind of like the whole point. So I think in that sense, it makes a lot more sense to look at it that way. Is like, yeah, Umi is not like trying to rig the game, right? He passes the ball because it's the most efficient and smart thing to do, right? He's just being smart. He's not actually trying to rig the game. He's just being smart. And Shiori just literally couldn't keep up, but Chizuru could, right? Chizuru will come out on top when the conditions are fair, but she won't get the role if it depends on connections, if it's rigged a game like the acting industry. Yeah. She got invited to this, right? She got invited to this. Chizuru would have never played if she didn't get invited to this, right? Chizuru would have never played this game if she didn't get invited to this. So that's why, in a sense, the game was rigged from the very, very start. She wasn't even invited before. She got invited, and then she happened to be in a place where Shiori couldn't do it, so Chizuru took over. Literally like the play, right? It was just convenient that someone in the play just happened to not be able to do it, and Chizuru took over. It's literally the same thing. That's exactly what happened, right? It's not absolutely rigged. It's that there was a convenient opportunity and it was used, right? As soon as she's given a fair chance, she outshines her. Yep. Yeah, pretty much. As soon as Chizuru is given a fair chance, she can outshine anybody. But yeah, it's the idea of even being there in the first place. But that's the issue. Maybe Chizuru wants to get that fair chance herself. There's a part where Reiji talks about Chizuru's acting. Let me find it. There's a part where Reiji talks about Chizuru's acting. So he talks about Odaiba here. So she got invited. No. She asked Umi first. No. She asked Umi first, right? And then she was invited to this game, right? She had to ask first. So let's. There's a scene here. He's talking about Odaiba. He says, the answer had to change accordingly to how the date was going to play out. I couldn't decide everything in advance in terms of the Odaiba date. And as things progressed, I realized I had to give an answer. But it wasn't like they could start dating yet. That was pretty much a given in my mind. The fact that they weren't ready to date, they wouldn't start dating. Apparently, everyone was surprised, but to me, it was completely obvious. What can I say? Them starting to dating was more unbelievable to me. For me, at least, at that stage, I just didn't see it happening. I couldn't imagine Mizuhara starting to date Kazuya at that point at all. So, if that's the case, then she had to reject him properly. Saying things like, wait a little longer, or showing pity, I think there's that idea that she isn't lying. Mizuhara has been constantly trying her best not to lie, I think. So when she says, maybe I like you, I think that's also true. But the fact that it's not enough to start dating is also true. And how much she herself is aware of or in control of her feelings is debatable. But at the very least, she could also say the words, at the very least, she could say her words. At the very least, she could say words that were not lies. So her words were not lies. I think Mizuhara is probably conscious of that kind of sincerity. I think so. And once she reached the conclusion that I'm not at the point where I can date you yet, then she couldn't be overly nice to him anymore. I thought that would be the case. Well, to get back on track, my thoughts are all over the place. I'm kind of rambling, but yes. The kiss was decided way ahead of time. From the time I was writing that part, the storyboards of the kiss scene were already existed. Like the storyboards are just the kiss scene is done. I decided on the kiss scene midway through the cohabitation. The kiss was set in stone. He's talking about the kiss in 386, just so no one gets confused. Or 385. Let's see. The idea that Kazuya should become a producer and catch up to Mizuhara, I'm not really a fan of that idea, or rather, I don't really like that opinion of itself very much. It just feels like it's completely different place from the theme of Kanokari. That's why I think about that. That's why I don't think about that kind of development. I don't really want it to go in that direction. The whole entertainment industry thing, Mizuhara being an actress is what makes it interesting. But I have no intention of dragging out a story about that. I see it as a love story between the two of them. Or rather, it's about the two of them. What's that word? Deepening their bond, their relationship. If Mizuhara's career is necessary for that, then I'll do it. Yeah. But unless that's the case, I feel like it's just doing it for the sake of doing it. I mean, I get a story about Mizuhara's career, but that feels it's common trope it's a common trope in stories about the entertainment industry. But for me, that's what feels like a waste. I like it or like it's stretching things out for no reason. That's the feeling I get. But it's become necessary. If it becomes necessary for the relationship, I'll do it. And if that relationship, I do have an idea of how to create that kind of necessary scene. So I'm kind of thinking about it, but I don't think that's what the story is really about. At the end of the day, I'm writing about love. That's about it. Mizuhara finds happiness. That's right. I think Mizuhara is surprisingly the one who will have the hardest time finding happiness. Within the series, she's overwhelmingly, that's my feeling. The other girls could find happiness much more easily. So the path to happiness is endlessly far away, always shrouded in mist, as Sayuri-san said. You know, it's something I'm truly grateful for. But why is it that with Kanokari, I'm losing track of what I was saying. Let's see. Chizuru was born with so much potential, and yet she seems overwhelmingly unhappy, doesn't she? But she seems overwhelmingly unhappy, doesn't she? But she herself acts nonchalant and positive, and she keeps moving forward. But I don't know if unhappy is the right word. But she has no luck, Mizuhara. It feels like she was born with everything except for luck, and that's the kind of life she appears to have. That's just sad. It makes me want to cheer for her. That's how I feel about it too. Right. So it's not like Mizuhara got into acting because she wants to climb the social ladder. If she were doing it because she wants to become famous, then making that dream come true would be what brings her happiness. But Mizuhara isn't doing it to become famous. She's doing it because she genuinely loves acting. And when Sayuri was alive, she had to get a role in a movie, so she needed to become successful. And in a way, she had to climb that ladder. And in a way, she had to climb that ladder. So she had things that she had to fight. So she had things that she had to fight and work hard for. Now that aspect of it is somewhat gone. But when she talked with Kazuya about what she's going to do now, he said something like, "Aren't you watching from heaven?" I think that's what... Are you watching from heaven? That's what Kazuya said when thinking of Sayuri. So in a sense, her goals are standing on a silver screen. So in a sense, her goal of standing on a silver screen, they did that screening at the rental hall. So it's like that dream came true, but it's also kind of hasn't, So, yeah, she still has that goal, like the promise she made to her dead grandfather and grandmother. That's somewhere in her heart, but fundamentally, the people she made that promise to are no longer here. Yeah, Mizuhara says she loves acting and will continue. So if she acts, that's enough for her, you know? She's driven by the desire to give the best performance she can, just like I'm driven by the desire to write the most interesting manga I can. So I don't think she's really thinking about becoming famous. If she were saying I want to become famous, then a story about Kazuya working hard to help her, and that would make sense. I'll make that dream come true. At its core, this is a story about making Mizuhara happy. A heroine who, to anyone watching, looks like she was born with everything. A heroine thought to possess so many things, but who would have thought it's a story about making her happy? Most people probably don't get that at all, I imagine. That's how it feels to me. What does Mizuhara need to be happy, and what should Kazuya do for her to achieve that? I don't think an answer to this question has emerged at the current stage of the manga. It's not like Mizuhara is pushy about it or anything, make me happy or anything like that. And I don't know if Mizuhara herself is even thinking about those things I'm talking about right now. Mizuhara is still young and has a lot of immature parts to her, so she can't express all of her feelings with words. But well, I love Mizuhara, so I want to make her happy. It's just that she's a difficult case. It's not like she's constantly agonizing what is happiness, or this. It's because she's so stoic and she ends up like that. I think she's a character that reflects that part of me. She's the character that represents the hardworking part of me. The hardworking part of me is always thinking, what is happiness, I wonder? Yeah. Someone says, what if Chizuru shows up? No, never mind. I read it wrong. My bad. Yeah. I hope that kind of conveyed the point that a lot of this is Chizuru's struggle, right? People are saying things in the chat. Let me see what people said. I just read the Japanese version. The words can be drawing a line, but the word itself also means responsibility. Have a responsibility to finish this kind of thing. So I think Chizuru feels responsible to reject Umi so that Umi can move on. That's nice of her, though. I'd really be giving up on her if I were him. He might not be used to rejection, though. The word used was blank, and it usually means responsibility to finish it, or would be used to mean drawing a line between work and private life, things like that. So title itself directly indicates that Chizuru is trying to finish dragging Umi along out of responsibility. But that's the thing. Didn't Chizuru reject him already? And he's the one who didn't let him reject her? So who's the one not drawing a line? Right? They couldn't start dating at 379, but they still trapped working their own and not on the same page. It feels like a repeating of the Hawaiian arc. The only difference, Kazuya got his anatomy, not anatomy, autonomy. You wrote anatomy. Anatomy is literally how your body functions, right? It's literally the construction of your body. Autonomy is what you mean. He got his autonomy back. It's a story about them, so not a love story of them. He literally says it's a love story. What the fuck, Wiz? Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god, dude. He literally said it's their love story. Are you deaf? What the? Why are you misinterpreting my words? I literally read it was a love story for them. He says I'm writing about love. It's their love story. Jesus Christ. Fucking write it so I can just read it again. Jesus Christ. Whatever, man. I'm not in the mood to look this up. Umi is not letting her draw a line by not letting her talk. Pretty much. That's kind of seems to be what's happening here. I think the title is more accurate when it is translated as responsibility in a girlfriend, not drawing a line in girlfriend. Let me talk to Crumpy, see what he says. Hey, Crumpy, what's the of the arc? I just realized I empathize with Umi of all people. I've been in the position of knowing I don't have a shot about and being content with liking them just a little longer. For fuck's sake, our goat Crumpy. It has both meanings anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, so drawing the line works. It's just there's an underlying message of responsibility. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's find the thing I was just looking at because someone wants to separate love story when Reggie didn't fucking do that. Like I swear to God, Reggie literally says it's their love story, and then someone is just like, "Oh no, that's not what he said." I'm like, "That's literally what he fucking said." Jesus Christ. Why is this such a pain in the ass to find? Okay, carefully. Love. Writing about fucking love. Where is the damn love thing? There it is. I have no intention of dragging the story about that. It's I see it as a love story between them, or rather, it's about the two of them. What's the word? Deepening their bond, their relationship. The reason he specifies it's about deepening their bond and their relationship, it's that it's not just simply love, it's literally transcending love and delving more into it. That's what he's specifying. Don't fucking take his words out of context, you stupid shits. Sorry. I get very upset when people want to fucking twist it. He says, or rather, it's about them deepening their bond, their relationship. So it's not just simply love. He thinks love isn't enough to quantify it. It's literally like Kazuya says. Where Kazuya literally says these fucking words. He's not saying it's not that. He's saying there's more to it than that. These are Kazuya's literal words. It's not enough. Love doesn't describe it. It's not enough. I adore her. Love is not enough. That's too small. That's too narrow. To say it is merely a love story is too narrow. It is about them deepening their bond, their relationship. And this is necessary for that. Whatever we're dealing with here is necessary for that. Okay? Reiji's mentioned somewhere that he wants Chizuru to go through a lot of struggles to understand what love is. Well, I don't recall this. He said in an interview that it's Chizuru's turn to move when it came to the current point in the story around the cohabitation. That's what he said. It's not so much about struggling, it's about actually her trying to understand her love. I just wish she realizes most of that while dating Kazuya. At this point, both are suffering in their own ways. That's the idea. Thank you for not taking the message out of context and understanding. But should all of that deepening happening more when they're not dating and through other experiences? Well, that's the thing, though, is like the reason they're not dating right now is literally because of their own struggles and inability to connect. It's literally stopping them from dating. In particular, Kazuya is doing this, right? Kazuya is the one not ready to date her. Reiji said at an earlier point, they should have been dating by now. He literally said this. They should have been dating by now. And I said this too when I was writing about the cohabitation and what it represented, right? Let me pull it up. I wrote a whole thing about it on Twitter. I'm like, what the cohabitation represents. Okay, let me show you what it said. So Crumpy said, it's girlfriend and that word. Distinction between right and wrong, public and private. A girlfriend and that word. The drawing a line between to make a clear distinction between a distinction, discriminate to make it clear where one stands, to settle a matter once and for all, to bring an end, to take responsibility. It has multiple different meanings. Then an expression that uses that word here. Okay. TY. Okay. So I was talking about the cohabitation and what it represents. Chizuru is constantly reminded of how Sayuri knew more than her, whether it be from Nagomi visiting the grave every day, or even her own grief that she lost this person and can never find out. That's why Kazuya accepting her let her accept herself. She didn't need to be Sayuri. The problem is Kazuya essentially took this back without meaning to. God knows what the fuck Chizuru is thinking. Her grief at losing Sayuri informs this attachment of trying to understand and surpass Sayuri. She wants to know more about this person she lost. This clashes with her love that she wishes to reach and feels she cannot. But she is not Sayuri and must accept she is gone. Chizuru being given acceptance on the walk home lets her start accepting her grief and letting Sayuri go. She took the first step into moving forward, moving on from pain and living again. Loss informs this whole arc, whether it be from the apartments, time, or even Minnie and Kazuya. Kazuya lost his character and wants to reclaim his spot next to Chizuru. He defines his character by external forces, much like how Chizuru tries to be Sayuri. His future is only Chizuru, nothing for himself, because he too suffers from grief and what ifs, Mami, Ruka, and his future. The relationship with Ruka is literally like a living dead. It's already over, but they keep dating, but neither changes anything. Mami accepted she likes Kazuya, but now she makes no meaningful action, but he's already moved on. Kazuya doesn't focus on his future, only his present. Minnie embodies this idea perfectly, reflecting Kazuya's stagnation. She never speaks of her future, only Kazuya and Chizuru's future. Minnie has no dreams, goals, or anything outside of cosplay and YouTube. She doesn't chase love out of fear she isn't fit for it, and it's lonely. Nearly every character is suffering from grief in some way and is trying to move forward, and they stagnate and don't know what to do and how to change. This arc seemingly signifies this coming change, to focus on the future and live again, find meaning and purpose again. It's all about acceptance. Grief even embodies Kazuya and Chizuru's struggle to be together. They should already be dating, way past it even, but they aren't. And it's because they think they are at different points when they aren't. Don't know each other when they do. It's not even their first date at this point. Even the cohabitation embodies this. They both want to live together, but had to give an excuse to do it. Chizuru puts up a curtain for boundaries and brought Minnie in because she thought they couldn't live together comfortably otherwise, which is simply not true. They could. In that sense, the cohabitation is just an illusion. Fan service, if you will. It wasn't real, a writing trick. They acted living together, they weren't really. It wasn't necessary, it's like practice, like rental. Real but fake. The experience was real, but it was also an act. In fact, imagine he crashes his car. Well, a little too early for that. A little too early for that, buddy. Kazuya hasn't even gotten his license yet. Let's not even worry about that yet, you know? A little too early for that. A little too worried about that. But interestingly, Reiji does actually say something similar that I just said here. See, let's see. From now on, I was wondering what was going to happen from here. In the first place, I don't think it's that kind of development that would do well in surveys, but I know I have to get those numbers, so I'm trying to various things. Well, okay, so I was talking about something else. Sorry. He's talking about the scouting and how the scouting went well. It's not like them living together. It's not like them it's not like I'll have them get together lightly or anything like that. Of course, we're heading in that direction, but I need to keep the series popular in the meantime. So I'm really trying a lot of things right now, thinking what should I do, or this might be interesting. In fact, this investigation arc itself, the question in my mind was, okay, so what are they going to investigate? I had the discussion with my staff and my editor. We decided we decided they would investigate, but then it was like, okay, what specifically are they going to do? I think Kazuya said something similar, but in reality, we didn't have a plan. So we figured if they live together, this will naturally become the investigation. It becomes a justification for them to live together. It started simply because that seemed like an appealing idea. The whole cohabitation thing wasn't planned from the start at all. It was never in the original concept. It's a device to make the story look more interesting. The story doesn't need them to live together to progress. It's not like they wouldn't progress without it at all. It's a story about their hearts connecting, so living together isn't actually necessary. Basically, the fact that they're living together at all, what should I call it? It's much more like an effort to writing it slowly, or rather, to write it properly while making it entertaining. The cohabitation itself is a device, a trick to make the story more interesting. It's not a necessary plot development. It comes from a place of fan service, you could say, and I haven't incorporated it like that into the current arc as well. I have to gradually work through the things I want to do, but within a framework that anyone would find interesting. The things that are necessary for the story to move forward. I make it look this way, so that way I can write what I wish to write. Domestic Kanojo incident, those who know. What the fuck? Oh, didn't one of the characters like get into a coma or some shit? Remember the only time Chizuru said "I love you" to someone is when Sayuri died. Yeah, and but that's the thing though, is like in the date, she knows she loves Nagomi. She knows she loves Kazu. She loves Harumi. She knows she loves Kazu, but she doesn't. She can't say she loves Kazuya, not completely. So he needed to use Minnie to keep them apart during the cohabitation so they wouldn't develop too much. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. That's not what he said. He said the cohabitation is merely a device, a way to work through the conflicts that he wanted to work through while having them live together. That was the point of the cohabitation. He got caught up in it and really enjoyed writing it, right? But he realized he eventually had to end it. He knew he had to end it at some point, right? And he decided how he was going to end it midway through. Right, so they kept secrets they didn't need to, lied when they didn't need to. They investigated their feelings that they already knew. They didn't show their feelings when nothing told them no. This was all a coping mechanism for their grief, to find themselves again and accept their pain. Just like literally I was describing, the cohabitation is just an illusion. The cohabitation is just an illusion for the conflicts they need to address. Right, it's a story about them deepening their bond. Them living together is just about that. Approximately 100 chapters of enjoying writing. Yeah, what's wrong with that? That's awesome. He enjoyed writing 130 plus chapters? Fuck yeah. Good for him, dude. Hell yeah, brother. That's awesome. Right? And it's even sex and intimacy. They felt they couldn't have that because they had not reached a point of love yet, earned their desires when they were already in love. So they actively restrained themselves and informed their doubts about their feelings too. Right? It was dragged out because he liked the slice of life aspect of it, not for sale. If anything, it hurts sales. Well, he tried to. He made it interesting. It's not that he enjoyed the slice of life aspect. He just enjoyed the cohabitation and what he was cooking with it. He just had fun with it. But yeah, it seems like next chapter something is gonna happen. It's gonna be interesting. What? You asked an AI what the ending is, and the AI told you it would be unexpected and ruin the manga for most of the fans. Even though Reiji has said people could probably predict the ending a mile away. And then he said this like at the very beginning of the series. Like what? Why would you ask AI? Whatever, man. He means domestic Kanojo. Isn't it already over? Isn't it already over? What's there to ask the AI for? Yeah, but we didn't know when something was going to happen, and it feels like next chapter is the big chapter. No, it seems stupid to have like Kazuya get into an accident so Chizuru decides to like that's so cliche and stupid. That's so cliche and fucking stupid. I'm sorry, that's idiotic. And the reason I can say this, Wiz, is because at least before, when you were talking about chapter 386, you had a basis for your argument. Here it's just like, oh, yeah, let's just get Kazuya into an accident. Mommy is the collision course, not the literal actual collision course, right? If anything, I can see Chizuru being afraid of Kazuya getting into an accident, specifically because he's driving and her grandpa used to drive, so she gets fucking, like, she gets scared of that shit, right? That could be interesting. Maybe Chizuru's afraid to get in a car for those reasons. That would be an interesting direction to go with that, instead of, I don't know, Kazuya getting into an accident, right? Maybe Chizuru finds out about the license and gets fucking terrified. Doesn't want him to actually have a license, right? Just doesn't want him to drive. That fucking scares her. I don't know. That's amazing. You don't realize you love someone until they're in a fucking coma. That'd be in character. That would not be in character. That would not be in character. What if they do have a drive date, they get into an accident, Kazuya gets the worst of it? That dude, fuck off. Oh, PlayStation 9. PlayStation is having a State of Play tomorrow. Look out for Sea Viper trailer and Resident Evil 9 trailer, especially since they did a test stream yesterday. Cool. Dude, that would suck. That would be so boring. Amnesia arc, that would be so fucking boring. Like, we already have the Amnesia arc. Technically speaking, it's already happening. Let's just not do these kinds of predictions, please. Can we not have stupid, accidents like that? That just sounds. It's just like, bro, can we not? Like, I don't mind it being interesting. That just sounds so silly. It's almost 2:00. I don't know if there's anything else we can glean from this chapter. Like, isn't Don doing an Amnesia arc right now? But at least it's kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't need an Amnesia arc right now. Not like this. Not like this. Can we talk for a sec? I'm debating ending it early because there's nothing to watch today. There's no episode. Yeah, I mean, I've said this every week since chapter 392, but it seems like next chapter is gonna be the chapter. It seems like next chapter is gonna be the chapter. So here we go again. Is it actually the chapter this time? Right? Is it actually the chapter this time, or are we off base yet again? Right? Because nothing so far has happened that has like done what Reiji has described it would do. Think Nagomi will survive the whole manga. It'd be kind of cool if she does, actually. Every chapter is the next chapter. Lol, shut up. I know. Yeah, so the anime is done. The anime is done until 2026. Yeah, we got nothing else. Is there anything else we should discuss? I got nothing right now. My mind's somewhere else. I've run out of ideas. I'll be legit kind of annoyed if it's not the next chapter, but the next one. Dude, stop. Stop. I hope it's just next chapter. I genuinely, like, come on. She's about to say the words. She's about to say the fucking words. There's no more what ifs. It has to be next chapter. It has to be next chapter. There's no more what ifs. It has to be. It can't not be said. That would be insane. Next chapter will be Kazuya no Chizuru at all. Dude. Next chapter, next week, no chapter. No, there's a chapter next week. Don't fucking do that. There's a chapter next week. Yep, there's no announcement that there's no chapter next week. Don't fucking do that. This chapter's just Kazuya driving to school. Reiji told me himself. Shut up. I just realized that chapter 400 comes on the 4th of November. Wow. That's kind of cool. I think it would be the 5th in Japan, but close enough. I don't think you read this, Johan, but I have a feeling the separation is just Kazuya went back in time and Kazuya spending time with Mommy before first meeting Chizuru. Huh? What? Fate telling Wallace Bacon to do something, lol. It'll be chapter 389. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Ugh. It has to be next chapter. Remember, the 5th of November. Ha 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 ha. No, it's gonna be something. Here we go again. Okay. From the top. Give me a moment. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and I'm gonna grab some food. I'm gonna read this very carefully. Cool. Okay. Let's start easy. Let's establish a timeline. Okay? So we got to establish a timeline first. I'm going to eat some yogurt while I say this. Ugh. Food. Yogurt is great. Okay. So step 1, establishing a timeline. If you guys remember, when 388 or 389 came out, 388 maybe. No, 380. What the fuck? I put 388. I put 388. What the fuck? There we go. Okay. When 388 came out, there was a break. Okay? There was a break when 388 came out. Okay? During this break, so we had 2 weeks with no chapter. During this break is when Reiji recorded this. Okay? So by that point, he would have already written 389, 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, and then he would be working on 395. Okay? So he would have been working on 396, 395 at that point, if we establish that timeline, right? He would have finished he already said in the thing that I was reading to you before, he was 3 weeks ahead, right? In terms of like how far ahead he was. He had that many manuscripts and shit. So he'd already finished. So by this point in 388, he finished 389, 390, 392, 391, 392. These 4 chapters are already done. That leaves us with 393, 394, and 395. So clearly he'd already finished 393 and 394 because 394 would have been around the time of when he would be working on that stuff, when he would have finally decided it, right? So he would have decided on 395 at that time. So this lines up with what Reiji has presented us. So 395 actually lines up really well with what Reiji has presented us. It feels like it is that chapter. Now, just to further establish this timeline a little bit, Reiji did stream yesterday, or not stream, he talked about on his Twitter space yesterday. I won't share anything about it. I will not say a word. It also helps I don't know anything. I actually barely know a few things in there, but I won't talk about that one at all. All I'll tell you is that he was working on chapter 400. That's what he was working on. He's working on chapter 400, right? So we're on chapter 393, and he's on chapter 400, right? He was literally drawing it. So, yeah, he's much further ahead than we are. He's at least 7 chapters. If we go by that logic, 6 chapters. If we go by that logic, that means 395 is the chapter. If we go by the established logic, it means 395 is the chapter. And the reason he would have reached 395 by that point is because he had a break and he was using that break. How much should I pay Reiji to get the manuscripts? You're not getting manuscripts. That's not happening. You're not getting any manuscripts. He doesn't post them anywhere. You're never going to see those unless he wants you to. You would literally never see these. Like, unless Reiji wants you to, you'll never see these. Like, period. That's just, it's his shit. It's not yours. Why the fuck should you see it? Like, sorry, it sounds cruel, but that's just the truth. So, with that said, now that we established a timeline, it seems like the next chapter is that chapter, right? Dude, why is yogurt so good? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to go see what he wrote. Last week was the written conversation between Iamori and Chizuru was hilarious. So, this was the week before this one, right? Now it would have been this talk between Kazuya and Minnie. I'm really looking forward to the latest chapter tonight, too. So this was before the chapter came out, right? This was in 388. This week, I agonized over it quite a bit, but I think it's probably become the optimal version. I think so. Somehow, I think I've said this before, but the atmosphere of the work has changed a bit. From the author's perspective, it's changed quite a lot, So I'm still feeling my way through it. But because of that, I feel like I'm creating incredibly fresh storyboards week after week. That's how it feels. Expressions on each characters that I've never seen before and never seen. Yes, lines of dialogue are starting to just jump out, so to speak. And the weight of each and every scene also feels like it's growing, along with the history of the story. I'm really enjoying it. I hope that comes across, that I'm feeling that feeling that that's the feeling I have while I'm drawing. I'm not going to say much about it, I think, but well, in this week's meeting, something, well, really, for the work itself, it's a huge deal. Or rather, and with that, a certain thing will come out. And we made a decision this week. I'm feeling a little intimidated by it. Not that, I mean, it's fine. I can talk about it, really. It's not that huge a deal. Or maybe it is a huge deal. It's not a big deal, but then again, if you want to call it a huge deal, it's a huge deal. It could totally end suddenly. Like, I'm worried that everyone might stop reading and it'll just end. That's what I'm thinking. But it's something that we can't really avoid doing. It's a path we have to take. Does anyone have any guesses? If you get it right, I'll tell you you're right. What could it be? A quiz. It's in the future, right? It's pre unprecedented, or rather, it's something that's definitely never happened before. Of course not. Let's see. What could it be? It's not really about the plot development or anything. It's not like there's some huge plot twist. Well, a plot is steadily moving forward, and in a few weeks, things will be sorted out, right? And at that point, I think everyone will pretty much go, ah. So in a few weeks, we'll know. Like literally, this is gonna get resolved pretty quick, right? Like literally in a few weeks from that point, it'll get resolved pretty quick. So we shouldn't like worry about it too much. Like whatever this is, it'll get resolved, and then you'll be like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. I know we're just rereading at this point, but I just kind of wanted to establish that. I'm guessing Reiji is a planster, as if he's a big thing planned, but also letting the story flow organically. He plans certain things. Reiji plans certain things, but he doesn't plan every meticulous detail. There are things he writes, and like, so for example, the cohabitation wasn't really fully planned. It was partially planned. He figured out what he wanted to do as he was going through it. Shukran, honey. لا تأبين حالك. Chizuru and Umi already went out for lunch, so I don't know. I'm going deep. Right. Of course, the plot itself will develop, but it's something different from that. It's something that could fundamentally could overturn Konakari. Or so I think. Well, I think I think it'll be fine. My editor said it'll probably be fine. And that's likely how it's going to go. That's what we decided. But I'm thinking, really? Because it's so unprecedented, it makes me anxious. From my perspective, anyway, as the one making it, will anyone guess correctly? Yeah, we read all this. Yeah. It wouldn't be lunch since it's dark already, I think. They didn't eat lunch. They're just talking. There was no lunch involved. No, there was no lunch involved. Yeah, she wants to talk. But that's the thing. This is what makes me curious. This is what makes me curious about this. This wasn't happening before Minnie. This wasn't happening before Minnie. Why is this suddenly a problem? Right? It does make you wonder, why is this suddenly a problem when it wasn't a thing before Minnie? So what's actually happening here? That's why it's confusing, right? It's very confusing because this wasn't an issue before. So it feels like this issue was introduced in the play. It feels like this started because of the play, right? Because of 389, the fateful day. Like, did this start here? Right? Did this start over here? Or did it start at a different point? What if there is a kiss in a play, but then Chizuru quits the play? That would be interesting. Let's say there is a kiss in the play, but then Chizuru drops out of the play because she doesn't actually care that much about it. Just because it happens to be a director she really wants, she doesn't actually care that much about it. Right? She wants to act, but that's not what she wants to do. So maybe Chizuru drops out of the play when she finds out Kazuya doesn't like it. That would be interesting. Right? That could be an interesting direction. Where Kazuya does tell her he doesn't like it. He doesn't want that. I don't think she would quit acting. Because that was one theory I had. One of my theories is that Chizuru would quit acting. That was one of my theories, is that Chizuru might be quitting acting. But that doesn't quite line up. Chizuru likes acting. So I think it would be interesting if Chizuru took this role, and then when Kazuya tells her he doesn't like the kissing thing, right? She drops the role. That would be interesting. Right? And Kazuya doesn't want to get in the way of her, right? But maybe he needs to get in the way. I think that's interesting, isn't it? Kazuya doesn't want to get in the way, but maybe he needs to. That could be a unique direction. Her grandma took that route, though. But no, Chizuru doesn't have to be her grandma. That's the thing. Chizuru can keep acting. There's no issue with acting. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Chizuru can keep acting, but she doesn't have to, like, act in everything. She could just set rules on what she wants to act in. But I think a part of dating an actress is being okay with that. What if you could talk to the actress, then, she doesn't do those kinds of roles. Right? You could get a body double to like do the fucking kissing scenes, especially in films. Right? I think it's a boundary they need to set. It's an issue. It's a boundary they need to set, and Kazuya doesn't really set it. He doesn't say how he actually feels, right? Because it does bother him that she's with other men. It does. It bothers Kazuya a lot, right? And I think if Kazuya just tells her how he feels, I guess I've been conditioned by people dismissing boundaries as being insecure. Very common attitude online. Yeah. And like, I think if Kazuya just clears it up and just says like, I'm not actually okay with it. It does bother me. Because Chizuru does say that a lot, right? Like, there's actually a lot of evidence to highlight Chizuru would actually do it if Kazuya just told her. Right? If Kazuya just told her how he felt, she wouldn't mind. Like, chapter 362 is another good one where, right, you have their history together and they get here and Chizuru talks about, you seem to know this place, huh? What do you mean? I noticed it back at the shopping district, but you know about stuff like the lockers and locations to bring a coin. Kazuya says, oh, well, I did a ton of research. You don't have to lie. You've been here before, right? With Ruka-chan. No, he didn't. No, I actually came here to research last week with Yomori, right? I asked her if you want to. Besides, it's not the same. Yours was because of your job, right? Again, yours was because of your job. I see. Sorry. But are you really okay? Notice what she says. Are you really okay? Of course, I intend to quit being a rental girlfriend, but you always say stuff like that. I won't be able to stand it if you're the one taking the brunt of it. Izuhara. But you know what I think? If you can imagine your partner being with the opposite sex and not feel anything, that's not really love. So if you don't like it, I want you to tell me. Oh, I mean, if we start dating. So that could happen, right? That happens in the play. Kazuya finds out about it. And Kazuya has to tell her. I don't like this. It bothers me a lot. Because it does. It really bothers him. A lot. But he needs to tell her. Right? Kazuya needs to tell her that it bothers him. So I think that's something Kazuya doesn't do, right? I got it. I'll do that. We should get going, right? He never does, though. When Chizuru asks about cheating later, right? When Chizuru asks about cheating later, what is Kazuya's initial reaction, right? He doesn't tell her. Let's remember Kazuya's initial reaction. What now? What should I reply? Isn't this way too hard? If I'm nonchalant, she'll question my sense of virtue. If I'm too strict, I'll sound like a controlling guy. But no, just say what you want. Right? Just say what you want. What do you actually want? Right? And I think that's the thing. It's like, what if that is in the movie? What if that is in the play? And it's unprecedented, and it's no bad, it's not good. But then Kazuya tells her what he wants, and that he doesn't want this, and it would bother him a lot. Because that's a part, that would bother some people. Some people can't handle it, and that's fine. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be together, right? It just means hey, this is something maybe you shouldn't do when you're dating, right? I think that's completely reasonable. That's another aspect that I guess I failed to discuss. It's that's completely reasonable for Kazuya to be bothered by that and be like, okay, I would like for that to not happen. Please and thank you. It would bother me a lot, even if there's no feelings. Right? Even if there's no feelings, it would still bother me a lot. Right? Which is something Kazuya would need to become aware of, because he's the one who does these kinds of things with other women and doesn't consider how that might bother Chizuru. Right? Because Kazuya is with Ruka all the time, and it clearly bothers her, right? But then he never considers how him being with Minnie might bother her too. So that seems like an interesting direction to deal with Kazuya's conflict of just being. You did a 180 now, isn't it acting? I'm sharing both sides. I'm sharing both sides. It clearly does bother Kazuya, but at the same time, if he can handle it, he can handle it. But if it really genuinely fucking bothers him, then he should tell her. She said so. Right? I think some people can handle it. I'm not saying, I'm genuinely saying some people can handle it. Yeah, some people can handle a kissing scene in a movie and be fine with it. Right? It's just acting. I'm fine with it. But then some people would draw a very different line. Right? Whereas Chizuru draws the emotional line, Kazuya draws a very physical line, right? Kazuya's line is physical, and yet he doesn't hold up the physical element, right? Whereas Chizuru does, right? Chizuru upholds the physical element, whereas Kazuya does not, right? They both just need to crash out about their jealousies with each other. That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny. I feel like Kazuya needs to show how fucking jealous he is. He doesn't show it. He really doesn't show how jealous he is. He is unbelievably jealous. And he doesn't show it. And he needs to, just so he can control it a little. Kazuya, this bothers me. Okay, bye. Got a date with Ruka-chan, driving camp with my ex. Then Minnie is gonna cosplay while we hang out. That's so good. That's so good. Pretty much, right? That's so good. But what if Kazuya learns that Ruka hugging him bothers Chizuru. Suddenly, he feels like a total asshole. Right? Suddenly, he's like, fuck, I've been terrible. See what I mean? Right? He realizes he's been a massive fucking hypocrite. But I don't think Kazuya processes this. He doesn't want to be seen as too obsessive. But there's a limit. You have to show it. Right? He doesn't show it. And if you read what Reiji wrote, he was literally talking about how a part of Chizuru still wants to keep acting. Like, here I'll read it. There's a part that kind of gives me the impression Chizuru would probably, like, not quit acting, but just, like, not do these kinds of roles, right? I think that could be a good balance to strike. Just don't do these kinds of roles, but you can keep acting. Just gotta find the part where he, like, talks about it. Right here. Listen to what he says here. It's a nice, fascinating balance that I think Reiji's trying to strike. It's not like Mizuhara got into acting because she wants to climb the social ladder. If she were doing that, if she were doing it because she wants to be famous, then making the dream come true would be what brings that her happiness. But Mizuhara isn't doing it to become famous. She's doing it because she genuinely loves acting. And well, when Sayuri-san was alive, she had to get a role in the movie. So she needed to become successful. In a way, she had to climb that ladder. So she had things that she had to fight and work hard for. Now that aspect of it is somewhat gone. But when she talked to Kazuya about what she's going to do now, he said something like, "Aren't you watching from heaven?" I think that's what he said. So in that sense, her goal of standing on the silver screen, they did that screening at the rental hall. So it's like that dream came true, but it also kind of hasn't, you know? So, yeah, she will still have that goal. So yeah, she will still have that goal, like the promise she made to her dead grandfather and grandmother, but that's somewhere in her heart. But fundamentally, the people she made that promise to are no longer here. Yeah, Mizuhara says she loves acting and will continue. So if she can act, that's enough for her, you know? Right? As long as she can keep acting, that's enough for her. Right? As long as she can keep doing that, that's enough for her, but it doesn't mean she has to do everything, right? It doesn't mean she's content with doing a kissing scene, right? So maybe right now she thinks maybe she can or she needs to. Right? But what if Kazuya tells her, like, no, this does bother me and I don't want that to happen, right? She felt the need to hide the kiss away because of Kazuya's actions. That's something we did see, right? And I think Chizuru feels bad about that. Maybe she didn't want to hide it, right? And I think that's going to be something that's going to come out soon, where Kazuya has to tell her how he fucking feels, right? It'd be really funny if everyone were mad at Chizuru because Umi will do this and that, but then it's Kazuya who lets Ruka be all over him. That'd be hilarious. I mean, that's the hypocrisy. That's the double standard and the hypocrisy. How's hiding the kiss helping Chizuru? Dumb Chizuru. What do you mean? What do you mean? Kazuya wasn't texting her. Then Minnie shows up and yells at her. And then Chizuru feels the need to, like, keep the kiss a secret because she just got a role that might require her to do a kiss, right? So she doesn't want to explain yet, because she feels that if she explains now, like, oh, what if I kiss and he's my boyfriend and suddenly it's a problem, right? In fact, many actresses avoid romantic movies or TV dramas once they get married. Main reason is they don't want their kids to see it. Yeah, well, for Chizuru, it's not about kids, it's about Kazuya, how he feels. So the kiss is central to this. The kiss is central to this, right? But Chizuru could just, like, she doesn't have to quit acting, right? But she doesn't, maybe just don't do those kinds of roles, right? Just avoid romantic roles, much like you wouldn't do rental, right? That seems like a reasonable request to make, right? Just don't do rental because you have someone you love. Don't do romantic roles in a movie because you have someone you love. That seems kind of reasonable. Some people can handle it, some people can't. Kazuya, clearly it fucking bothers him. So it won't be a problem after the kiss happens. Chizuru is stupid now. How is she stupid? Right? They aren't dating yet. In her mind, that she can just not deal with the kiss and, you know, do that first. That doesn't seem completely unreasonable, right? She tells him, I don't have feelings, I don't have a boyfriend, but she doesn't want him to see this because she thinks it would bother him because it would bother her. It seems reasonable. But at the same time, Chizuru feels she can't talk to Kazuya, she's afraid. So she feels she has to push him away. And he made her feel this way. Like, the simple truth is Kazuya made her feel this way, that she couldn't talk to him. That's just the simple truth. Like, his actions made her feel like she couldn't talk to him when she could have. Maybe this is Chizuru's dream. Maybe this is Chizuru's acting clashing with her goals, right? Maybe this is Chizuru's acting clashing with her love, right? That could be what it is. It could be that was always the case. It was always Chizuru's acting clashing with her love, right? That makes a lot of sense. That the acting thing would clash with her love. I've said this before, that the acting thing was clearly clashing with her love with Kazuya, that it was constantly in the way. She thinks it bothers him, so she decides to hide it. Yeah, does not make sense to you? She thinks it bothers him, so she hides it. Did she not do the same thing with mommy? She thinks mommy would fucking hurt him, so she hides it. Does that not sound like it makes fucking sense for Chizuru's character? She literally tries to protect people. But Kazuya needs to realize she shouldn't shoulder it the fuck alone. He made her feel like she should shoulder it the fuck alone. It would become a problem later. Of course it will. That's exactly why Kazuya needs to fucking talk to her. So it doesn't become a problem in the future. So boundaries are set clear. So Chizuru never feels like she has to deal with this shit alone. That's the fucking point. Right? It's because Chizuru wants to keep acting. Chizuru clearly wants to keep acting. She loves acting. But the problem is that she doesn't know how Kazuya feels, and she's afraid to ask him, and she's afraid of all this stuff, and he's not communicating to her. He's essentially scared her off. I don't know, man. It'll make sense. It'll make sense in due time. Plus, this is just one theory I have, right? Her initial professional boundaries condition him to not only take liberties insofar as she explicitly allows it. So it can be hard to take the initiative. Wait, what? Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean? But over the cohabitation, she helped him to not think this way, to not feel like he's tied down by these professional boundaries. He lives with her. He literally lives with her. Damn, why is the number not moving? What the hell? Thinking how to word it. Okay. Take your time. So you're saying Chizuru set professional boundaries and it conditioned Kazuya on how to take his liberties on what's allowed? But that wasn't happening in the date. In the date, they were being pretty fucking explicit with each other. Or at least they were supposed to be, and Kazuya wasn't really. So it can be hard to take the initiative. I think what's gonna end up happening is Chizuru might have to give up her acting in part, not completely. Just like make a sacrifice where it's like, okay, you just don't take on romantic roles, right? And you can still keep acting, just don't take on romantic roles. It doesn't seem unreasonable, right? But this does seem like the clash, because I think the best chapter that informs this is that Chizuru is currently kind of having a bit of a clash with her. My girlfriend and her goal. The boyfriend and goals. Oh, let's look at this. Oh boy. Oh, let's look at this. Okay. Have this intro with Minnie. بعد ما أكلت شكرا. Mizuhara said she'd be busy until the day before. Does that mean I might only be able to meet her a few more times? No matter how much I try to brace myself for it, I'm only setting myself up for disappointment. Okay. It's so dark. Is Yomori's son here? What is this? A DVD rental. Whoa. Home Alone Mizuhara at night. It's a complete accident. My grandma started a movie. I rented it from a nearby DVD store whenever I want to watch it. My grandma used to be an actress. It's an old movie, so what the DVD store is the only place that still has it. I like how her eyes are closed here. Why does she feel the need to close her eyes and not talk about this honestly? Right? She half opens her eyes here, right? She closes one eye and then closes both eyes when talking about this play. Really? Is that really surprising? Still, this was her only movie. Kind of cruel, huh? I wish she would have left a few more memories for her grandchildren. Wow, what a repeating motif. Huh. A repeating motif. Chizuru's mom only left her a single picture. Chizuru's grandmother only left her a single movie. Wasn't that an interesting motif? Huh. That's a fascinating thing. Sayuri only had one film, because Kasumi only had one picture. They're two sides of the extremes. They're literally two extremes. One extreme is when it comes to being a part of someone's life. One extreme is a single movie that she acted in, nothing more. Wanna watch it with me? Okay. What? Isn't she amazing? She's normally so gentle and cheerful. After seeing this, can you believe this is the same elderly woman who couldn't even read a map? It's honestly refreshing with how unrecognizable she is. She took the movie industry by storm with just this one movie. She received more offers than she could count, but she only ever starred in this one movie. I was surprised too when I first watched this. It's like she mesmerized me, and I've been following the same path as her ever since. I get the urge to watch this whenever I feel demotivated. It's strange, but I guess you could say it gives me the burst of energy. She is both my idol and my rival, someone who I will never surpass. One film, and she never surpasses her. Look at how bored she seems. Chizuru seems almost bored here. Almost disappointed. There's a sense of boredom and disappointment to this. It's fascinating. She's both my idol and my rival, someone who I'll never surpass. Basically my goal. She turns to look at him and says, basically my goal, question mark. She doesn't even know if she's actually her goal anymore. And she looks at him with closed eyes, as if he's the new goal. And she doesn't see that. That's fascinating. My girlfriend and her goal, the boyfriend and the goal. So what if this is Chizuru's acting clashing with what she wants? Maybe that's what it is. I think maybe this is Chizuru's acting clashing with what she wants, and it's like she has to set a boundary with acting and love. But more so, maybe the true boundary she needs to set is not that. Maybe she's setting the wrong boundaries, right? Maybe that's the issue. So we've been talking about how maybe Chizuru is doing her own mistake. What if her mistake is setting the wrong boundary? Right? What if Chizuru's mistake is in fact setting the wrong boundary? She should be setting a different boundary, right? So maybe what Chizuru should be setting is maybe a boundary with her past or with what she actually wants, right? What does Chizuru actually want? Reiji even says this in the transcript. Like, what does Chizuru actually want, right? Does she even know what she actually wants? Just as Kazuya, and it makes you wonder, like, Chizuru is working constantly. Chizuru's doing all this stuff, but does she actually know what she wants? Right? And it makes you wonder, and that mirrors Kazuya, where it's like, does Kazuya actually know what he wants? Because he clearly seemingly doesn't, right? He seemingly doesn't really know what he actually wants. Maybe Chizuru isn't so different. Because she loves acting, and she made the film for her grandparents, but what did she herself actually want? What does Chizuru actually want to do? She probably wants to keep acting, sure, but does she always want to be an actress? Does she want to make a bunch of movies? What does she want to do? Right? There's some fascinating discussion to be had here. What does Chizuru actually want to do? What does she want to do with her life? And I think we're so focused on Kazuya wondering what he wants to do with his life. We're missing the fact that maybe Chizuru doesn't actually fully know what she wants with her life, right? Maybe Chizuru isn't sure what she wants either, right? And yeah, she probably wants to have a dream, but what is this dream? Because the dream they made in the movie arc wasn't necessarily just for them, right? It was for those people around them. Oh, Reiji's setting up some interesting topics, right? So maybe what's going on is like a clash between Chizuru's acting and her love, and Chizuru learning how to set the proper boundaries with that. But would Chizuru want to change careers? I think she would want to keep acting. I feel like she loves acting. She shouldn't need to switch careers. It's just, does she want to? Does she enjoy acting? Does she want to be a part of this? Right? Will Reiji write a story about Chizuru's rise to stardom? She could. Right? He never says she wouldn't rise to stardom. In the chapter that I'm literally about to start storyboarding, a major incident for Kanokari is about to happen. As I mentioned earlier, so please look forward to that. I'm still wondering if it's really okay to take this step. I'm still not sure if it's really okay to take this step. I'm struggling with it. But I want to do it. I want to do it this way. If I have to choose, this way is harder, but that's the way. I want to do it. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm probably going to do it. If you think about it, if you think about it, you'll figure it out probably. This is a question you can guess the answer to, but it's really, really? Are you really doing that? But if it's Kanokari, you just might. If you put it together, the thing that's have been said in the original work up to this point, if you put it all together, you face one problem. The story comes face to face with it. It's a problem that can't be avoided. I'm anxious about having to face it. I have to. Should I sort of be new? Let's see. Chizuru likes acting, but doing it without anyone appreciating it just for her dead grandparents, it'll probably feel quite empty. Yeah, I mean, I said this too. That's why she was looking for Kazuya in the play. She wants to be seen. But maybe that's what's going on in the story right now is that Chizuru is having a clash of her love for acting versus why she wants to do it in the first place. Right? She wants to do it because she wants the people she loves to see her. And everybody has different values, right? Everybody has different values on acting and that. The problem is Kazuya admires her for her sure, but Chizuru gave him tickets to her last play, hoping he would love seeing her on stage. He didn't tell her he loved it. Yeah, maybe she wants Kazuya to love her acting, but she doesn't. But it almost seems like she doesn't want him to see this play. Isn't that fascinating? It almost seems like Chizuru doesn't want him to see this play, even though she wants to act. So she's having this clash of why she's doing this in the first place. Right? And I think that clash is at the core of problem of Chizuru's character, maybe. That like for most of the story, you're seeing Chizuru literally go from acting to Kazuya. And she's constantly having a tug and pull of that, if you will. She's having a tug and pull between family and acting. And now her family has seemingly left. She's not reclaiming them. Instead, she's working on this acting. And I think she doesn't really want that, maybe. Right? I think maybe Chizuru will have to I think Chizuru will decide herself, maybe, what she wants. Right? I think maybe Chizuru will find what she wants and maybe escape this herself. This feels like what Reiji's kind of building to, right? It feels like Chizuru will escape this herself, right? She's put herself in kind of her own prison, right? Just as Kazuya has put himself in his own prison, and maybe she needs to escape that prison. It's like a mental prison she's created for herself, much like how Kazuya has created a mental prison for himself. He's having a clash of what he actually wants, just like she's having a clash of what she actually wants. And I feel like that could be what Reiji's setting up, right? Because she didn't give him a ticket for this play. It's almost like she doesn't want him to see this play, right? She doesn't tell him what play it is. She doesn't tell him about any of it, but she wants to act. So maybe Chizuru will figure out why she's acting still, right? Because a part of her dream is dead, right? A part of her dream is dead. So she has to realize why she wants to act and that she's not doing it for Sayuri. It comes back to that theme of grief. I don't think Chizuru would quit acting. I think she has to know why she wants to act, not just simply to act. Right? Why does Chizuru want to act besides like that dream she initially had for her grandparents, right? Or maybe without telling Kazuya, she doesn't want to kiss anyone other than him, so she quits the play voluntarily. Didn't he say Chizuru was going to be less thoughtful of him after rejection? That was specifically no, don't do that shit. Don't fucking do that shit. That's not what he said. He said that as the rejection was approaching, no, shut the fuck up and let me finish. Shush. Silence. He said that as the rejection was approaching, Chizuru was not finding her answer. And because she couldn't fully say that she loved him, she couldn't be overly nice. As in, she couldn't say, give me more time or pity him. She had to reject him outright. That's why. He wasn't saying after the rejection. He was talking about the rejection. He's literally talking about the rejection, not anything else. Don't misinterpret it as anything else. He's specifically talking about the rejection. Okay? Cool. It'll be a problem if she starts thinking Kazuya won't like her acting. Then she would act for herself and her grandparents while thinking she can't do it for Kazuya. That can't be good. That can't be enough. Pretty much. Right? She wants Kazuya to like her acting. He said that kissing is cheating for him. But then he seemingly changed his mind. And now she's worried, what if Kazuya doesn't like her acting? Right? That could be what's going on. Chizuru's having this clash. And she's afraid to open up to him. The thing that I notice with chat here is whatever Johan says, the rest just validate it and bring their own theories. That is the same. What are you talking about? Everybody's like saying the opposite shit from me. Everybody's literally constantly saying the opposite shit from me. Everyone's calling me stupid half the fucking time. You're calling me stupid half the fucking time. What are you fucking talking about? You're talking like everybody's just a fucking wingman. No. Everybody's saying their own shit. I'm saying my own shit. You're looking for patterns. You're literally looking for patterns to validate your stances. Half the time, I don't even listen to chat. And then they don't even listen to me. I have to fucking correct you because you're fucking wrong half the time. What I see is either blindly agreeing or coming up with R-word theories that make zero sense. That feels more accurate. Right? Some people blindly agree with me. Some people are just have very stupid arguments. I don't know. We're not going to use the R word. Let's try to avoid that. Thank you. Let's just say stupid. Stupid is good. Let's not use the word. Yeah, we told him that the story is not about their love, and we got into a discussion. Wait, what? Yeah, literally, I like read what Reiji says. He literally says it's about their love, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's not what he said." I'm like, "That's what he fucking said." I'm still sticking with the mommy theory. It's going to be mommy. I think it's going to be Umi. I think it's going to be Umi. Chizuru might be at a crossroads. Do I quit acting or do I find a new dream? Or neither. What if it's neither? What if the solution is neither? That's the fucking point. It shouldn't be one or the other. I do think Chizuru is at a crossroads. I do think so. She was ready to marry Kazuya, and then she gets presented this role. And I think that may be what's going on, but we're not getting the full picture either, right? Maybe we're not getting the full picture either. Like we're only getting half the picture. We're not getting the full picture. And maybe Chizuru is at a crossroads, right? But maybe she can escape this crossroad herself. You know what this reminds me of? And I feel like Reiji might have actually foreshadowed it. What the fuck? Oh my god, Reiji Reiji, you crazy son of a bitch. Reiji, you crazy son of a bitch. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Oh, I might have figured it out. Oh. Okay. In chapter 272, Kazuya gets up to go. And Kazuya thinks of something very particular. The Frog Prince effect refers to a phenomenon where you learn that someone you like also has feelings towards you. You start to dislike that person, expanding from there. In more recent times, it has also come to mean more widely referred to the phenomenon where a person's feelings towards someone else weakens. Okay. Why is this important? Because if you watch The Princess and the Frog, in The Princess and the Frog, Tiana, I think her name is Tiana, the main girl, has a dream. She wants to make this dream come true. And the villain of that story uses that, offering her this dream via his bullshit. And she essentially gets offered this dream and then has to break free herself and choose to be with the other person. Choose to be with the person who loves her, who was a prince. In contrast, the prince thinks he needs to be a princess. He needs to marry a princess. And he tries to go with a rich girl who is not a who's not a bad. She's not a bad person. I actually think she's one of the nicest rich people in animation period. And she thinks that if she gets a prince, the prince will free her. Right? The prince will make her a princess and she'll have everything she wanted. She didn't understand what she actually wanted out of love. Okay? And basically, both characters had to free themselves. The prince had to free himself and choose to not date, choose to not be with a princess, so that way, so he can be his real self, even though he's a frog. And in contrast, Tiana or Tina, or I forgot her name, she also chooses to stay a frog, even if she doesn't get her dream come true. And her lesson was simply that the dream isn't worth it if you don't have people in your life. The dream that you're chasing is not fucking worth it if you don't have the right people in your life. If you don't have love to share that dream with. Friends on the Other Side is a goated villain song, and yeah, Charlotte is hilarious. Charlotte is great, but Charlotte's conflict in the story is that she thinks she needs a prince. Literally, like who? Mommy. She's literally like Mommy, right? She's literally like Mommy. Mommy is also the difference between Charlotte and Mommy is that Mommy has an abusive relationship, right? That's the difference. Charlotte does not have an abusive relationship with her dad. She has a great relationship with her dad, right? But that's the conflict of her character. Remember, Kazuya wears a frog shirt when Chizuru invites him to the barbecue? Jesus Christ, you're right! Jesus Christ, you're right! Oh, doesn't he wear the same frog shirt? No, he doesn't wear it here. Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. Holy shit. Oh my god, you are right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. This is when he got invited. Oh my god. And then the very end of the story, Tiana does make her dream come true, and she doesn't need anybody else to do it. Her and the prince, I forgot his name, do it together. What's in your water you're drinking, lol. Dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. The princess's name is Naveen. Dude. Oh, dude. Oh, I see what Reiji's cooking. That's kind of awesome, actually. That's kind of awesome, actually. That is sick. If that's what Reiji is cooking, that is sick. And just like Naveen and Tiana, Finding Nemo also has a separation. Both of those stories have a period where the characters separate from each other, and then they come back to each other. Chizuru's gonna leave this role and get a new and better one on her own with Kazuya at her side. Holy shit, that's peak. Hell yeah! Right? Get her own role. Don't be a replacement for anyone else. Dude, that would be peak. Get her own fucking role. Don't be a replacement for anyone else. Be your own shit. Pave your own fucking path. Hell yeah. Dude. Hell yeah. Okay. So this is about them freeing themselves from the expectations set by Umi and Mami. Essentially, yes. Right? Essentially, the expectation. Well, this is about Chizuru freeing herself from her dead dream. This is about Kazuya freeing himself from his ex, or from his past, right? From the illusion that Mami created for him, right? Kazuya has to free himself from his ex. Chizuru has to free herself from this dead dream, right? And Tiana was doing something very similar too. She was the reason she was making the movie. The reason she wanted to build a restaurant in the first place, and she also didn't have luck, right? It's the same thing with her. She also didn't have luck and support. The reason she was doing it was because her dad wanted to do it, right? And she would work tirelessly day and night, and she didn't have time for anything else. So it feels like what's going to happen is Chizuru's going to free herself from this role, right? Just like Tiana did. Let me pull it up. Oh, I see what Reiji's cooking. That's awesome. If that's what he's cooking, that's sick. Princess and the Frog. Yeah, Tiana's song in the fucking movie is literally almost there. Almost there. And it's her trying to like make this restaurant. Right? There's this song right here, Dig a Little Deeper, where this lady is like trying to guide her. You gotta dig a little deeper. Prince Froggy's a rich little boy. You wanna be rich again? That ain't gonna make you happy now. Did it make you happy then? No. Money ain't got no soul. Money ain't got no heart. All you need is some self-control. Make yourself a brand new start. You gotta dig a little deeper. Don't have far to go. You gotta dig a little deeper. Tell the people mama told you so. You what you'll find. You peace of mind. Yeah, a little deeper and you'll know. Miss Froggy, might I have a word? Hard one. That's what I heard. Oh my god, what did Reishi say about Chizuru? She's a hard case. What did Reishi say about Chizuru? She's a hard case. Your daddy was a loving man. Family through and through. Your daddy and your dad's daughter. What he had in him, he got in you. You got to dig a little deeper. For you, it's going to be tough. You're going to dig a little deeper. You ain't dug near. Okay. You'll find out what you need. Blue skies and sunshine guaranteed. Open the windows. Lights, children. Sunshine guaranteed. Wait, what was her answer to her? Here's hoping I don't get demonetized for this. That'll be fucking annoying. I'm trying to find this scene. Right. Tiana freeing herself. Is she still doing rental? Or I'm pretty sure she is. Pretty sure she's not quit rental. um Breaking amulet. Turn on, right? You can give your poor daddy everything he ever wanted. Come on, Tiana. You're almost there. Yeah, just like Sayuri never technically saw her on the silver screen, but he had what he needed. Just like Sayuri never got everything she wanted, but she had what she needed. He had love. Okay. Yep, and then he gets sucked into the shadow realm. But he had what he needed. He didn't have everything, but he had what he needed. Right? Now, yeah. This feels like this is where we're going. This feels like this is where we're going, and then it's like, are you ready? Are you ready? Oh wow. That's kind of crazy. That if that's what Reiji's cooking, that's kind of crazy. That means this dude. Wow, dude. She said she's gonna work even harder to get a restaurant. Sounds like Kazuya. Isn't Kazuya literally getting his family bar or something? Right? Damn, dude. Yeah, so it seems like Chizuru got this role. She wants to focus on this role, but in reality, the role is not actually what she wants. Right? She's literally having a clash of her dream and her love. And that she doesn't realize her love will fulfill her dream. Her love will make her dream a reality. Right? I think that's what we're building to. I think that's the point, right? And something and we're gonna see like the full truth of the play next time, right? Settling in a sense. It's not settling. It's not settling. It's knowing what you actually want, right? What you actually need. Not getting this thing that you don't give a shit about, right? I think that's why Reiji delved so much into the acting element, right? I think that's the point. I think I misinterpreted what was going on. I think what's actually happening is Chizuru is having a clash between what she really wants versus the actual truth, right? I think that's where we are right now. Maybe that could be where it is, right? It's Chizuru having a clash of what she really wants versus Kazuya having a clash of what he thinks he needs, right? It's literally kind of the characters in kind of the same boat, but in reverse, right? Kazuya thinks he needs to become some amazing man for Chizuru, and Chizuru will never appreciate it, when that's not true. In contrast, you have Chizuru who wants to follow through on her dream, and literally she said this to Sumi. Remember what she said to Sumi? If I want to stay by their side, does that mean I'm in love with them? If I can't give them everything I have, is it not true love after all? Right? It's literally what she says. Sayuri devoted everything, right? But that doesn't mean Chizuru has to give up everything. So I think that's very fitting that Chizuru is having this clash between what she wants, what she actually wants. She has to dig a little deeper. Versus what she thinks she wants. And this matches Kazuya. He's having this clash of what he thinks he wants versus what he actually wants, right? What does Kazuya actually want, right? He just wants to be with Chizuru, right? That's all he fucking cares about. He doesn't care about any of this external bullshit. He doesn't care about any of this other crap. He doesn't care about his driver's license. He doesn't care about all this other stuff. But he thinks he needs to do all this other crap to be with her. Maybe Chizuru is the opposite. Chizuru is having a clash of her dream versus being with him, right? She really wants to be with him. She was like seemingly ready to marry him earlier, but then now her dream suddenly comes back and gets in the way, and it's like, okay, do you want the dream or do you want to be with him? What do you want? Right? What is it that you actually want out of your life? Right? And that's I think the core conflict. Right? Well, that's the thing though. That's a terrible comparison. So look. You're comparing Chizuru to Ruka. That's a terrible comparison. Do you want to know why that's a terrible fucking comparison? Right? Ruka had no investment in rental. She didn't give two shits about it. And it's not like Chizuru's conflict is rental. Chizuru's conflict is not rental, it's acting. If Ruka had a dream And it was giving up a dream or being with someone. That's a real conflict. They're not the same. Ruka quitting rental is not the same as Chizuru quitting acting. It is nowhere near the same. It's not slime, it's mucus. Yeah, it's not the same. Rental and acting are not the same thing. They're completely different things. Right? I think it's so easy to get caught up in that you're like, oh, Ruka just quit. Just do what Ruka did. First, she's a high schooler. She has the privilege to quit. She has the privilege to just quit and do whatever she wants. Two, Chizuru has actively pursued acting for the entire series. She actively deeply cares about acting. She wants to be an actor, right? But right now she's being tested. Do you want to succeed in acting and be in this director's play and possibly do something you don't want to do, or do you want to pursue this thing that you deeply want and will last you forever? Right? It's literally Chizuru having a clash of her acting and her love. And it makes a lot of sense. It's not just following Ruka's footsteps. It's not the same. I think the big step is for Chizuru to choose what she desires. That's I think what's going to be. It's Chizuru's going to make this choice. Chizuru's going to stop wasting time, and she's going to make this choice. If it means a goal, but now that she's in the talking stages with Kazuya minus the actual talking, she should quit rental, not acting. Well, you're missing... Okay, rental is easy to quit, right? Rental is kind of easy to quit. Acting is not only a career, it's something she deeply loves. It's not 394, it's 395. No, it's not that simple. That's why maybe it'll get resolved in a couple chapters. Exactly. Right? The 7-Eleven is a red herring. The 7-Eleven is a red herring. This is the characters needing to break free from these illusions they've created. Right? Everything so far has been a red herring. Chizuru's ultimately going to choose Kazuya over this role. Pretty much. I think that's going to be pretty much maybe Chizuru's conflict. And it seems simple. But it makes a lot of sense in my opinion. It seems simple, but it kind of makes a lot of sense in my opinion. It's unacceptable if it's with Umi, but that maybe Kazuya would find it in him to accept it. I wouldn't, but maybe he would. It's simple, but for Chizuru, it's a big thing. External rewards mean nothing if you don't have internal happiness. Pretty much. Okay, so that seems to be... We were trying to piece together Chizuru's conflict in contrast to Kazuya. It makes sense for Chizuru's conflict to be about her career. It makes sense for Chizuru's conflict to be about her career. Quitting rental is a big thing, you mean? We're not talking about rental, we're talking about acting. That's very different from rental. Rental is not a difficult thing. Acting is much more difficult. Rental is if Chizuru knows she loves someone, she'll quit. I think with Chizuru, if she knows she loves someone, rental is just an easy go. That's it, I'm done. With acting, it's a little more complicated. Because with acting, Chizuru is it loves acting. But a part of acting was because of her grandparents who are no longer here. Asking Reiji is as similar to the Princess and the Frog. I mean, I can't ask him now. It's the only way to get your dream. Tiana, my dream wouldn't be complete without you. I love you, warts and all. Honestly, this scene really fits Chizuru and Kazuya. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. Let's pull that up. Frog. My dream wouldn't be complete without you. Right, she goes to him.
You want sugar? Fuck her up, Buttercup.
Wait!
Tiana?
Tiana?
Don't do this.
I have to do this, and we are running out of time.
I won't let you.
It's the only way to get to your dream.
My dream? My dream wouldn't be complete without you in it.
Dude. Charlotte is not Ruka, Charlotte is Mommy. Mommy is like a twisted version of Charlotte. You think... Glitch, are you so silly that you think Reiji would scrap like 6 chapters worth of work because you guessed it? Even though he told you if you guessed it, he would tell you. The fuck?
I love you, Naveen.
Ah. 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 I mean, the big reason Chizuru loves acting isn't to get prestige, money, or something like that. She loves acting to be seen by the people she loves, her grandparents. Yeah, well, she loves acting because she loves acting, but like, what is the reason you truly love acting, right? She enjoys acting, and she wants to give the best. So Reiji described it like this: Chizuru loves acting because she wants to give the best performance she can. But who's that performance for, right? That's where you dig a little. It's about digging a little deeper, right? Chizuru loves acting because she wants to give the best performance that she can. But who's that performance for? Who are you performing for? Right? Is it just people watching, or is it like a particular thing you want someone to see and to want to reach someone, right? And that's the point.
What's and all?
What's an all?
Aww. And then Charlotte learns from this, right? Charlotte learns what real love is from this, and that's the point.
All my life, I read about true love and fairy tales, and Tia, you found it.
What is Mommy's conflict? What is Mommy's fucking conflict? She doesn't believe in true love. Mommy doesn't believe in true love. She always hears about true love. She doesn't fucking believe in true love. Bro. Oh my god. Mommy's entire conflict is she doesn't believe in true love. Bro. Oh my god. This fits, right? I'm not crazy. This fits, right? Bro. Do you remember on Hawaiians when she sat among Kazuya's family, it felt like her family too? I mean, to Kazuya's family, she has the main role. Yeah, Chizuru's conflict in Hawaiians is being the main role, right? Even though she wants to. And she had like a lot of doubts and conflicts, right? That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, it seems like Chizuru's conflict right now is with the dream. Why do you want to have this dream at all? It's funny because I was saying this early in the cohabitation. I actually like, so for chapter 272, oh my god, you guys got to see this. So chapter 272 is when we first hear about the Prince Frog effect, and look at how many fucking recordings I made talking about the Prince Frog effect. Look at how many recordings I made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 36 fucking recordings talking about the stupid thing. And I remember when the whole thing that was happening on Chizuru's birthday, the whole thing that was happening on Chizuru's birthday was what? Right? It's the people in her life that made it feel fucking worth it. Right? What happens in 269? The people in Chizuru's life made everything fucking worth it. Right? Whereas Sumi involves Chizuru, Umi isolates her. Right? What does Umi do? Umi takes Chizuru away from the people around her so he can talk to her in private. He isolates her. Whereas with Kazuya, whereas with Sumi brings her back to the people that she's isolated from. Umi literally isolates Chizuru. Sumi brings her back to the people she belongs with. They're opposites. Damn. Okay, so Umi kind of sucks. Okay. Umi kind of sucks. Got it. Oh my god. We had this entire theory about Umi not necessarily being a bad person. But maybe Umi secretly sucks. Damn. Maybe Umi doesn't suck. Maybe Umi doesn't actually like outright suck. But I think like Umi's thing is like, you know, he doesn't actually truly see Chizuru or appreciate her. He doesn't actually see what she actually wants, right? I think that's Umi's problem. He's literally in a drama, right? Umi's thing is that he's literally in a, like Chizuru literally says it, he's in a drama, right? Umi is literally acting in a drama. This isn't a drama. This is a rom-com, right? It's literally like we're getting dragged into a drama when it's not a drama, right? This is a rom-com. This isn't a drama. And we're getting dragged into a drama. So Chizuru's main role has been the one she's already always played for Kazuya and his family. No. That's not Chizuru's main role. Chizuru's... In a sense, maybe. She's their princess, right? So in a sense, maybe. She's their princess. And as long as she's their princess, that's all that they care about, right? If she just accepts herself as the princess, she'll reach stardom. But she shouldn't do it through these shitty means. You can be a good guy and consistently do shitty things. Yeah, that's kind of Umi, pretty much. I think Umi is a decent person who does shitty things. I think that sounds pretty accurate to Umi's character. He's a shitty person who does. He's a decent person who does shitty things. Umi has been in multiple relationships. He's probably sucky. Also titled rom-com, but it ain't no drama only. You don't know how many relationships Umi's been in. That's just a guess. You don't actually know. You don't. We've only ever seen Umi with one relationship, and the one time the girls talked about him, they said he wasn't in a relationship. And he's hard to get. He's not an easy person to date. So, I don't know. I think Umi is actually like the kind of, at least, from where? From where? We've only ever seen him date one person. That's it. We've only ever seen him date one person. That's literally it. Nanaho, the chocolate gift girl, we don't know if he was dating her. He just gave her a gift. The chocolate gift girl, he was just giving her a gift. We don't know if he was fucking dating her. She didn't have a name. The chocolate gift girl, she didn't have a name. But we don't know if he was dating her. And that's it. That's all we got. Dude's barely in the fucking story. Dude's barely in the fucking story. But yeah, I feel kind of more confident about this, weirdly enough. I think for a while I felt very confused about what Reiji's doing, but I think it's like certain things we have to play straight and certain things we don't. Chizuru needs Rental to do acting at the moment. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. I think she's kind of making some money off of acting right now, so she doesn't need Rental all that much. Chizuru gave Kazuya chocolates and she isn't dating him, so why would you assume Umi's dating Chocolate Girl? Yeah, that's a pretty fair assessment. You can date Kazuya while being an actress, but you can't keep doing Rental if you're planning on dating Kazuya. Acting without Kazuya is missing the point, so it's incompatible with Rental. Yeah, so Chizuru figured out Rental. Chizuru seemingly figured out Rental, but what Chizuru didn't figure out is acting. I think that's a great way to look at it. Chizuru figured out Rental. Chizuru did not figure out acting. So what if people crush on Umi? It doesn't mean he's actually dating them. You don't know this. I think Umi just is okay being around women constantly. And he probably likes the praise. But that doesn't mean he's dating them. It reminds me of Mitaka. Mitaka did the same shit. Mitaka from Maison Ikkoku did the same exact crap. He wasn't actually dating anybody, right? He was constantly around other women, but he wasn't really dating or serious about any of them, right? He was literally a tennis coach for women. It's the same thing. It really is not that different. And Mitaka tried to do the same crap too. Right? What did Mitaka try to do? Mitaka tried to well, Umi's trying to do it in a more sincere way, I would argue. Right? What Umi's trying to do is in a more sincere way, but it's also just as equally shitty if it means she's in a role where she might kiss him, right? That's pretty shitty. He's like, I want to support you and I want to set boundaries, but then he puts her in a fucking role where she has to kiss him and she's a replacement for someone else. Like, if that's the case, bro, that's kind of shitty. And that's kind of Umi in a nutshell. That's kind of Umi in a nutshell. And I think Umi's character arc is to learn how to truly lift other people up instead of lifting them up only to take their glory for yourself. Because that's pretty much what he does to Shiori here. What does Umi do with Shiori here? Right? He does something pretty shitty to Shiori. Right? Umi was the one doing all the heavy lifting in this chapter. Umi was the one doing all of the moving in this chapter. And he passes it to Shiori, and she's not ready, and she hits it, and she crumples and falls apart. Shiori needs actual help to be lifted up and actually be supported, instead of what the fuck Umi is doing, where he's not actually supporting her, right? Help someone who actually needs it, not try to get into Chizuru's pants through this bullshit, right? Not try to get on Chizuru's good graces through this bullshit. He's essentially trying to replicate Kazuya. In a sense, you could think of it as Umi's trying to replicate Kazuya. He saw what Kazuya did. He saw an opportunity. He's trying to replicate him. But it's not the same. You can't just do the same thing and hope it fucking works, right? And you can't be in the role where she fucking kisses you in the end. That's not how it works, dude. Right? So I think that's another way to look at it. I think Umi does genuinely want to help, but he can't. Right? Umi wants to help, but he actually can't. Right? He's only ever going to get in the way. I think that's going to be Chizuru's conflict. I think that's how Reiji's going to resolve it. And you're going to be like, oh, wow, Reishi was cooking. Chizuru gave Kazuya chocolates. And okay, we already read this. Oh, she is. I guess I assumed she wasn't making money from her gigs. No, she was. She was. That's why. Did you notice how when they were living together, she only went on one rental date? A single one. And it was with Nagomi. She only ever went on one rental date, and it was with Nagomi. That means she's making at least enough money to not need it immediately. The chapter is proof that Reiji is pre-writes and is not like people who say he stalls because football was foreshadowed in cohabitation arc. Wait, what? Was it foreshadowed? Where in the cohabitation? Because this seemed like it was foreshadowed in chapter 31. Where in the cohabitation was this foreshadowed? I don't remember that. Can you tell me where this was foreshadowed? Remember on the back of the volume, there's 40 volumes. There's 41 volumes. Can you be more specific? There's 41 volumes. Can you be more specific? Which volume? It's very vague. Oh, well, Reiji regularly plays futsal with his fans and his friends and his editors and stuff, so that's not like particularly new. I think there were more than one if you see the first page in chapter 317. Wait, what? 317. Oh, there was a second one. You're right. You're right. There was a second one. Oh, yeah, there were a few more. She was working on a few rental dates. You're right. That is true. She was working on a few rental dates. Oof, fair enough. Okay, you got me there. She was working on a few rental dates. She had 2 appointments from Diamond, one in Ikebukuro, one was for Nagomi, and she had another in Ioma. She met Nagomi and Ikebukuro as far as I remember. Well, this was after. She met Nagomi in chapter 310 or 309. I don't remember what. Yeah, 309. It was 317. So both those rental dates were something else. Yeah, those were just 2 completely different rental dates that she was working on. Right? And Chizuru constantly works nonstop. Right? This wasn't simply fan service. There was a lot more here. There's a lot of subtle storytelling that's being given to you here. In like how the actual stuff plays out. Yeah, there was 2 dates at the very least. She was working on top of doing her play. So she was working on a lot. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of our end game theory is that yeah, pretty much Chizuru is being put in a position where it's like, does she want to do acting or does she want to be with Kazuya? Right. And I think that's a very fitting conflict to have for Chizuru's character. Kazuya isn't getting the driver's license, maybe. Yeah, it could be possible. Maybe he won't get the driver's license. Maybe he will. He clearly needs it for his future, though. right? Kazuya clearly needs it for his future, so it's like that's a whole other ball game. But there was some good fan service here. We got Chizuru booty. So yeah, it seems like this is about Chizuru deciding what role in life she wants. And when she's presented with a different role, the fateful day is what's important, right? The fateful day is like, you know, I think that was the day that like changed fate, right? That was when like, okay, what are you gonna decide? What are you gonna do? Both is good. I'm just saying it's like there's a kind of acting you should do, and then there's an acting that maybe you shouldn't do. This acting is like, is this even for the people that you love, or is this just to act, right? Is it just so you can keep acting, right? She does need both. It's just Kazuya, her dream would not be complete without him, right? Her dream is meaningless without him. Umi's face this chapter reminds me of Mommy Beach Arc. Not quite. He looks so goofy. He looks so goofy looking at him right now. Like, bro, fucking move those bangs, dude. Bro, move those fucking bangs. The fuck are you doing? It's so funny. Maybe she could be an action star. The physical ability she has that foreshadows she could be an action star, not a star in a romantic film. That'd be kind of funny. No. She had clear rental appointments. They weren't over. She was clearly still doing those. Those were not over. Umi's in the cool, hot, depressive look. he does have the, oh no, he's hot and depressing. Oh no. What if Umi thinks he's about to get rejected here? Right? What if Umi thinks he's about to get rejected here? In reality, it's something else. That would be really funny. What if Umi thinks he's about to get rejected here, but it's something else? And that something else is that Chizuru is in the play or something. Right? Maybe Umi doesn't know she's in the play. What if that's what's going on? What if Umi doesn't know she's in the play? And he thinks he's about to get rejected for good. And that's not what's happening. His hairstyle sucks. He needs to get a shortcut above. He's a true Ike man. The haters will have a field day on this chapter and the next one, especially those self-insert conspiracies. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's why it's drawing the line. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. What else? Chizuru is actually a good sports player. Yeah, we know. Let's see if there's anything else on Twitter. Yeah, I think what's fascinating is that we think that Chizuru's current conflict is connected to Kazuya's own actions. But what if it's not connected? And because it's not connected, he's What if Chizuru wasn't sure about the play, and then Minnie's actions pushed her into the play? That could make some sense. What if Chizuru wasn't sure about the play, and Minnie's actions pushed her to do the play? That could make some sense. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, what if Chizuru wasn't initially, like, wanting to do the play? Minnie's actions pushed her into the play. But that doesn't make sense. Yeah, notice how some things don't add up. It's not a rejection, no. But notice how some things just don't add up. It's like Chizuru got that call. Like here's the big thing. Here's the big thing I really want to point out. Here's the big thing that I really want to point out. The fateful day is not in the... Notice how the news is not the same as the fateful day. Fateful day is 389 and 390. 391 is not the fateful day part 3, which means these are two completely different things. Shut up, Minnie. Why is that hard to do? Dude, why are you so assuming so much about Chizuru's feelings and why she acts and why she does what she does? You're making a lot of assumptions right now. You don't know what she's thinking. Stop assuming you understand what Chizuru is thinking. Okay? Jesus Christ. You talk about being frustrated, you're fucking frustrating me. So because Kazuya didn't take action, Chizuru got a call from her manager, which then resulted in the play. Kazuya still choosing not to take action results in Minnie going to Chizuru. And Kazuya saying he's waiting. Maybe because Kazuya is continuing to wait, Chizuru feels she can do this? Maybe that's why? Because Kazuya is continuing to wait, Chizuru feels she can do this? Even though she doesn't really want to? That could be why. Why haven't you messaged him at all? I don't even care that you hid it from me, but you don't have any idea what you're putting Master through right now. I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well, but to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. It's from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday, asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Yeah, it seems like Chizuru's dream is clashing with what she herself wants. I don't even know what you're talking about. The call would have happened if he took action, though. Yes, but at least he would have been there. And they could have talked it through. Right? If Kazuya had taken action before the call, right? Maybe they could have actually sorted something out together instead of Chizuru needing to make this decision on her own. Right? Because now Chizuru felt like she had to make this decision on her own, and because she felt like she had to make this decision on her own, naturally she would have picked acting. Because she deeply loves acting. But she's literally kind of lost on why she wants acting in the first place. I don't know. Something isn't adding up. If what I was saying earlier, him respecting her boundary of waiting until the play is a huge mistake. Sometimes you got to take liberties. Yeah. Yeah. Kazuya should take liberties and should break some boundaries, right? That's Kazuya's mistake. He should break some boundaries. He shouldn't not interact. And his idea of not getting in the way of her work is the mistake. He's no longer the client. No need to play by her rules anymore. Pretty much. He's not a client anymore. Plot device of Umi and Kazuya sharing contacts is still there, so there's that time where the device will be active. This will be it. And then what about the picture Umi took with Kazuya? What the fuck was the point of that? Yeah, Kazuya talking to Chizuru for 10 minutes isn't going to ruin her entire play. Pretty much. But he doesn't. And there's a reason they're not talking, and that's kind of the point. We're not getting the full picture. And we're going to have to get the full picture soon. Right? We don't have the full picture. We're going to have to get the full picture soon. Well, there's the selfie with Mami and Chizuru, lol. Yeah, again, we made that comparison that like the what is it? The Tiger's Den was similar in that sense. I do think Umi does respect Kazuya. I do think so. But I don't know. I do think Umi genuinely does respect Kazuya, but maybe he feels insecure about him. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe we're not getting the full picture. I don't know. Right? Maybe what's going on is that Chizuru needs to trust Minnie. Maybe a big part of this is that Chizuru needs to trust Minnie. Like, she just needs to go to Minnie and trust her. That would be very interesting. If Chizuru just trusts Minnie to help her out, to know what to do. I think that would be a very unique direction. Sorry, I don't buy that respect. It's like sarcasm to me. Those compliments is too empty. Yeah, he was just kind of throwing compliments. That is true. He was just kind of throwing compliments. That is true. And you see that here. He's throwing compliments again. It feels kind of shallow. So maybe he doesn't actually respect Kazuya. Maybe he admires him. Maybe he admires like an aspect of Kazuya's character in the same way that he admires an aspect of Chizuru's character. I think that makes some sense. I think Umi does admire Kazuya to some degree. Right? I don't think it's completely fake. I think he does admire Kazuya to some degree. But I don't think he really does either. It makes sense for an actor to be two-faced. Yeah, I mean, you literally see that here. Right? You literally see that here. He has two faces. He has a face of his shaded out, and he has a face that's open. So it makes a lot of sense for Umi to be two-faced. You know? We're getting more signs that he's a piece of shit. Compliments are too shallow. He normally throws that all the time. Yeah. I don't know. I think Umi does to some degree admire Kazuya. Because he clearly admires Chizuru. He clearly admires Chizuru. That's just true. Like, the words he says here are kind of true. They're shallow, but they're true. This is how he looks at her, sure, but it is shallow. And he's trying to deflect from a more serious issue. It is shallow, don't get me wrong. Even Chizuru has two sides, stoic and expressive. Okay, about 2 minutes left and it's 8 o'clock. And then I want to call it a day. Because I don't want to keep doing this too long. Oh, we can read this. That's perfect. One final thing to read before we're done. Perfect. Right? Did Chizuru use the D-mail or did Kazuya use the D-mail? Right? Because Kazuya is the one who texted Minnie, and D-mail is done through like an email, right? D-mail. There we go. So this is this person. They write their blog post. So let's see. Oh, not Spanish. English. Part 1, channel. Cover illustration, alpha coordination, imagination training, daydreaming. It's not a dream. Getting my license, futsal. Changing clothes, my domain, the end. Meeting up, the power of taste, smile, can we talk, thanks. Not giving up the flow, adding even more. Some couple channel lull. First time coordinating in a while. Futsal and this, probably not. Now you got to get your license first, lol. It's a brilliant idea though. Talking nonstop requires good conversational skills, but is that really okay? Lungfish's retort is spot on. What's this? What did Lungfish say? Yeah, watch the road. Watch the road. Yeah, Kazuya wasn't watching the road. Okay. Well, gotta get all those first. Oh, futsal. Chizuru is in lingerie, surprisingly rare outside of Kazuya's fantasies. Kaito right away is the opponent Yude. So it is so the clothes she's wearing is lingerie. I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why. A gorgeous pass to Chai-chan. The way he successfully sets her up to shine is so Umi. Feels like everyone's gathered. I don't think Mai-chan was here before. Chi-chan lol. New info on Yude, former basketball club member. As expected of Chizuru, Chizuru's incredible speed erases the handicap instantly, so her high specs are officially recognized even among the school members. Chizuru's smile is great, pierced ears too. The futsal part was surprisingly short. Yude-kun, you can just go home now. Just from the class alone, Chizuru gets this level of talent. Chizuru seems to have everything given to her, but I feel like she hasn't been given that one thing she wants most, luck. Finally getting to the main topic. Don't make me say it. This is totally the kind of thing where she has no intention of letting Chizuru take, where Umi has no intention of letting Chizuru take the turn. Same pattern as when she came to my parents' house before. Is this how Umi's been winning over girls? But Chizuru cuts him off here too. If she doesn't do this, she will get swept away again. Good job, Chizuru. Like last time, Umi-kun probably senses it too. He seems aware he's struggling to keep up. Still, he keeps pushing this hard, so he must be serious on this one. But Chizuru is too unique, different from the other girls around Umi-kun, for it to resonate. Plus, Chizuru is already looking elsewhere, and changing that will likely be tough. It's a pretty tough battle to win, but he's relentlessly interrupting Chizuru's conversation to avoid triggering the ending event. You could see it as him trying to prolong the time he gets to like her, which is kind of endearing in a way. But what he's doing itself is pretty sneaky guy move on par with Chizuru's tactic. Huh. I don't see how it's on par with Chizuru's tactics, but I guess I see it. Chizuru has let things slide until now, but this time she's confronting him about it. It feels like something might change. If Chizuru starts refusing to or brings up properly considering things here, she'll inevitably have to address matters related to Kazuya, so it's highly likely we'll get some insight into her current state of mind. The preview title is I Want to Face It With All of My Heart. Probably hints at the story's direction after this. The phrase suggests she's about to start thinking things through, but who knows? Kazuya might be a different story, at least regarding Umi-kun, her direction seems pretty set. So Kazuya has his post-licensed mental training. Chizuru probably joined the futsal games, so she was invited to after that. She joined midway through the full squad gathering. As usual, she dominated the court with her flair. Afterwards, the real topic, or rather the main point, kept getting interrupted by Umi-kun. I'm curious what Chizuru will say after pushing through, and how it'll affect Kazuya. Let's power through another week. Okay. Umi acts like a generic Bisho love interest. That means to be the same. That's meant to be in a dating sim. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Just remember, Mommy kissed Kazuya in the background, and that selfie appeared. Umi did have selfie with Kazuya, and eventually that hidden scene of him and Chizuru will resurface out real soon. So people think Umi kissed Chizuru in the background. It's possible. Shitty. And I don't see why she's interacting with him if so. Right? That's pretty shitty, and I don't see why she's still interacting with him if he did kiss her then. Right? That's unbelievably fucking crappy. And I don't get it. Why would you? Because it doesn't align with his words, right? Remember what he says? That doesn't align with his word. If he's trying not to trouble her, right? What does Umi say? Do you remember what Umi says? Like, you have to go think about it very carefully. What does Umi say? This is the reason that doesn't work for me. Because what does Umi say to her? Like I said at the barbecue, I don't need your answer right now. I was genuinely trying to be mindful of your feelings. I know you were going through a lot at the time, but it didn't seem right to cause you unnecessary worry. Okay, if he didn't want to cause her unnecessary worry, why the fuck would he kiss her? See what I mean? That would cause her problems. So he wouldn't kiss her. Confessing makes sense, though. As sneaky as it is, confessing makes sense. Right? That is quite sneaky. It makes a lot of sense, though, for his character. Umi is pretty sneaky like that, right? But kissing, that seems really shitty. That's like, that's actually just, okay, it's never gonna happen. You force kissed her. That's fuck off. Never gonna happen. Mommy gets to get away with that because she's mommy. Right? Umi doesn't just get away with that. Right? He confessed to her. That's why he's jealous. He confessed to her. You may be only sharing a room with him, as you say, still I can't help but feel a little jealous. Yeah. Umi sneakily confessing to Chizuru, that makes sense. And then Umi interrupts her so she doesn't get to fucking do it, and it's stupid puppy dog bullshit. Fuck out of here. Oh, sorry, I don't want to get interrupted. That's how much you mean to me. Fuck off. Fuck off, you piece of shit. Right? Like there's another way we could look at that scene is like, okay, in chapter 31, we shouldn't have been listening to it. We got it out of context. In this chapter, we did also get it out of context, but maybe it's maybe this is a scene that adds context. Right? So I thought that my initial guess is we saw this scene out of context. However, this scene adds context to an earlier scene. So suddenly that makes a lot of sense. The only weird thing is that Umi could have asked at any point in the 4 months, why now? Isn't that weird? That's why that scene is weird, right? You have to admit this scene is weird. Umi had 4 fucking months to ask her, and he does it now? That's a little weird. I've been saying it. Umi wouldn't succeed in the attempt. Chizuru would have palm striked him in the face before he gets close enough. Pretty much. Like, he would have had a broken jaw or something. Chizuru would have, like, fucking hated him forever. So it doesn't make sense. A confession makes sense, though. It's a shitty fucking move, but it makes sense. But then that also raises a weird fucking question. Why does he wait until 4 fucking months to ask again without doing anything? Like, that's not a fucking relationship. You want to start a relationship with this person, interact with them. He doesn't. That's why I found some of that scene weird. Like, Umi does seemingly nothing. He doesn't do anything. And yet he's seemingly surrounded by other women all the time. So isn't that weird? Right? You have to admit that that's weird. That doesn't add up. It doesn't make any fucking sense. No, I think we're going to get context. It'll be explained a little more later. We're going to get some context. It'll make some sense later. Right? And so Kazuya is right now, simply put, he's trying to transform from a frog into a prince. That's what Kazuya wants, right? Kazuya wants to transform from a frog into a prince. But Chizuru wants the frog, not the prince, right? Umi is literally the prince. Kazuya is the frog, right? Chizuru wants the frog. She doesn't want the prince. But the temptation that Umi offers in terms of acting seems important. The Tigers conversation in the Tigers was probably about the acting stuff. I do think there's a chance we might get an explanation for it next time. There's a chance we might finally get a proper explanation for it, because we did see it out of context. We thought it gave us context, but what if it didn't? We thought it gave us context. What if it didn't? So that makes some sense to me. That kind of clicks for me a little bit. Yeah, there's just stuff that's not adding up. We're getting presented information that's like not adding up. And I would like to know what the details are, you know? I'm pretty sure Reiji places a bunch of women around Umi to better sell him as the handsome prince from an angle. What the fuck's wrong with you? So what does it matter when we get an explanation for something? Ooh, we're getting it at a point I didn't want it to be at. Ooh, who fucking cares? Doesn't matter. Like, don't be fucking childish. Christ. No, it's not delayed. No, it's not fucking delayed. You can do whatever you want. It's his fucking story. He can tell it however the damn well he pleases. Anyways. The biggest trope in romance, the transformation trope. Yeah. Okay, I think this is a good spot as any to call it a day. All right, I'll see you all later. Have a good day. I think I'm done for now. I need a break. Arrogate dating sim. Hit the send button because it was too close to the backs.